Yo, hello, hello. VCT America. Americas. Today. So, let me see. Up, nope, up, boom, up. Then I'm gonna move. Fucking face. There. Should be good. Yep. Give you the sound. It's muted.
I mean, core, right? With Vanity IGLing the team. It's very,
Voila.
very interesting to see. I think maybe Zeppa obviously having some chemistry with him. And he is a very good player. He played great last year. I don't think he was that guy that was standing out, but he was pretty consistent in terms of, you know, what he was putting out on the table.
And he was also playing like every agent under the sun. Like he was the flex player for C9, Smokes, Sentinel. He was playing the Breach over on Split. And I felt like, especially, not necessarily in terms of individual fire fragging power, but when he
I'm
was
just
playing
gonna
the
take a
agents like
quick
the
break.
Breach, a little bit more global,
Quick break.
right? When you position well on the Breach,
I'll
you can
come back,
influence 80-90% of the map with that stun. I thought
later.
he was very,
For the
very
games.
good. And that was sort of watching, you know, from over across the pond. I was always Rooney on Breach, on Split. That was his map.
And for people who don't know, Moose, the other new addition to this team, he's really not a rookie. He's been playing Valorant since the beginning. He was on that LG roster that was like popping off in 2021. He's been Shopify, Turtle Troop. He's consistently been on the best teams in Tier 2. He's a super consistent player. He's great on the Sentinel as an anchor, as the lurker. I think he's going to be a really good addition to this team.
Yeah, and you know what? I think one of the major pain points that I saw in C9 was that whenever they were on that stage, things weren't going too well. You could hear, you could look, you could see it.
It was the pressure, right?
Yeah, you could.
I feel like part of the reason Jake might not be with the team anymore is you often saw in those big matches him, who is a super consistent performer, start to kind of fall apart a little bit. They had Zelsis on the team who was really trying to bring the energy up, but it felt like you could just like see it being wiped off the faces of C9.
And that's the thing, I'm going to be looking at Rooney. I'm going to be looking at Rooney and being like, hey, you've been in this position before. Now it's time for you to like go ahead and be that vibes merchant.
And I'm really wondering, how did he grow in the time he was out of Tier 1? Like, has anything changed?
As much as I like Rooney, I don't think he is that. He's not that vibes merchant. He's a pretty calm, cold, like kind of cold guy.
But even then, that's effective. Even then, having a person who's calm in those moments.
I think the real question for Cloud9 is who is that guy? Because before it was Zelsis. We've established he's like the best in the world in that role. It didn't even work for them then. Who's now?
Yeah, I raise you Oxy.
I was going to say Oxy.
Yeah, true.
Hey, man, he can just go Super Saiyan every time. It works out for him. All right, well, guys, let's move on, though, to Leviathan, their opponents here, as we talk about a lineup that came into this season very hyped up. Everyone was excited about them. And even though they didn't make Madrid, the teams that they lost to, Mimi, it was Loud and it was Sentinels. So not bad company to keep there.
Yeah, in my mind, this is the unluckiest team in VCT. They get seeded into a group against the two teams who end up going. They lose two pretty close games. A 2-1 versus Sen, an OT loss to Loud. 2 rounds difference. They could have been the team.
I just want to know why Bala
making it in.
Big on them.
Because, man, that Loud game was horrible.
But they had no
and they got
practice,
destroyed in some of the other maps. Like their map pool wasn't deep. Some of those comps were not.
They had 2 weeks since Calm joined the roster to prep for kickoff.
Well, whose fault is that? I mean,
that's the management. That's the Orcs management.
Okay, a month and a half to prep while watching those teams go to Masters Madrid and get ready for the games.
Okay, but you're assuming that they're going to do something with that prep without having seen, like, I don't know.
No, but I saw the foundations with this team, right? You obviously have the talent on this roster. They pushed Sentinels and Loud both to 3 games, getting a win off of both of them in maps. And also, I just loved their flexibility, especially on a defensive side. I thought their calling was immaculate. You could never figure out where they were. Their pairings of who was playing with who was constantly changing, constantly in flux. And that's the kind of calling that gives me a lot of faith, especially now that we're going into a longer season where there's way more time to prep and anti-strike your opponents.
I think you're confusing people knowing what they're doing and people having like multiple things going off the map with chaos.
No, I'm absolutely not. No, go back and watch their icebox. It is so crisp.
Granted, I will say some of the like fundamentals with the amount of players that are on that team that are just godlike. Obviously, you're going to have that, but also I don't think.
Some of the best teams in the world haven't started great. Remember an EG last year, the early days of Loud. There's always that warm-up team. When you add an addition like Calm that brings so much to a team, I really think this just needs more time in the oven, and they can be great.
Well, let's go ahead and hear from Calm, who actually had an opportunity to speak with Smix. We'll do that, and then we'll argue some more.
Hey, Calm, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. Great to see you here. I know that you have a lot to look forward to today, but just real quick, before I let you join your team and get ready for today's action, what are your expectations for your roster and this year now that kickoff is out of the way?
I think the main goal is obviously qualify for Shanghai and show our best version of ourselves.
Sounds amazing. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
Now, of course, despite, moving to a new team with players from all different regions, Aspas still continued, Ender, to be Aspas, which is what we have grown to expect from this player.
Yeah, now, Golden Boy, that's what I think. But, Ball, I'd love to hear how you can convince me that Aspas isn't the GOAT.
Well, I mean, you're coming to me, but bro,
Wait,
do you know what my alt's name is?
What is its name?
Huh?
I was about to own you by this, but you're bringing it up yourself.
Do you know what my alt's name is on Valorant?
What's your alt?
Aspas Fanboy 69. So I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not going to convince you that Aspas is not the GOAT. He is the GOAT. He's such a good player. And he played fantastic.
It's even better with the B-roll going on in the background. It's so good. It's so good.
That's my, that's my
Wait, so
swerve.
Loviaton 5th again. Can you remind me of that? Look
Just
at this
because
guy.
Aspas is the GOAT, he should be on loud.
Wait, look at the roster around you. King, you have some of the best players in the world on this squad. You give them time. You let them cook. You have some great leaders here with King, with Calm, and you have strong coaching
Let them
staff
cook.
around
We
them.
did a power ranking, man. That's just how I feel right now about what I just watched.
Back it up.
But you watched that 2 months ago.
Huh?
2 months. Here.
Yeah, 2 months ago, I didn't see them. I don't know.
All right.
Let's
Guys,
move
look.
on.
A lot changes
I got
in 2 months.
two partners over here.
See, I
trying
tell
to
you,
roast me.
bullies, bro.
Yeah, for real. Yo, you gotta group up with
It's
me.
crazy out here, dog. The streets is real. In any case, so folks, let's go ahead and take a closer look at Leviathan's 2024 roster, which is a global super team as
Super
rated in every respect.
It is.
Let's take a
But they're
look.
5th place, according to Arden.
Bueno, en Leviatán tenemos 2 jugadores de América, Estados Unidos, 2 de Chile, 1 de Brasil, y tenemos 2 coaches de Europa, que uno es de Bulgaria y el otro es de España. Así que mucha diversidad. Bueno, más que nada, yo creo que fue por un poco la ambición de buscar un equipo que ya tuviera como experiencia y querer ir como un equipo fuerte y no como underdogs, por así decirlo. Porque nada, en los trials el coach más que nada vio que había como más potencial con ciertos jugadores y que fue lo que se eligió y se pensó más en qué iba a aportar como en la experiencia de cada jugador y más que el idioma en sí. Bueno, obviamente trayendo a los 2 campeones mundiales, a Aspas y Com. Bueno, más que nada, todo se basa como en la confianza entre cada uno, donde yo estoy siempre en constante como tratando de hacer lo mejor para el equipo, tratar de hacer las mejores calls y que el equipo confíe en mí y pueda hacer las cosas que yo digo.
Desde el salto hay otro, Aspas jugando alrededor, Panchito con una vaca, Panchito con segunda vaca, y Aspas hizo lo mismo, 3 en contra de 1, va que está luchando, cuidado con este tipo, ¡claro que sí! ¡Ahí está Com! El campeón del mundo le da la victoria a la Levianeta.
Y lo otro, estar siempre como generando una buena vibra, siempre estar diciéndole que están haciendo bien las cosas, que hay que mejorar ciertas cosas. Entonces, esas 2 cosas más que nada, que es ser un líder tanto como dentro del juego como fuera del juego, donde todos puedan confiar en el uno en el otro y obviamente en mí, y donde yo me pueda sentir cómodo haciendo las calls y lo que necesito del equipo. Obviamente al ver a Sentinels y Loud, que fueron contra los 2 que perdimos estando en Masters, sabíamos que pudimos haber sido nosotros, así que nada, más que nada motivación y más ganas para el split 1.
Well, I would love to keep the arguments going. Our coaches are actually standing by for some map select. So let's find out where we're playing and listen in.
Welcome, guys, to stage 1, day 1. So sides were determined, and C9 is going to be team A, and Level B team B. C9, you will have first map ban.
Ban Breeze.
C9 ban Breeze. Lev.
Least socially awkward American
split.
coach.
And what
Fucking
map would you like to pick?
Pick Icebox.
C9 pick Icebox.
anxiety
And would you
ridden.
like attack or defense?
Fucking ref.
Pick attack. And what map would you like?
We pick Sunset.
Pick Sunset. And would you like attack or defense?
Defense.
Pick defense. And you have 1 map ban.
Ban Bind.
C9 ban Bind. And what would you like to ban?
Lotus.
We ban Lotus.
Yeah.
Ban Lotus. The cider map is going to be Ascent, and you have side select.
Defense.
C9 pick defense. All right, guys, best of luck today.
All right, so we have our maps. We know where we're playing. Mimi, I want to go to you real quick for this one. How do you feel about this particular draft? How did it play out?
Yeah, so I think, honestly, what's really going to be interesting to me in setting the tone for what C9 looks like with this new roster is Icebox. The last time we got to see them play this was at Ludwig Tarek Invitational. They were playing 2 different variations of crazy troll comps. We haven't really seen it. So I think this is a good kind of idea setting for what ideas they have around their draft. Are they one of the teams going after the Harbor Viper? Are they one of the teams after the Gecko KO stuff? There's a lot of options here. And Lev, honestly, it was their best looking map in kickoff.
Yeah. So I think it's interesting to think about like who's going to be creative here, but personally, I don't really care about the maps after we have like a month off from teams. So I'm not looking too much into what,
so real quick,
happening.
Who's winning?
Lev.
Lev?
Lev.
Oh, so you talk all this about Lev. That's so nice. Oh, you still predict them.
You know what? I got to keep these guys, make them simmer down over here. Let's go ahead and get this show on the road because it all starts here. Master Shanghai, champions on the horizon. We got Cloud9 versus Leviathan, NRG versus Loud. Day 1 of VCT America starts right now.
So Lev obviously is a good team. They have some champions on that team, and they're not a team to play around with. Our expectations obviously to win. You know, we're not going to take them lightly, but we're also very confident.
Cloud9 siento que son un equipo donde tienen mucho firepower y al mismo tiempo siento que son un equipo que improvisa mucho.
I mean, the obvious X factor on Leviathan is Osboss. You know, that guy's a shooter.
Siento que Oxy sí es un game changer. Tenemos que hacer lo mejor como equipo para negarlo y nada, que no se pueda sentir cómodo en su juego.
To win the match, I think I'm just gonna have to keep the vibe up, make sure for sure that Oxy is having fun, because if he's having fun and unleashed, then I don't even think Osboss can handle him.
I disagree. Like, Aspas is, I think he's above.
Riot Games Arena, it is finally time to get our first match of Stage 1 started. Please welcome on stage your first team. It is Cloud9!
Woo! Woo!
Y se siente la fuerza cuando juega toda Américas. Que se escuche para Leviathan.
It's the moment we've all been waiting for, the start of Stage 1 here at VCT Americas, and what a way to kick it off. You got Cloud9 versus Leviathan, and don't forget, make sure you go out there, support your favorite teams, get their team capsules, all right? Because, you know, we've been seeing the numbers add up, you know? Americas wants to try and be the global #1 in capsule sales. Come on, Sentinels, you got some work to do.
Surely America can be the #1 in capitalism.
Surely, guys, come on. In any case, so two teams hyped up, excited to come out in here. You heard Vanity before saying, time to find out if we're a couple scrimmers. Calm, on the other hand, feels pretty confident in this Leviathan team. Of course he should, because of the weapons they have on there. This is going to be a very interesting battle ender.
They've got the weapons, now they've had the time to put in the practice, and don't forget, like, even with only a couple of weeks to get ready for a kickoff, Leviathan came in and were playing some wacky stuff, right? They were really experimenting with the meta, some Sova on split action. They were playing Harbor on multiple maps as well, the Reyna for Ospas. So I can't wait to see what they've sort of dialed in on now today with that extra time to prep.
And for Cloud9, there is a massive question around what their identity is. I think for a lot of people looking at these moves, bringing a player that they already dropped back into the roster, picking up someone new from Tier 2, people don't really know where Cloud9 stands right now. And with some time behind them, with some roster changes in, this is really a question of whether they can compete with those top squads in America.
And I think you heard from Moose in that little interview you had with him there too, talking about basically what I think the identity for Cloud9 should be, and him kind of saying, we just need Oxy to be online. We need him to be feeling good, and we need him to be hyped up, because I think he's their win condition. I mean, all honesty, especially on this first map, Icebox here, right? You got to have Oxy going crazy and being aggressive, trying to get early advantages and put Cloud9 into great positions against Lev.
I mean, you're probably going to be playing against the Ospas Reyna here. If they pick into the same comp, he's got to be good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, too, for C9, they've got options to play heavier strong sides around Oxy as a player. I think by bringing in a guy like Moose, this guy is an absolutely lights-out solo side anchor. Seps has got how he can move around and still take aggressive angles, not just playing full passive. He's going to continue to challenge you even when he's on a weak side, isolated by himself. I think that type of player with firepower of even if just 1 or 2 initiators behind it for Oxy is money for C9.
Absolutely. And I have to say, this guy's clutch too. And I think we saw him in Tier 2 for quite a while, and I think people are going to be, you know, not super excited to see him on this stage. But I think he's somebody who's going to play way higher of a level than he did over in Tier 2 back in the day, because I've seen him in pressure moments, and I think this is a pressure moment for him.
Yeah, he's absolutely going to step up here. For the side of Leviathan, I really look at Calm for this roster. I think in a lot of ways, he's going to be the guy who defines their comps. When you think about him back on EG, he's playing some quirky stuff. He's pulling out the Sova on certain maps.
Comps? Sorry.
Comps.
Okay.
Close there.
Where can I put Sova
But he also is a very vocal player. So I think a lot of that is going to depend on what he plays, but we're already into the agent select.
All right, let's see what we end up getting here. And, you know, I think one element that is going to be very fascinating is how these teams, what they've seen in Madrid, and then how they've tried to implement, iterate, and improve, because they've had a lot of time to cook here.
Sure. Yeah, and I think especially for I was seeing some of the agents getting locked in early, but like the Harbor was already something that Leviathan were playing for that safe, you know, plant option. It's, you know, you got your bubble to get that spike on the ground, but it also gives you so much more flexibility to fight for it as opposed to just those solo Viper comps that really just have that default wall over towards the B side of the map almost always. And I think that's one of the things that allows Leviathan to be so flexible on both of their halves.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like they're going to change anything either. I think they.
Oh, I already know they're changing something.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right. I mean,
hey, look what Ospas is locking in. All I'm saying.
I mean, this comp you could play it with the Jet, you could play it with the Reyna. I think there's even a world where you could play Brazen here, but I imagine maybe
you just got me hyped up right now.
Yeah. I mean, you sold this.
I mean, look, it's
Sage. He's playing Sage.
Yeah. No. I did see the Sage coming for C9, and I'm actually a big fan of the Sage.
I like this comp.
I think the Sage is a little bit misunderstood because obviously you have the safe plans. Also, retaking with the wall is so strong, but I think she can also.
I don't like Sage.
On the defensive side, especially with early.
I think Harbor is way better. I think KO is way better. Like, I think Sage, if you play Killjoy, Sage is overkill.
You really hyped that up for nothing. But I'm with you on the Sage. I think also on attack,
it's just overkill for Icebox. You already have Viper, Killjoy. You wanna add fucking Sage on top? Like, it's just too much.
Let's do this, shall we? The start of Stage 1 starts right now. out, so let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. You got the Dapper Yappers. It's the one and only Vansili and Rivington.
I love being called the Yappers, but thank you so much, GB. Indeed, Split 1 has finally started, and we have a really good games in our hands, and a great way to kick off the season. I mean, you have a C9 that came with a couple of roster changes, hopefully looking revitalized, as Vanity was saying, but they got to play against one of the best teams that we currently have in Americas right now in Leviathan.
Right, a lot of pressure on Leviathan right now to understand what could come out of this game. The pressure that people are expecting Leviathan to have prepped and be prepared for this matchup to come into stage 1 and fire on all cylinders. The Des talked about how close some of those series were in their group before we saw teams head over to Masters Madrid, and Leviathan just did not have a good time. So maybe fixing up a few of those. We also get the changes, like you said, from C9. Rooney back in the mix. Moose there. We saw him enter onto the stage. Looks like he's loving it already. And Rooney with that Sheriff again. If you cast your mind back, you have to remember he is a demon with that Sheriff. Oxy as well is going to be holding one to start us off.
And Leviathan's looking to fight as well. Look at them. They have 4 ghosts to work with. So they're going to try to work together to try to get these trades. Inching now to start things off on this B site.
A slow push. They're going to get some space for free here. Pistol wall, Sage.
The Killjoy is
Sage
like
wall is huge.
in a
C9
weird
can
spot.
easily gain the space they need, get that wall up, and really give Leviathan hell on trying to get back in here after this plant. See how the Cove play goes. Actually, no Cove to be used here. It's just going to be the wall game.
Just waiting for the high tide to come down before C9 can start executing the retake attempt. Nice little cascade being pushed forward, so Leviathan wants to fight forward in the side. Vanity draws first blood onto Com, but it gets...
Oh, he gets turned.
Dead. All of C9 has currently fallen down, and Leviathan get the first pistol.
Let's go. I think Lev is better, by the way. I haven't done some pick'ems, but
up close and personal to start off those first fights of the round.
because I forgot again.
All around, 2 ghosts are going to be saved there as money's on the mind of Leviathan as we get into our second round. Rooney, Sheriff again. Why not? It's just every time I think about it, he sold it out, but just Rooney fracture plays, other ones. Big reason I think C9 had such a decent eco round as well with the way the team used to play it.
And also Rooney joining this roster adds an extra voice to the team too.
Absolutely.
Even doubled IGLing with Vanity, calling the mid rounds while Vanity is still at the helm with the macro. And to start things off, he was trying to find information early. 1v1 against Tex, but he's gonna fall.
Yeah, Leviathan expecting the lurk, not giving Cloud9 really any extra information on those extremities, but this mid push could avail. Give him a few frags here as they move towards that turret. Spotted out, but they don't stop just yet.
Sorry. Timmy saw a few, and all of Leviathan will start using a little bit of util and realizing that the A side is open. So this will be a pretty free plant.
Yep.
Trying to take down Tex would be kind of nice though. All these 3 now pivoted towards that bottom mid, but Tex, 2 for his troubles on the lurk play on B side. This is a great start as well for the Killjoy on Leviathan's side.
Yeah, but it's just a pistol.
Any exit
So.
frags here. Mazzino very close to some kills. May go
Maybe
hunting a
it's
little bit
fine.
with somebody on the help. Nas Boss with 1. Never bad to get that Blade Storm up either. So just a wait out here for C9, wanting to go down mostly to this spike, but they may get found out before it happens. So Leviathan grabbing the first few, coming out strong. Moose getting on the board as he's picked up by Mazzino. And this will be the round that really starts to tell us what C9 have in store on this defensive side with this Sage comp, with how they might run against it. Having the Sova is huge here, Vansili, because if all those
They are
walls go
buying
up and
2
Leviathan does
Vandals.
want to push forward, a nicely placed dart from Rooney or a good drone can just wash that out, and C9 could be spraying down their opponent.
And in this bonus round for Leviathan, though, what's really important this time, too, is trying to potentially get the Reckoning out ASAP for Mazzino, because that's going to help really clear out the side or play the post plant when they have technically lower weapons against C9. Still 2 rifles to work with and a Guardian, which is still pretty strong in the hands of Lev. Already dashing forward for the early info, trying to lean towards a B-side split and trying to get the orb control potentially.
A quick different look, right onto tube. They back off. Just trying to make C9 think a little bit here on their bonus round. And a lot of attention is being sent up. That's B long here. Drone, move forward. They're going to dart, and it's all a ruse so far.
Right.
As they position themselves over towards A. So the Leviathan really trying to mess with how C9 might be positioned on this round.
But for C9, look at them. All 5 are grouped down towards the middle.
Yeah.
Boiler, map, screens. Just trying to go for the faster rotate in a 5-player quicker retake if they can.
Yeah, they are favoring the lean. Anchoring site now as they get in under 1 minute to go on this round, so everybody's trying to get into a position that would matter on that first blood.
Right here, important. The lurk coming out on the A side, the execution on B though for Leviathan. Tex trying to lurk around.
Boom.
We'll catch Zeppa on the rotate, and look at that, all of Leviathan right after. Let's go for the full rotate back towards the A site. They have full A site control too in C9. They're just gonna have to wait it out.
Yep.
30 seconds
Early
left.
placed orb up, they cross back, and Leviathan has done such a good job so far to work the map. They go fast towards mid, which obviously is gonna make weight. But almost pushing in here, Tex ready to defend.
And with that plan, Mazzino has a Reckoning available. Planet for a long-range battle where Calm was looking towards Belt, but he looks to be the late lurk. Something that's a signature move here for Calm himself, while the rest of them are holding aggressively inside the A site. High Tide comes out off the next refresh, and that's going to make it even harder for their last two players of C9 to try to move inside A. Attempt to try to save weapons. Calm trying to find these kills. Rooney looking for these exits to save his weapon, and there's that double swing. Nice info for Calm. Mazzino with the swing. Cannot connect the shots, and finally does so until he gets picked off here by King.
That alarm bot looked off, but it also looked like he was able to creep by it. A little pushback for Moose there due to the positioning at the end. Allows a creep mid, and a great round from Leviathan. Full guns now as they come into this low buy from C9, and the Reckoning is up from Mazzino. So if they need to be sure to secure this round, they can. And we already see what this slow play, this lurk is offering for Leviathan against the rotations of Cloud9.
And the thing is, he had it for the previous round and didn't even need to use it. So it shows right now from like that first round to the third round that in these post plants, Leviathan, despite them playing double controller, and you're thinking you're going to play lineups and spam, they're actually fighting forward inside the site, playing within these walls and not allowing C9 to really rotate together and flood back in the site.
Orb denial almost every round. Cascade and the Viper.
Nice shot.
There's Oxy starting to come online a little bit as he gets a shot right down onto King. So the walls are out in that sense, up to Mazzino and the Reckoning. So we may just see that here for them to get by. And I'll be damned if it's not going to be another C9 eco here. They start off 5v4 now. Can they convert it?
Yeah, and that's definitely something you want to see coming out of your star fragger in Oxy. The first one now using him as a winning condition. Finding first contact and gets a pick with the Sheriff is a great start for him on that side. That said though, Leviathan's playing this very cautiously. Reckoning being used against the eco of C9 because they're at a demand disadvantage.
Absolutely.
Clears out the site, trying to get the walls up. Molly to put Vanity out towards the back of Snowman.
He found a second.
As much as he can from the top of the bridge.
One more and he has his
They have not seen
ultimate.
Leviathan move in for a plant yet. They're just trying to clear it out first. Orb to come up. A lean towards the hallway of Kitchen, but cannot get that contact.
So much chaos.
Yeah, Comj actually just got a pick there onto Oxy, so that's gonna make it a little bit easier to Zeppa.
mid lurk.
Finally came in from the rotate. Really long range with
It's
that
looking
beautiful
like
Sheriff.
Cloud9.
And now Mazzino off the plan is alone. 4 players now squeezing in. Really with the
Damn.
bang on the Sheriff, and of course he has to be him with the Sheriff. And C9 score first through a Thrifty.
And that is the Rooney. We remember the team comes in beautifully distracting, never fully peaking, but baiting out the peaks of Leviathan.
He's like
Never
they've
fully
really
getting out the kills,
overplayed
which
that.
means Leviathan's forced to just continuously scrunch together. Zeppa finally gets the flank, but Oxy started it off with that one.
What a shot, top pipes.
Yeah, King even surprised on that one.
30 seconds
Definitely
left.
recognized it.
One enemy remaining. Spike.
Another one after that too to get them into the site. Oxy operator online for the low armor. So they're going to look to put Leviathan down as soon as they want a site and see if they can get some hits here. It's going to be a push onto pipes quick here. Both Zeppa, everybody up. Orb not denied this time, so they should be well aware this is more of a B hit than not.
Exactly, especially when on the other end here, Vanity sees this Cascade being pushed up by Mazzino on the other end. It's a call for C9, it's safe for you, technically, to move out towards the A site to pick up that orb. Rooney is 1 away from the Hunter's Fury right after that, and instantly rotates to support the rest of his teammates on this B site, rather.
Now it becomes this game of how can Leviathan start to mess with C9. It's going to be a B hit on this one, but there's mid to be played with. Alarm bots, turrets, they can hit that. a lot of what Leviathan did in the first few rounds got C9 disjointed from these early positions they're able to be safe in right now and feel good about the defense.
Exactly that, because you look at their positions too, a drone to look out at the 50-second mark, but they're playing passively towards this B site, but still in a position where they could actually add enough pressure to give a chance for the others to rotate around, and that's pretty much their game plan, it seems, in this first half to play on this B site. So there's finally the execution at the 34-second mark. Leviathan is trying to move in, and because they had the op posted up on the A side, they know there's no lurk, so all of C9 currently rotating towards B. Plant attempt coming down, Mazzino is going to get it at the default spot. King pushed all the way up now, trying to wait for this high tide to come down towards Snowman.
This looks almost impossible for C9.
Oh. Well, maybe doable now. It has to come down to these trades. Beautiful orb to get away as Mazzino gets the pick onto Vanity. Advantage coming out now for the attackers, Leviathan. And it does seem, with this Hunter's Fury that's currently being held towards the garage by Com, it might help solidify the round. But the wall comes out on the defense. Here's the Hunter's Fury out on the attack. Nobody on the spike yet. But there's only 2 players left, but it's a 2 versus 2. Actually doable now. Aspas is low on HP. A tap on the spike first. The recoil dart misses, so you're forced to hand, but unfortunately there's not enough time. The last 2 players of C9 had to fall back, and Leviathan will still get the round.
Lev pushing through. What a war that happened once those walls finally went down. But I think that shows you, tried and true, what the walls continuously do. Viper's walls up, then Harbor's walls up, and all C9 could do was look at the walls for a bit, not too much. Rooney's dart actually went out very early, so there's 40 seconds of kind of wondering. We don't really have a way to quickly flash through either to break this wall and get into the next quadrant. So a little pause there was all Leviathan needed from C9 to make sure they got away with that one.
And C9 calls out the timeout too, and when you're looking at how these pulse plans has been going here for Leviathan is the orbs usually, when you're looking at this composition on that side of Leviathan on the attack, is the orbs usually thrown up and then you plant through it. But they somehow still manage to find safe passage to plant before and then use the orb as an extra obstacle rather to really fight against C9's attempt to flood retake. So they really got to figure out how they could work in tandem to really get rid of that orb ASAP so that they have more chances to really fight against, again, the double controller. That's very hard to get vision through.
It's Oxy really hoping he gets one of these opening shots too. That is not a fun game as an operator, to be at a site and be like, all right, I just need this wall to go down. I just need it to go down. But it does go down and you see Viper walls come up. You never get any angles and you're forced to push forward and hopefully find a Vandal in the fight, but then retake with the op.
Or at least see somebody in the early rounds, right? So this has been 2 rounds exactly that they posted him on pipes. He got that first pick with the Sheriff, this time with the operator. I mean, I don't think he really shot it yet, so I don't know if Leviathan knows that there's
They play with a huge dispositive on B.
But we'll see. They're very careful about hitting this A side now. They've actually gone away from trying to just deny that orb. Playing a little more quiet default set from the attack side now. Leviathan is.
Oh, this is an aggro play from C9 though. Already the up trap, or sorry, the going through the rappel, gets towards the belt. Oxy has a very aggressive positions while the other 2 are pushing towards the tower. Ooh!
He's being held.
Well, looks like they were ready for that for Leviathan.
I was gonna say, if they don't come to you, you go to them.
And now,
Leviathan
how do you raise that?
Ready for it.
You can't.
And now they are forced to back. That is not a good sign for C9. Leviathan are reading just about everything they're trying to get a hold of. They're trying to position
This is the problem with Sage too on Icebox. That sometimes you just can't raise anyone.
Pick it up, but we'll have to see what the game plan is for Leviathan. Will they still want to use him to try to create that space? Again, double controller very hard to do with, and it gets an insta dink and a wall bang onto Rooney, who looked like he was maybe staring at his radar for a split second and gets punished right away. So that opens up the A site, and that might be an immediate call to see. I mean, look at Zeppa. He's already running back towards that B site.
It's a save.
Well, looks like they're going to get a freebie here.
This is such a good wall. These walls we see from Leviathan here allows so much room for Aspas to float back and forth between 410 onto screen. That little sliver we saw on the harbor wall that lets him get a frag if anybody walks into screen's area. It's so hard to defend against somebody that's coming at you that fast, and how sure and confident Aspas is to take each fight.
Yeah.
You see A site having to be dropped almost each time here. And a big one here, Aspas as well, to open it up with a few kills and get him into sight.
Now you see the real value of the orb too, right? They threw it up on the A tower so that he can't get wall banged from spawn. A high tide to not allow players to run through from the spawn. And leaving Leviathan, they're hunting down C9. trying to keep the guns away and keep the guns out of the hands of the C9 roster, but it seems to be okay now after this wall came through. 3 will stay alive as they lost 1, but they lost a huge op in Oxy. Thankfully, he has a Blade Storm to work with in round number 7.
Yep. Can play a little bit more aggressive with that. You know, it's kind of the idea. You're like, oh, you did go down with the op. It does suck, but going with the Blade Storm next, a few more ultimates. They're trying to put every advantage they can into play, and some of that is being able to be more aggressive when you know that Blade Storm is coming up next. But what can they do? What can they figure out how to get past Leviathan here? It's been Leviathan aggressive A, then they went B a few rounds, so you're conditioned to the entire map. And then they play it slow. They play default and absorb the push. Every read from Leviathan right now is controlling C9's flow of the game.
If anything, it almost looks like the win con that they have again is trying to put Oxy in a position to get first blood.
Absolutely.
But if he doesn't, or if they're not contacting into Oxy first, the rest of the team is actually still trying to use the utility around Rooney to work together, right? Find out 1 minute mark where those opponents could be. Once they figure out that the hit is coming towards a B site, for example, you're still kind of not ready for that type of hit to fight back behind those walls because you're still playing very passively. So you'll have to think here as we do have a tech pause. It's a PC issue that we're going to try to fix ASAP, but once we get back in, that's probably the conversation now for C9 is once those comms are up and they're able to discuss with each other what they could do to fight against Leviathan, do they want to play a little bit more forward? Because again, the cascade that's being thrown from Leviathan on that B side, what does Vanity do if he's playing B? He's falling back already. He's playing back towards Orange. There's no maybe 2-3 players set up to try to fight back on that area, but although, despite the scoreline being 5-1, you haven't really had a chance. We haven't really had a chance to really test out the operator on the B side rather from Oxy, right? So there's still some room to work with for C9.
This is where the entirety of a game does change, round 5, 6, 7, 8, when you start to get the ultimates up and things can swing a little bit. Now it has to swing very hard. So much money in favor of Leviathan right now in the credits that they can make choices. They can make aggressive choices, I should say. Things that put them in a bad spot by next round, but look for the trades in these fights where you'd normally play a little more cautious. So that even makes them stronger. And C9 have to start to realize that. But yeah, you're right. They've got to get Oxy online. It does seem like that win condition that gets the team vibing. If this ultimate can come off strong, they have to get in Leviathan's face almost right away, like Oxy was trying last time. Because as Leviathan has been able to read the map, their consideration of how to move, how to flank, and where C9 is going to be coming from has been spot on. And it's why we're seeing the 5-1 scoreline.
And right now, as you can't see really what's happening in the state of the game, though, we could really tell you that at least they have the Blade Storm to work with now for C9. Rooney picked up a Hunter's Fury a couple of rounds ago, but haven't had a chance to really try to use it to try to deny plant, because even Leviathan are not using like these last 20 to 10 second mark to try to plant, so you're not really trying to create chaos out of that. So will they want to try to use something a little more aggressively with that too? So there's an opportunity at least to try to change the tempo for C9, especially now that Zeppa also has the res. And I felt like they tried to do it when Oxy was moving up on that belt side with the Yom. But the thing is, if you're dying up there, there's no way your teammates can come up there to help you out and res and try to keep that op up. So do you want to keep like the death ball pretty close to figure it out? So earlier we spoke with King about some of the role changes they're implementing for Stage 1. So let's have a look at it.
Bueno, hemos cambiado un par de cosas. Hicimos cambio de roles. Yo pasé a jugar mayoritariamente humos. Tanto Viper como muchos mapas juego Omen ahora. Para que Masino se siente más cómodo en roles donde juega iniciador, juega flash. Entonces hemos visto una gran mejora en eso en el equipo. Y nada, también hemos estado practicando mucho como situaciones repetitivas, como muchos patrones. Entonces estamos encontrando mejores respuestas a las mismas situaciones como muchos mapas. Así que eso más que nada han sido como los cambios importantes en el equipo.
So key things that I'm getting out of this here from King 2 is that they had some time during Madrid to really iron some things out to get ready here into the Americas. And I like the sound of that, because when you're looking at the kickoff, they talked about it on the desk where it was a very close loss that they had against Lounge, for example. But it was for a little bit of miscommunication in terms of like flanking timings and stuff like that too. And you're seeing that a little bit more, that it's been flushed out in one of those rounds where Calm actually had a better timing on flank before.
Yeah.
But now we have a chance to come back in the game and really see if C9 could come back in this one with the 3 also we mentioned before. Reckoning still available for Leviathan. Thank you for your patience, as now round number 7, Blade Storm activated in the hands of Oxy.
What? Right into Nast. Aspas not even holding back right now. I think this is one of the cool things we have to look at too, is the way that they're entering A. When we have seen Zeppa here, Aspas is just over any of the slows, over any of the walls, boom, right onto 410, then onto screen. It's just so quick, even with this util.
So you saw the game plan, trying to keep the res close to Oxy because he has his Blade Storm. He dies, they could still res him here. They used their 100 Sphere to try to stop them, but Aspas is pushing towards the spawn. Long range battle, headshot onto Zeppa, the third in a row, the updraft, and the Ivan power.
Holy fuck.
That's one way to come back from a break.
Putting Cloud9 to bed. What was that? An incredible
Dude,
round.
I looked at the fucking my second monitor and the round was over. Like,
entering playground mode for a moment.
holy shit.
I love it. We had a tech pause. He's just laying on his seat,
course
just chilling out, and then gets in the server, activates, and gets his ace.
You gave him time to ramp up. This is why. Just floating around.
Oh my.
Floating around.
Yep.
Whew. Yeah, that. Emotions everywhere from Aspas, just hitting shots. Round 8 comes in now, and right back to pipes, right back to NC9's face here today.
Silver lining, still a weapon. A gun round for a C9 operator. Once again online as Moose falls in the beginning from the hands of King. At least got some information that there's a few bodies from Leviathan, and Leviathan also notices that. So they're trying to pull back now. Maybe even rotate back towards the B site where there's only Vanity.
One of the first kitchen works we have here coming from Tex. This has been covered by a lot of the Killjoy utility for Moose in previous rounds, but they've seen it now. They have the option.
Exactly. There was no KJ utility, but at least a body to spot it. So Moose using a lot of that util to try to find late information towards the A side. Deniability with the util towards Jenny. And then going head-to-head against Tex, but gets a little bit of damage. A heal up here from Zeppa. Leviathan are looking to regroup with King for a double pump back towards the A side. Off angle held and won by Zeppa. Immediately gets traded out by Tex. And here's the delay round. 20 seconds left on the round. Alarm bot, double nanos, gets to pick up the Tex. With 13 seconds left, Calm low HP, attempts to go for a plant. Moose trying to find a timing, but with the cloudburst, gets away. Oxy with a knock
Oxy's
kill
gonna
onto
be
Brazil, leaving only
2v4.
a damaged Calm and Aspas at full HP to play the post plant. Updraft missing the pipes, at least trying to look back towards the screens. Recon dart coming out from Calm, spotting one player, and he's even going on a flank. So you're putting a lot of responsibility on Aspas now.
Oh.
Headshot onto Oxy.
On
First
the
stop
ope.
on the spike, an attempt of a stick by Vanity. A spray as Rune gets the pick onto Calm. No defusal as Aspas gets the pick, but then Moose moves forward.
Okay.
Trade it right back, and C9 will get the defuse.
Moose coming up with a big kill there. Ultimate as well for the Killjoy, and yeah.
Save the
round
ult.
8 starts to flip back a little bit. Leviathan still have a good amount of padding here with 4 rounds up, but this is Cloud9 feeling a bit more comfortable.
We could see a double
being C9's pick here. We see why
double Killjoy ultimate round
you grab a
coming.
handful of rounds, you feel good, you might catch a team while they're cold, and Leviathan had a plan in those first few rounds as they went from site to site, back and forth, especially bonus round where they go to tube and they came back. So really cool of Leviathan here to start on attack and know they could go for the throat right away. But C9 is now trying to put something in action. They're getting more aggressive.
All right, Oxy's trying to bait it out. Beautifully done.
It is.
Breaks the turret, gets away so that Zeppa can get the kill from the tower. So Tex falls, and that's an early advantage for Cloud9.
They reset. Another 5v4 round. We saw the eco round they had with Sheriff start 5v4, and they turned it. So spells good things when they do have full guns. That operator ready to focus on mid. And they do have clear on A. Vanity usually has not been playing yellow, so let's see how.
Yeah, on the bot, yeah. So they know the Killjoy utilities on B.
for Calm to start things off. Cascade to move out, and first contact, again, Vanity falling back here to play inside the site. They do have a lockdown.
They're gonna
with
still
here, so
go
they
for
might
it.
let Leviathan move in for a plant. Calm moving up, trying to find a timing, but Moose greets him at the bridge.
That's huge.
2 players now on the advantage for Cloud9. Bubble being drawn up. King with the lurk, looking back towards Spoiler and wins that fight against Rooney. Manages to escape as meanwhile we do have the plant from Leviathan. Aspas pushing forward, dropping Vanity. They can't get position right now for C9 to get the lockdown as Moose rotated all the way over towards Orange. There's only 2 players left though, Mazzino and Aspas. And those may be the only 2 players you need. The jiggle out, nice shot by Oxy. Mazzino alone, headshot onto Oxy on a 1v1. Oh, he just caught Moose, gets the tank.
Oh, wow.
Opportunity there for him to come back. But Mazzino still wins the Red Bull clutch.
Incredible play
And they
by
don't
King.
go
I
for
think
the
you gotta
O.
mark it there. That kill in mid is Rooney coming in with the dart. Everything that sees behind the walls of Leviathan's defense. As soon as that happened, it slowed down. Leviathan had a chance to then work the angles without worry of Util getting dropped in. These first few kills, so good. But it just came down to this play. Boom. Rooney would have been able to come in and I think help reveal the entire site. Great job inside by Mazzino. Cannot deny those frags. One on Oxy and another kill out Moose. All right, back towards A. This denial onto the alt orb again. It's been a handful of rounds since we've seen this quick play. Usually it's just been Leviathan on the W.
Gets an insta heal. Oxy tries to run back out with the Sheriff. It is a lure buy for C9. And couldn't catch his opponent.
They're gonna ult.
With no more dashes,
Yeah.
now grouped together. And again, Leviathan. They used a reckoning against the last eco, now they're using a lockdown.
They recognize Vanity could be getting ult on this one, or anybody with another alt orb. So they have to worry. Oh, Zeppa actually got hit. He thought he could get in the corner.
Teammates trying to protect him, and that forces Oxy to swing out and lose the fight to Tex. Meanwhile, the plant has come down as Moose unfortunately cannot connect the Sheriffs. Dash across on the other end. Zeppa at least gets one. But it definitely looks like it's going to be Leviathan's round.
Oh,
Vanity has something
he has
to
a
say.
weapon
Sees
if
the
he
ball at
wants.
the top of Calm, who drops down towards the orb with
Two
support from his
bullets.
teammates. Molly to try to flush out Vanity, who upgraded to a Vandal.
24.
An opportunity
It's gonna
to
get
things done,
spammed.
but as soon as the wall came up, the spray came across from Calm.
Okay,
And
another
and a great start
risky
so far in his
echo.
first half.
Speed, the tempo that they're playing with on these A hits, it varies a little bit. And I think that's kind of what we got out of King, saying.
And we have now
seeing the
2
same
very
situations,
defensive
but able to come out with a different
ultimate
result
for
because they've been
Cloud9.
practicing the situations.
We have
and
the
what
Viper
outcomes you might
pit
be
and we
able
have
to get.
the
It's really neat to see Leviathan have
lockdowns
these little
still.
changes and make these rounds work. There's just about everybody going high on that one. Just get the plant towards Nest side on the defense. So, a lot of ults here. 3 on the side of Leviathan, 2 for Cloud9. Guns all around once again. See, they slow down this A hit now. It's not as much control for that orb, just the cascade.
Poor Oxy so far has been guessing the whole half of trying to find somebody with
He's-
this op, sees nobody towards B.
They're just avoiding him.
Exactly, at least an early wall to just try to get him in position outside of rafters to look back towards the orb. First peek to come out. Does get the wall bang onto Tex. Reckoning comes out to be replied by Leviathan. Slow orbs by Zeppa just to slow things down. Nice shot!
Nice
By
shot,
Oxy.
yeah.
As Aspas is trying to find some verticality up on the top of Jenny. Zeppa gets traded out as he drops King. As the advantage continues for Cloud9. Locked down to prevent the plant from even coming through. And this will slow things down for a bit.
40 seconds left. Good anchor right now by Cloud9. Vanity still staying in position, expecting to get a party here. But if they can get a plant, there is Calm's ultimate. It would seem tough to use in this case, but never say never. Vanity's going to get the first peek here as the rotation is going to a 2-2 for DC9's defense.
This is a big gamble too. He's not trying to jump spot and delay with a snake bite. He's just trying to play a one and done and prevent the plant from happening. Orb comes up early. As Leviathan slowly scaling up for contact. The fight against Calm, and that's a spike down. 13 seconds left. Support out from Moose on the top B. And that's going to make things more difficult here for Mazzino, who does manage to get
Doesn't have time.
but no time in
It's
the end.
over.
C9 so far, they get the third round, but there have been some very, very tough rounds to win on their end.
becoming more cautious on how they're able to defend these rounds. Zeppa was even in a tight spot there as they started to hit A last round, but the slow they hit, keeping Aspas specifically off the verticality, as you saw a huge hit from Oxy. Bop! Goodbye. Things like that have just been tearing Cloud9's defense apart. They didn't let it happen this time, and it worked out so well that Vanity could stay, right? Cool, calm, collected in the comms. They didn't over-rotate. They lock it in for possibly an 8-4 here. Ops on both sides as we get one coming out from Aspas now. Early info. B long as the drone goes towards A. So Leviathan go back to a little bit more of his default.
He's gonna die.
One more.
Close.
Ooh.
And got between both players on the A side, but at least there's information there. And
There
that
was a
slow
res
down Leviathan
available.
for a bit too, because a pit has been dropped down on the B side as well. And Leviathan, well, with that, they're going to try to death ball towards middle. Orb to come up. Moose playing aggressively inside the tube. Will potentially spot first contact. Make that first 3 contact, and he gets mowed down.
And they are playing
defensive
very
position instantly
respectfully
gained by all
from
the C9 members.
against the
See
O.
back towards spawn, back towards boiler, outside screens, ready to get the retake on both sides. This could be a res as well once they clear it. Yep.
And I like it. Zeppa made sure he looked down towards bottom mid just in case. And with that res, Leviathan thinks there's less players now towards the A side, so they engage very quickly. Tempo up towards the A site. 3 players from C9 already waiting for them, but that's only
Nice
2
kill.
now left. As Zeppa gets dropped by Tex. All of the control on the right side of the site. A nice little pit to play the pulse plant long range now. Set down by King, but the sprays are coming. Vanity's trying to find a timing. Mazzino solo on HP. There is that tap, the swing on the end. He does get that win onto Mazzino. Oxy finally connects onto Calm, but the spike still has been planted. Viper's still up, so the pit's still up. King is holding all the way back towards jail. There's only 2 players left now though for C9, and that's Vanity and Rooney. And make that only.
And it's an
Rooney on the
9-3.
return in a C9 roster. On the top of the A tower. Trying to find at least something, being very quiet and silent. Forced to give his position away with the Vandal as he drops down. Tex waits for him. And Leviathan ends the half. 9-3.
Strong attack
Strong
side.
half for Leviathan, correcting any of the errors they saw where C9 was hitting them. They just kind of hit A and let that utility come out, right? We actually saw a rotation back into site.
That shot was
Cloud9
huge.
didn't have any idea what was going on in sight, and they're like, we got to get back quick. It's just the state of the game was not being read well, and I think Leviathan preyed on that the whole time, that they just had to know on this 9-3 first half.
At least in the beginning, sometimes they're able to get these first bloods for C9, but it always comes down to the second and third kills. That always comes in the side of Leviathan. But at least, let's toss it back to the desk for now to see what they think about it.
All right, so we start things off with a very hot, very aggressive Leviathan, and it feels as if, Bala, that this Lev team certainly, I guess, you know, they dotted their I's, they crossed their T's. It feels like this is a team that has a solid strategy here.
Yeah, I think this Icebox looked great at kickoff, and it looks great here again. They're doing a lot of very good things in terms of working the map. Their defaults are perfect against dealing with Oxy. He hasn't really been able to come online outside of a few specific kills, but I mean, moments like this, Aspas, this is the reason why we love him so much.
And you know what he couldn't do back in lock-in or kickoff, sorry, on the Reyna? He can't do that. He can't be updrafting with the knives, going crazy through the walls. I mean, he looked for a couple of those aggressive pushes in post.
I mean, his Reyna was really good in
those angles, and the other players of
kickoff,
Leviathan going forward in their post plants. That's really what I wanted to see.
I think they won the Reyna
with
game.
this Harbor comp. Leviathan
We watched it.
challenging C9
I remember.
forward in every single post.
Well, now we have a situation here. C9 coming into this 9-3, going into the half. What does C9 do to get themselves back into this? It does feel like when Oxy has those openings, he can have some impact. But right now, it feels like Leviathan just full control.
Yeah, and the defense obviously is going to be a lot different. You have this attack from Cloud9, a very typical one that we used to see all the time with the Sage. And I think this is one where you have to have more control of an approach going into this, whereas on defense, it kind of was multiple different ideas going all over the place, kind of playing pretty passive on the B side in general. Here, I think you're going to be able to see them play a little bit more coordinated, and it's forced. So I'm very interested to see how grouping as a pack with Oxy in the mix is actually going to enable him to get a little bit more value on this half.
The tough thing for C9 is going to be reading Lev. Lev are so flexible on their defensive side. I think it's better than their attack, or at least it was back on in kickoff. So they have a monumental task ahead of them.
That's right. It's going to be an uphill battle, 100% for Cloud9 to be able to pick up the Icebox win. Let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters.
Thank you, GB. And yeah, indeed, definitely an uphill battle for C9 to kick things off because, yes, there was some light at the end of the tunnel sometimes, but it definitely seems like it's crumbling here towards the end. And, you know, the last time Leviathan played this map, it was just Aspas waking up one day and saying, hey, can I play some Reyna? And then
oh no, they
sure,
lost.
popped off. This time they're just
No, they won.
Something more to
they
their
won
tradition
13-11 against 100
and
Thieves.
he's also still popping off, so you kind of need Oxy to wake up at the
And he
same
won,
time, right? 'Cause
and he was
you
like
mentioned it. If he's gonna be
25-14-9
on point and awake
at the end of the game.
Aspas has no chance.
His Reyna was good on
Oxy.
Icebox.
And C9, they're looking to work together to maybe activate Oxy this time around. 4 of them grouped together towards his B side. And Rooney trying to find the late info. He has a Sheriff once again. The Recon Dart went out early. So he has to use his body to try to find some pushes.
Neat little play here. They can set wall up at A. Cloud9 already have. They still have Zeppa's plant, giving them a little versatility on how they can fade 3 at A. So they got the numbers game for Cloud9. Once the wall's up and the plant's down, it's how they control the post plant that's going to be the question. These 2 Sheriffs still alive to just Aspas and some ghosts for Leviathan. But this is going to be pretty full util coming back in here for Leviathan as they hold it.
I like this too. Using your orb instead to try to gain space towards this B side, then the wall, so you could fight towards orange instead of doing the typical Viper wall conditioning towards this B site.
4 mollies for post plant. This seems unlosable if they just don't peek, right?
Yeah.
Right?
And they're set up and protected, right? It's going to be activated once the wall gets broken up and Zeppa gets contact. There's an orb on the defense. The high tide to come out, perfect for the pulse plant util. Aspas and Mazino, though, has something to say. But they still have the util so far for Cloud9. Orb comes out. There's the first deniability. Mazino pushing down with Tex. As they're coming through the high tide, nobody's tapping on the fight yet.
4th one.
And there's just too much util for C9, for both Moose and Vanity to win a 2 versus 4, and off the spike, it will be the Red Bull clutch.
Damn.
Nicely done. So much. 4 mollies. Yeah, how long can you delay was the question, and they delayed for quite a long time. A big pistol round necessary there for C9 to start off with the 9-3. So a little bit of pressure relief, but they gotta keep frying here as we watch again.
And that's the beauty too, right? The amount of util that's left, double walls coming up, it doesn't even matter. Yes, it'd be nice if maybe your first contact like Zeppa and Oxy could get one for their troubles or something like that, but if not, they had that last resort for C9. And the thing is, this was already shown at the pistol round on the attack. So the first round on the attack for C9, Leviathan has an idea here of how the attackers want to work this map on Icebox.
3 on A first time for Leviathan defense. 3 on B for round 2. Doesn't matter.
Nice little flip there too. Great way to gain that confidence. Tap and tap against the eco of Leviathan. Easy plan to come out. Same plan, except the wall is that conditioning wall on B.
Oxy opening up these rounds, whether or not they're pistols on the other side or not. Just starting to get that flow.
Yep.
Give them those kills. Get them online. It's going to be a slow retake here from Leviathan, mostly for the spike to go down and not give up any alt.
So he's going to take the pistol to try to get some kills.
You see that juggling around. Oxy's going to be one moving forward with the Sheriff to give him confidence in that, knowing that they have to play against nothing but HP. No shields, nothing. So they're trying to get the Blade Storm or at least the ult up ASAP of Zeppa. So those 2 are the ones running around and hunting. Tex just hiding down towards the bottom. And at least is able to take down Oxy. But in the end, this is a nice second round converted from the pistol round win by Cloud9.
On to weapons is the question. And what do they go for? This Oxy again going straight in with some nice hits there. Just a little bit of utility over the side too that he got to work with there. So Oxy not needing much in these instances. This slow-mo death. All right. Operator did. I was wondering if he would do it. Super naked off for Aspas. Didn't have anything else but really the purchase money to get and his dash.
That's true.
This is crazy. Leviathan putting the power in his hands. And he will get the protection from Mazino just off the bat. on A.
And that's probably the position as to why he's playing towards the A tower, because even if he activates the dash and tries to get away, but let's hold that thought to push out towards the bottom pipes, held by Tex and also by King. It doesn't even matter if Aspas has a glass cannon. The rest of Leviathan are holding their ground. Vanity snuck through though. He might get an opportunity to take down Calm. Will do so, and looks back towards the kitchen, knowing that he heard the rotate from at least one player, and that's Aspas. Mazino has to watch the window now. The Al drone will clear him. Will force him back and give a chance here for C9 to pick up the spike.
Oh, the jump peek. Very smart by Mazino. Identifies two because that was the drone, so they know both are near tube now. Big information gained there. And smart play, so they can just play super back. Everybody's flank is covered. And Mazino's making sure this operator can't be lost.
This is good. This gets shot instantly. They heard the sound, so they double swing out. That's a
He gets one.
But here's the op. Hello. Vanity falls, and Leviathan will get their gun round. But you know, they still lost 3 in the process. Not too bad for C9.
So they're like, oh, Aspas has an op. Great. 22 and 7. Exactly what we wanted to start facing after we got a pistol in the second round here. Because that bonus means big trouble on the defending side now. Great push through. The first few kills on this one made you wonder. You're like, oh, wait a minute. Nice shot like that. Nice shot from the eyes of Aspas.
Yeah, simply done.
Simply done. All right.
Now
Cascade push. Cascade push as well up onto this belt area every time. Dart broken. Aspas has freedom to fire from Jenny now.
Turret. Timmy's saved.
Expecting it. Well, that's a knee shot. Calls the crouch.
It's patience.
Get crept under it, no way. Oh, they get there. So now Aspas has to play this one pretty careful with that draft or the dodge up.
There was such an early drone though, so they don't get the information of 4 players in the site. Yet Oxy still gets the opener. Mazino trades it right back, and everybody else is blocked behind by a Viper wall and a Reckoning on top. And now the wall still forced to push back because of that Reckoning.
Oh,
he might get wasted here.
They're gonna rotate.
Absolute stall utility. And they just have to wait it out.
That's crazy. Insane to me that it's going to be the spike moving up towards the tower, knowing that the op is there to try to contest it. At least C9 is trying to fight back against it. Aspas, another kill with the operator. Looks back up, denied by Moose. Gives a chance now for the last 2 players of C9 to move inside the A site. Still Mazino in the back though. Another great anchor.
Huge.
30 seconds left.
There's that tap to flush him out. Mazino misses the shot, but King is on the other end. Top of the raptor, double swing in the
Good.
end.
Good plays by them.
2 rounds away of closing this first map.
Big
nice revenge and shit.
Seen him go up on 4-10, feeling comfortable to take those fights in the 1v1 and not back down. You thought it might be a few more. But it was just too much from Leviathan still to come through. Again, a hit on A. It just seems the util dump, then the stall. And Aspas gets a kill on a wall, but he also gets killed back. The walls are creating such weird angles for both teams. And picking up a few of these frags from as we get a quick pause.
But again, that was spike down, so you had to fall back, pick up the spike, try to work together.
Call. They're probably gonna talk about the Killjoy ultimate and how to play it.
Held the corner like he did, and then all he has to do is click, just like he did against Vanity a couple of rounds ago. So this now forces the last time.
My guess is that they are going back on A with it.
Put something together to start a comeback, because it's not looking good so far from
try to get the space with it and then
all right, we enter into round 17, 11.
Play with your mollies like the pistol.
In the lead. Oxy's going to be dropping now with Blade Storm. He drops Rooney and Vandal. They're trying to get a buy-in here to stave off that game point for Leviathan's pressure.
You got to play around those Blade Storm in that lockdown, right?
We're gonna have the Viper
your chance to turn it around. You have to use it right away. It'll give you an opportunity to keep the economy low against Leviathan.
With a no. Or maybe a fake A.
Against an op of Aspas.
They could be faking
a cycle of ults on Leviathan's defense should they win this round here for C9.
Yeah, the 1 kill gives you lockdown and a Blade Storm for Aspas and Tex. Well, 2 at that point to lock in both of theirs. Quick molly up.
Goodbye this time.
Very cool. Take out the turret. We've seen a few of those as well going towards kitchen and KO plays. Really interesting stuff people are coming up with.
But if you trade a turret for a kill, you're going to take it any day there for Tex. So Oxy already falls, and that's The Star Duel is down once again for C9.
Coming back.
Blade Storm, no go for this one. Still towards A. They can hit, but it's going to be tough. Zeppa gets a plant here. They can get res up, but it's so far away. You don't even know if it becomes an option. 1 minute left on the round, and Lev's happy to let him take the site with 4 for the full retake.
And you talked about that kill that could activate an important ult for Leviathan, and that's Tex. So they actually have a lockdown to retake against Moose's initiated lockdown on this A site. Leviathan comfortable of playing passively.
Do they have lineups? No, they're just gonna wait.
For C9 to get the plant down.
They have to play forward. C9 have to play forward at least for that lockdown initially to go off if they can pressure it.
And Mazzino's low. The swing
there
is beautiful by Vanity, but instantly traded
Good
out by
trade by
Mazzino.
Mazzino.
Here comes the cavalry. The rotate over from Aspas. Waited by Leviathan on the top of the heavens. Zeppa almost got a pick there, but once again too far. And on an island, cannot res any of his teammates, so he falls, but at least takes one down with him. Rooney trying to find his own timing. Here's a rotate coming out. The dome coming up as well. Swinging across, gets that pick, but again,
Aspas was reloading.
Aspas, beautifully done.
But they're gonna find everyone.
Are there for Leviathan as now they push to map point.
Cut off so many sections with these walls. Again, still having the high tide to come in and getting whatever angle they want, whatever fight they need to be sure about. Cutting down those options for C9 to get back in. 3 in a row there, that last one being a post plant. Leviathan doing a great job of either just stalling C9 or being able to get these retakes. Just the trades instantly behind each other.
Well, nice. Get up, Aspas. Nice.
Team is pumped up. King letting them know they got this one and can wrap up this map in one more round.
Revealing area.
Quick forward play. This has been the setup for C9. This 4-1, a little bit of a lurk here from Moose. Able to be on the right side of the map. And your power 4 here. Just going up B. They're going to meet a bot right away. But this stack from Leviathan really playing retake.
Who do you give the
up
up to?
Wouldn't be at B.
Sova.
Especially when they knew from the piss around what C9 does, right? Util on post plants. They'll just use a lockdown out of orange, and that denies all that util towards green. So stacking on the A
Still
side,
no rotation.
towards B makes sense right now. As
Nobody
C9 goes
looking
the
for a
plant now.
lurk, man.
It's been each time.
Like,
Here's
Lev is
coming
playing
through as they get out of the
super
Viper.
slow. No plan for the Viper or the Sova, no help for the Viper or the Sova. Like, I feel like C9 kinda checked out.
Under the tower, and Leviathan starts moving in. Oxy still gets the first pick to onto Tech, so that's locked down, denied. A second one through, dashing forward, trying to find a third. There is support from top and bottom. Does get the third before he falls by King. Advantage still for Cloud9. Blade Storm out for Aspas. The lurk from Moose with the Guardian, but traded out by Vanity at least. And this will be all that they wrote now for Leviathan. Aspas trying to fall back and save his operator, but C9 will get the round, and that's Vanity even chasing down the kill to put round number 6. They'll take the op for the attack as well to put it in the hands of Oxy.
Moose collecting that. Great job on the take. A bit of a struggle towards the end. Yeah, everybody going down in these battles as it seems. But Cloud9 not hesitating to get back in. Oxy swinging through with the 3K there. Exactly what they need from the young player. Almost back up to Blade Storm. 3 ults here for Cloud9. It's not going to be that 4 towards B, 1 towards A. Everyone stacked here, but it is going to be a stack for Leviathan at the other side now. C9 getting the reads they want. The retakes aren't working for Leviathan as much. This could be a bit of a comeback, but we'll see.
Right here.
If you get one, it'll be nice. They'll get one.
Yeah.
Almost a second one.
A.
But at least that makes it a little bit expensive. You definitely do see that you've wasted a lot, or had to use a lot of resources right now for Cloud9. That's a Hunter's Fury and a Res against a Thrifty from Leviathan.
So much. I mean, they save Lockdown and Reckoning just for another round, right? Round 7 of, or I'd say round 20. I'd say C9's round 7 win.
Unless Aspas pops off with the Guardian, but yes,
Zipper.
definitely at this point now, both of them falling down, so no ults available. There's the shots that came a little bit too late. Third kill comes through. It continues to be very expensive right now for Cloud9. Snakebite lineup with the orb. The tap on the spike keeps him at bay. And Vanity has to push forward now because he doesn't have any more orbs. Wall on a defense, the spray. Aspas gets the pick. It's halfway, and Rudy has to get the pick. Will get the headshot, and we'll be able to save it there for Cloud9.
Whoa.
The recognition is nice.
The gas going down right in time.
But that's a costly round for Cloud9.
Oh, you thought
They
it was safe,
invested
had it.
Sova's ultimate,
Zepa's
Zepa's res,
ultimates ready. This is what I meant. Like that round was so close on the retake.
and it was
This
an
one,
eco.
they are just going to overload
And they only have like
whatever
one
side
person
C9
alive
takes as
at
we
the end.
see Zepa holding it off with that shot from Rooney, able to Red Bull clutch that round.
Just imagine if Zepa didn't get the kills on the ones that were holding the ults on that retake. That would have been a different story there. So you had 2 hero plays coming out from both Zepa and from Rooney. Rooney coming back as if he's never left, right? Great shots on the Sheriff, great shots with the op.
Oh, the Jets reading each other.
The barrel of the gun a little bit too long, so Aspas was ready for that. Dash activated, looking for a second kill, and C9's not looking to trade it back. All 4 of them trying to move forward towards this B side. Aldrone even to clear towards the front, allowing even Aspas to pick up the op if he wants to. But instead, he'll cut rotates, pinning the rest of C9 towards this B side. Mizzino has to jiggle to find that info.
He's gonna ult.
And here's the Hunter's Fury coming out here now on the defense. Calm with the contact onto Rooney. That's one to fall. Reckoning even slowed down the push. Mizzino gets the perfect read. The wall comes down. The swing out from Zepa. Nice little flick.
And it's a lot of time gained.
Now for C9 to enter.
But nobody has rotated.
Remember these ults coming out on the defense.
Like, Lev's rotation in defense are way too slow.
So winning condition for C9. Try to take down Tex, and Aspas as well with the lurk. There's the ult first.
Just reaches the outside. They know what portion of the ult he's got to be in. It's really interesting and awkward now for Vanity.
Wait, Aspas is going to call it at least.
Yeah,
There's a snake bite into the pit. Aspas looks back. He'll get the first kill in, and now there you go. You have all that information coming through. The pit comes down. Moose is alone. He's going to get spotted for sure after the nanoswarm comes down. Nice little first shot, a second, but the fuse will still
it's
go
over.
through. And Leviathan will win the first map here on Icebox.
Really able to scatter Cloud9 for the most of this Icebox map, finding ways to route them, finding ways over and under the utility, if you will. They really, really put Aspas online here to do well. 31-9, like quietly, but not quietly. You know what I mean? Like absolutely wild stuff here from Leviathan to start off. And this is what people expected after that preparation time and with Cloud9 coming in.
Yeah, and at the same time, when you're looking at the other end too, Aspas 4 first bloods, but Tex also had 5, so it shows how much he was doing on not only lurk points, but also how he's anchoring sites. So very well done at this point. And with that, we'll have to see what's going to happen on that second map, though. Sunset is the map coming through here for Leviathan, and when you pick Icebox in, you kind of got one-shotted pretty much this point against Leviathan. It's definitely a tough hill to try to come back up.
Lev was hungry, man. They started on attack. I can't expect anything less.
Exactly. Well, with that, we'll go for a break, and when we come back, we'll see if C9 could push this into a third map, or will Leviathan close this on a 2-0.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring.
Okay. Second map, it's gonna be... No, it's not split. Last map is Ascent. What's the second map? Oh, it's Sunset. Yeah.
Smick standing here with Coach Gokid after an amazing map number 1 from Leviathan. Really quick for you, we noticed that there was a switch made before on Icebox. Icebox was on Reyna, and now we see him back on that Jet. And we see why. He had an amazing ace, but tell us about some of the reasoning as to why you made that change.
Honestly, we think both Reyna and Jet work really good, but it's nice to mix it up. Jet allows you to get a bit more operator, which obviously on Aspas is insane. So it was also him feeling it. We can play with both, and he was feeling like Jet, so we just went for Jet because it's a nice switch up and it works good.
He was feeling like Jet, and he got us that wonderful ace. Best of luck on map number 2.
Thank you.
So it seems like Aspas just goes out there and says, I think I want to play this one this time around. And they did just that. And then he drops a 30 bomb. That's crazy, bro.
I mean, I think that's pretty cool.
That's
to be
amazing.
honest. Because like one of the things that they're missing when they're playing like the Reyna, for example, is the ability to have that verticality and especially fighting aggressively over an A main, B main on defense. So I actually really like that read where they can get a little bit more flexible map to map.
I also love how differently you see him play sometimes depending on the role. I think he's really good at like taking the right fights depending on his agent. He's a top-level player no matter what he's playing. And giving a star like that flexibility is awesome.
Let's not act like switching from Reyna to Jet is some sort of revolutionary thing.
Yeah, last I heard it was a real crazy
VCT
pick.
He was farming though, and all of Leviathan was, to be honest. They right out the gate, they won that pistol, and since that moment, you kind of, other than the time they got ecoed, you kind of saw them working all sorts of corners of the map, and it was working really well.
100%. I think Tex had that big round. He was able to walk all the way up into A main. They played another round, leaving King inserted down by Jail. They also did a lot of mid work, not just with one player late in a round, but also 3 players walking into tube, clearing it out, freezing the round. And if you're C9, you're just wondering, like, where can they be creeping up once our Killjoy utility starts to fall down? Level really good at using time and sort of freezing and hiding information to make C9 worried.
Yeah, and the way that Aspas was playing around the harbor was really reminiscent of him on Loud, right? They did a great job, I think, of kind of setting comms darts in the right position around that harbor utility to set Aspas up to take some really good opening fights throughout this one. And it was the same deal on the retakes, for the most part, looking real clean in the second half. I think the synergy looking at really a higher level than what we saw in kickoff already.
Yeah, it's actually quite impressive. I mean, something that Rivington Vansili pointed out that I just want to give, shine a little bit more of a light on. Tex, only person with more first kills than Aspas in the server, right? So really showing his impact.
His lurks were going crazy.
Yeah, his lurks were nuts.
Honestly.
He was really putting in that work, and it does feel like this team is starting to gel together. But now as we take a look at the other side of the field, let's see what's going on with the coach of C9s. We have Smick standing by.
Smick sitting here with Coach Imi ahead of Sunset. Coach Imi, obviously, Cloud9 has made some roster changes with the addition of Moose and Rooney. How has practice been going with them, and what do you think it is that those two bring to the team?
Practice has been going great, to be honest. We're actually frying everyone. But I think when we got into here, we're just playing not to lose. But they've been great additions. They bring comms, which the other people didn't, and they're very proactive. it just didn't show in that first game.
Well, hopefully we're able to see some of that better on map number 2 for now. Thank you very much for taking the time and best of luck on Sunset.
Thank you. Coach Jimmy noted there the aggression that we were seeing from Leviathan, and it did genuinely feel like, guys, Paul, I mean, you noted it really early in the game, like, it just felt as if Leviathan did whatever they wanted. They got spike down, they just pushed forward. Even when it was a detriment to them, they still did it. It's very clear this team is trying to just aim for that style, that aggressive play style, because of the weapons they have.
We also, I mean, the Viper Harbor works in tandem with that
That's
idea
true.
in general, too. And I think the tools on the other side, Cloud9, don't allow them to really get a little bit more initiative. You saw so many times where Leviathan on attack was pushing forward into the B side. As soon as Cloud9 put that wall down, they're done. They can't go forward anymore. Like, they didn't have any chances to push forward. And I think that's because of the comp, to be honest.
I also think in the first half, we saw a lot of players from Cloud9 honestly taking risks. I think of the round that Moose is like sitting in tube and gets picked off from that direction. There's a lot of moments where solo anchors, individual players, get picked off by a Leviathan that was doing a great job of working the map there. And we have this debut from these 2 players, one returning, one new to this Tier 1 stage. And honestly, I felt pretty good about some of the stuff we saw from Moose.
I thought that, like, it was weird because I thought
of the moments where, you know, the shots
there were some whiffs in the first half.
But it's okay. We moved
It was
past that
definitely
part.
like I know Moose is a sick player, and then just every time he's the last one alive, it's like, oh no, he's just not going to be able to hit a
Also,
shot.
let's not
Like,
forget,
you're
this
gonna
is
be
his
able
first
to-
time playing in a VCT America stage, so it's also nerves kind of play a little bit of role into this as well.
I think the last big LAN he played was like the one match at LCQ 2021 before the LAN got canceled.
Throwback.
I remember that one.
And the thing too, Rooney, I mean, the stats didn't show like he had a great performance, but there was moments where he had that impact that you remember from last year's Cloud9 with the Sheriffs. Multiple rounds, he was still having that first,
Sheriff's still
that one
popping
kill
off.
when you just needed one person to get a gun, and then all of a sudden that catapults. That sort of thing is what Rooney brings, and he delivered a little bit, but not overall. I think both of them kind of had weak debuts.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like in general, that game was kind of inflated in the round count because a couple of goes because of winning that pistol round in the second half.
Yeah.
I think the scoreline makes it look way closer than it was. Like, that was a blowout for Leviathan. They were in control of that one throughout. They were dominating in all the rifle rounds, and a lot of these Cloud9 players just weren't hitting the same way that the squad was for Lev, especially when it came down to that synergy, right? Like, so many moments where Cloud9 is trying to flood onto a site together, just not setting up to trade each other out in the same way that Lev was.
Yeah, well, now we take a look and see where we're going to be going for Map 2 Sunset here. Of course, you know,
I wonder if
think
we're
that
gonna
there are
see
lot
a
of
neon
ideas. We've seen tons of ideas
on
implemented
Sunset.
in Madrid, right? Some great, some not so great.
He's back.
Dude,
He's lounging again.
We saw C9 implementing some ideas during kickoff. Like, they were playing double duels with Raze Yoru on this map. They weren't playing a Sentinel. Like,
memories.
It was wild.
I deleted that from my mind bank.
Yeah,
so
memories
thank
are
you.
bad
No, it's
memories.
back. They're horror nightmares, actually.
Yeah.
Like, getting against NRG was very frustrating to watch.
So we get that again here, right?
No, no, but like also I think it is a little bit to do with like the changes they've made, because are we putting Moose on smokes? No, I'd much rather see him on the Cypher, right? Like on his bread and butter, especially on a map like Sunset. I want to see him back on that.
Also, I wonder how much time they've actually had with Rooney and Moose, right, in the lineup. Like, is it Madrid when it started? Like, when did they actually make the changes? When were they actually able to start practice with these two guys? Because I think what we saw in Icebox was very comfortable type of choices, right? Kind of scared choices you might say, because it's
That's what Coach Jimmy said. Play to lose, not to win.
Yeah,
Well,
in the comp sense is what I'm kind of talking about.
I don't know.
That's
I
fair,
think that
fair.
comp is fine, right? I think it's a
so
tough match
outdated.
against the Harbor Viper, but
I think that
still
comp
think
is
it
still
can
good,
work
to be fair.
fine.
It's good, but also when you're talking about Cloud9, who was playing like Deadlock and sort of that stuff, and a team that's playing Yoru constantly, like.
I mean, I would
You're just saying that you like.
but I would not want those.
I'm not saying to go back towards that stuff, but like that's a team that wants to be creative, and then all of a sudden you're going to this.
It's like
I
the
think
team who
because
had
of
an
how-
identity was taking risks versus the team that's going to the old default
Yes,
stuff.
and this is way more comfortable, and so that kind of shows.
Which I am in favor when you're an underdog in a game, taking some risks with the comp, taking them to a different map, like trying new stuff. So I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, I mean, it's what do you have to lose, right? I mean, you know, worst case,
The game.
The game.
You lose,
Yep.
but I mean, if you're going into it as the underdog already as it is, and you're going up against a Leviathan team that a lot of people weren't giving you the time of day against.
But also, I think we're reacting to game one. I think all of our opinions was Lev is going to be the stronger team, but C9 have been saying they're owning everyone in scrim, so they're not coming in weak.
Look at the agent select. Leviathan is stealing the loud
Sky?
Going for
I was wondering who
the
was going to
Phoenix
do it.
Breach.
Well,
I really
this
don't
is the
like
weird
Sky.
thing. It's the loud comp, but there's no Viper, and I think that Viper really enables the no dive comp, right? The double flash as well, because you can chop the map into much smaller segments. You can fight through your walls much easier. The Cypher does not operate in nearly the same way.
What the Cypher does add is it lets you strong side really heavily towards that double initiator and have the Cypher to hold down on the other, also activate a couple more lurks. But you're absolutely right. That Viper, I think, makes it a lot harder to mid-round on the attack.
Aspas is gonna fry on Phoenix. I'm just saying, I ain't never seen this before, and he is gonna fry.
Yeah, we haven't even really covered that
yet. He just dropped a 30 bomb.
When's the last time you played an Asian besides Jetta right now? It's like, this is crazy.
We gonna learn today, Mimi. Let's see what ends up happening and get ready for map number 2. We're gonna send it back over to your casters, the tag team stylings, Vansili and Rivington.
Thank you again, GB and our friends at the desk. Indeed, I kind of agree with Paula. I think Aspas is just gonna fry on Phoenix, and maybe one of those days, like remember when they won that map where it's like on Ice Box, like, I'm just gonna play Reyna today. Maybe today just woke up and said, I'm just gonna play some Phoenix today and see how that's gonna pan out. And I think it's gonna pan out quite great.
We'll have to see. I mean, if it happens any way like the last game went, Oxy fuels fire, Aspas goes off. I mean, this could just be an absolute explosion here for the Phoenix, for Leviathan.
Great puns. I love
as strong. Hey, we gotta get a few in there throughout the season, okay? Okay. The giant Radianite hole blown through here is both Worlds of Omega and Alpha.
But they do bring a good note on the desk here. There's no Viper coming out from this composition either from Leviathan. So you'll try to see now as they start on the attack for Leviathan if there's going to be a little bit more of a death fall. If Texas is just going to be watching flanks, or if it's going to be King just trying to use the lurks here. But we'll look at the lurks later. We have first contact at middle from Tiles. And the first one to answer is once again Leviathan. And Oxy falls at the beginning, watching it from the market.
First kill going to Mazzino. We'll see how this breach utility comes through. So effective from different positions on Sunset and the ways that you can actually get your team into a site. Looks like they're all going to hunker down and get to this elbow area, though, as mid is being controlled very hard. None of the Cypher util's up, so Lev has to go forward or full re-clear behind themselves. This is going to be a weird pinch if they're not ready. Oh, they're ready now.
Yep, especially after that jiggle from Calm. That's 3 coming back. A high flash, a paranoia, doesn't hit Calm. So
they miss everything.
Here. 1 versus 1 to jump across. Zeppa wins that fight. Meanwhile, though, the plant did go down for Leviathan inside A. A flash towards the left corner. Aspas going for the curveball, seeing 3, connecting on to a bit of damage. And Mazzino's trying to answer back, but the flash does not blind the opponents as they fall back.
He has a
the
lot
heal
of value
out on the
here.
defensive side for C9 as we have players full HP trying to retake.
Just pushing forward. Lev get a few quick kills. Vanity to peek.
Lev was winning the whole time. Head-to-head against Vanity.
Yeah.
As Mazzino still holds that sight down. Traded out by Rooney. A tap on that spike and a tap of his stick. And that corner towards Dice has never been cleared. King gets the easy pick. Vanity trying to make some noise just to bait him out. And it's King to jump instead. On to Vanity as Leviathan get
and another pistol. I mean, the second pistol was lost by Lev, but they killed everybody. They only lose because of the utility, the fucking Killjoy Viper moves.
Good hold on sight. They're looking towards spawn for that.
So just on like pure aim, that's like the third pistol they win.
They win. Spectres and the Ghosts. So a bit of a mid-round push. C9 trying to get moving right away on that first round as they stack 4 towards A here with a Cam and B main. I wonder if Aspas goes for all the orb focus. Mazzino's got a few on the kills, but we see Oxy grabbing him up on one side, and I figure Phoenix would be the one to do it on the other.
Perfectly done here for C9. At least you're on an eco and you're trying to get that ult up, rather, the showstopper ACP onto Oxy. Even when you're looking at the roster for C9 for this map, it kind of makes sense. The roles that they're currently playing, all very strong in that specific role. Yeah. So there is a chance. We haven't seen too much of C9 since really the offseason at this point. He tried some Yoru and stuff like that on this map. This is a fairly confident lineup that he can have here for Cloud9 on this Sunset map. And that said, though, a contact text gets spotted here, but Oxy is just trying to bait out some shots, trying to see if there's more than one person out of that. And after that camera that gets broken, you're starting to see the smoke come out immediately towards the B side to hold that push.
Really facilitating that text work, but you still have the initiators ready to hit B. All the util floods in. They should be getting a front site plant here.
C9 had a perfect read after that 1v1 on the A side. 4 players through.
Holy.
With a snake bite. There's finally a trade coming out from Cloud9. 2 of them fall though on the defensive side. As Zeppa is trying to find a timing, looks into the wrong corner. Calm picks up the easy kill. This will be GG for the round. Oxy low HP at 13. Underhand throw. And doesn't want to give an orb away to his opponents. I'll take that any day. Smart play.
And like if somebody's coming up, chip armor, trying to do a little best of both worlds, but going down in the end. You can only do so much in there, and you don't want to give the ult orb.
Min-maxing his demise.
Exactly. Exactly. At every point in time that you can. All right, Leviathan. Interesting to see. We saw Mazzino and Tex on the one side. They put the fault line into the lurk to try and sell that lurk that much more. So it's not just Tex on his own, throwing cams, trying to bait somebody out. They're actually putting quite a bit into these fakes so far, even on that low buy for C9. But now to the bonus. I expect to see those full protocols coming out on each one. They do not let that B main control go. You see that Lev last round actually had to clear the spot behind them in B main, right behind that wall. And Aspas will start to focus the orb. That was a question for us. How often will they get that run it back? Breaking wall. Just getting C9 a little antsy here, as it's still pretty much a default for Leviathan.
Yeah, and Tex on the other side of the map once again was trying to contain the A side, as Oxy's the one trying to push forward with Zeppa. Themselves trying to control space on the A side, try to control orb if they can. He was ready to pounce. That dog was ready to pounce there, but Zeppa just staring through the eyes of that dog. The lurk here from Tex, but there's that rotate across. Nice fault line out from Tiles, and Oxy managed to escape.
Really nice escape, expecting that too. It kind of thwarts the fact that they want to play off the fault line. Oxy can still get the info, and now they play safe. But is it enough? Can the team rotate quick enough? Leviathan paused for a moment to get the util out, and it might be just enough time for Cloud9.
Yeah. There was a one-way being thrown there towards that left side. A smoke in the end when they got the flash contact and elbow. But this gives an opportunity for Leviathan to just flood. Look at all that util. Uh-oh. Flashes galore in all angles as Kong gets first blood onto Rooney. Another flash coming through. Oxy's fully blinded, trying to stay alive. Nice little headshot though onto Mazzino as the spike falls. There's 13 seconds left on the clock. A second kill coming through. 8 shells on the ground as the ult came out from Aspas. A 3 versus 1, 6 seconds left, trying to stay alive as he gets that pick, but there will not be enough time. Running through the protocols, Boost and Vanity fall back to save the weapons and also win the round on time here for Cloud9.
Oxy doing the dance inside sight. I gotta see it again. What was that separation between Lev out the smoke? It was somebody ran spawn, and then Oxy had time to just dance around the box, get back in position, and get the safety here. The dog just grilling.
Well, you saw that util that came out, though, towards that A site, right? They had the paranoia and an aftershock. So for them, for Leviathan, they thought that it was fully cleared.
True, true.
And Oxy, all he did was dance around the left side. He had no pressure on the left side because of these one-ways that were being thrown by Vanity in. Wow. That was probably the perfect thing to allow Oxy to get these kills in. That kid keeps smiling.
Great defense. B main control instantly again for Leviathan.
And that's one thing here that C9 will have to start identifying, but we'll hold that thought for a bit. There's an early curveball, and now the orb's being taken by Mazzino. Yeah. So they are trying to cycle objectives with this orb, but that's the name of the game right now for Leviathan. C9, they have to try to fight, but they're fighting mid instead.
Pushing out very aggressively.
Yeah, they'll get one for that, so we'll take it.
Moving back around. So they know Lev is playing the orb game. That's something that Rooney can hear inside B. It's something that's going to happen. You see Rooney throwing the Viper or the Snake Bite out every so often, just trying to do a bit of damage, get some armor off, and chip him away. And this mid to market play could be huge.
Only good for that one kill, unfortunately, though, as they had the players to at least try to set up some sort of crossfire for Cloud9. Advantage still for Leviathan as the hot hands gets thrown at the staircase. Zeppa runs through for a bit. Here's the spike going down. And he's hoping to get one. The Blaze wall up, finally gets the pick there onto Aspas, but doesn't know that there is this player right here that lurked through. Zeppa tried to clear it. There's no util left to try to get information for Cloud9. So it has to come down to the swings and the trades, and it continues to be perfect here for Leviathan.
They were thinking it was cut close to the corner. With the time that you saw the swing off that paranoia, they were expecting somebody to be tight left, not just standing right in the middle there with another off angle. So nicely played. Good defense on the site there by Lev to throw off the angles of the crosshair for C9. And the mid fight, super aggressive. You see C9, like you said, wanting to get their hands dirty right away, wanting to find out what Lev is doing.
Yeah, because we talked about maybe trying to control B main, but at this point, if they want to fight back towards middle, they'll give the orbs anytime they want. Getting control of mid will not
Now
allow
starting
any
to
lurkers
stack
happen on a
B.
split towards B. And maybe potentially with the comp that they could have a better retake here towards the B site in the end. Now looking for a timing to contest towards the B site with a tap on an orb, but there's nobody from Leviathan there. Calm with the spray as soon as the wall came up, gets contact on one. Here comes the swing for the rest, and he'll get two at least, and it's going to be King's turn.
He's going to save the weapon.
Exactly.
Going to make sure they don't get it. There's the step he needs.
Yeah, that's too obvious at this point.
Easy stop there, slow play towards A. Lev continue to set up this default too, where you see King is mid, the fault line's ready from tiles from Mazzino. This plant will actually give Mazzino ult, so they can start to think about future rounds on this, and all they have to do is hold off Cloud9. C9 here, pick up a few of these weapons that may have fallen. You even see Oxy's like, is they still protecting this? Not just yet. So Showstopper and Seekers for next round too, so C9 aren't too far back here from being able to even up this game with the power they're bringing into the next few rounds.
Yeah, and they don't mind playing a little bit more forward at this point as well, so
yeah,
Oxy could actually help out to maybe go for any type of trades if Zeppa gets contact now towards A. They're not really trying to play the retake, because again, you don't want to give these orbs away to Aspas. He's already one away from the run it back as he's moving forward with the rest of his teams, trying to find these players that are trying to die to Spike potentially.
I was thinking, does Aspas go hunting? But it looks like Mazzino has to, or Mazzino or Tex have to buy for somebody next round. So, Calm that is. So Spike goes off, kills go down. We expect to see Zeppa go in there, and Oxy's gonna hold that ultimate, hold the weapon for next round. 4-1 now. So Levs like to get mid control, take a little bit of that. 2 rounds ago, we saw C9 trying to stick their foot in that door. It didn't work too well. They did get the trade-off, but they're losing one. So if they can just get control of that mid and then hold it, maybe from market or at least top mid, I think they stop a lot of what Leviathan wants. Maybe even tiles control would mix up a lot of how they start their strategy. And towards A again to start, though, with a lurk from King. Insta-util.
Off a flash combo just to see if there's aggression out of Cloud9 towards the elbow, but there's nobody yet. Leviathan are still trying to group together to support towards middle. Oxy set up really for a camera showstopper, but it gets instantly broken, this camera. So he might not be able to set this early trap play. Seems like it's being read though. Tex is ready.
Yeah.
Trying to find a dog too, and as they only see the lurk coming out from Tex, they don't think that there's more players behind, so C9 will opt to save their showstopper for now.
Yeah, I think C9's done a great job of kind of reading overall how Lev starts the rounds. We saw the fault line from Mazzino almost go straight up pawn shop towards the dumpster this time. That's been the blast pack escape for Oxy. So instead of from tiles, they went to change it up towards pawn. Now they don't need to, it becomes a contact play. But C9 giving Lev a hard time on these starting setups now.
Yeah. They walled up, double swung, saw nobody, so you pop the ult right away. You get information and it's towards the A side. Showstopper gets 2, but one of them was to run it back, so Aspas stays alive.
30 seconds left.
And as we rotate back towards the B side, it's open, and King is the one moving forward. And trying to find a timing against Vanity, trying to rotate back, but Vanity instead is just trying to hold the main key choke points to allow his teammates to rotate over with 16 seconds left on the clock.
It's gonna get
he
found.
peeks a little bit too much, though. It's going to give a chance for the plant to come through.
They didn't realize how far Leviathan actually got into B. They were ready and waiting, so it tells you.
Nates, time. Sticking it right now. Oxy's pushing forward. Lunar gets the pick as well. C9 found the timing with the util to get these kills.
Oh, what a stop. What a nade. Oxy still has that late into the round. Changing from that short, or from the pawn shop play to mid. Oxy never really saw too much play with who they were playing. I think it was Zeppa maybe up there too. And yeah, this shot.
Beautifully done by Rooney there. Swaying towards the enemy. You saw it. They still had the snake bite available.
That's
the attempt to try to get the plant in that corner first, then the paint shells because of that showstopper. That was very nice thinking on the toes here for Cloud9.
That was the tempo increase from what we've seen on the C9 retakes, especially after losing Vanity there. Ultimate comes right away from Calm.
And he found Moose.
And that's all the util down on this B site. And that forces now Rooney to play an off angle at the entrance of the B site, and there's that lurk on market. B site now open, and this time they'll get the plant. But that's the thing you mentioned, right? The change of tempo that you saw in the attack for
and there is
for
a
the
possible
retake
late
for C9.
lock
That's
by
the thing that Imi
text
was
too.
talking about during that halftime interview, that during these scrims, they're playing that way, so they want to see that a little bit more now.
They're just gonna
up
say
one in
you.
the game.
Yeah.
So there's a taste of it. But now you want to make sure here that it continues on as the rounds in the map continues here on Sunset.
So just the dwindle down of this timer. Leviathan doing a great job. I was going to say last round, as we saw, taking late B, but having A pressure of keeping this default in a way that's causing Cloud9 to basically guess everything, where they might peak, what the timing might be, and what the state of the game is. As they find these kills towards elbow, maybe?
Yeah, there's a flash. He's down. Zeppa stuck in the elbow. Stays alive.
All right. Rooney might, I mean, you can't really ult right away towards A. They just encroach on that. Can you ult towards B to start off? It's kind of hard to get that in a good position unless you're just denying something, as C9 call a timeout here. So it is going to be a bit of a lower buy for C9 as they come out of this. And they're going to have to come out with something, as this looks like it could be a runaway with the amount of money that Leviathan has, with the amount of ults that are going to come up. So what do? The mid pressure has actually gotten Cloud9 a favorable trade. And each time they do it, Tiles control has been Leviathan's all the time. So something in mid may be the answer to at least separate the power that Leviathan feels like they have in this default setup.
And it's tough. You're mentioning here Rooney's ult. Can he use it early somewhere? I mean, towards that B side, it's going to be a tough one.
They just come around market if you use it main.
Exactly.
Otherwise, the same, vice versa.
And you have to make sure that it reaches far enough to even deny the orb, but they have such good util on the other end for Leviathan to just counter that right away. So maybe trying to get that pick and tempo towards the middle would be potentially the play if they want to up the tempo that Imi wants right now out of C9.
All right. Let us see.
Towards A, at least to start where Rooney's position is. For Leviathan, it's like a nice little slow default. Spikes down towards the spawn. One watching the flanks, watching the pushes. It's going to be text towards this A side.
Spikes grabbed. Looks like they may play a little bit of a fake if you're going to put the Phoenix over there or not. Okay, he goes Tiles. So like Phoenix and the Cypher may try to sell something towards A. But no, Tiles control again is Tex is met with that one way. We'll see what Aspas can control. So they actually just go for control over the orb of A. Very nicely done. I mean, it's a set, but now if they go through mid around to A, this could make things sketchy here for Cloud9's defense.
Vanity was trying to play on the top of News. Might call it 10 spot from now on, but couldn't get that kill on the top of mid, forced to fall back in. That was the other important anchor piece on the top of middle. Zeppa got smoked out, was trying to find information, and then he got picked in the end. So an early advantage for Leviathan. And actually, it dwindles down the defense that you currently have here from C9, because one has to be planted towards the A side. So it gives a lot of room for Leviathan to work middle and anywhere they want from there.
They have such good protocols out of this. Normally, you could almost say to yourself, all right, let them have mid. What are they going to do from there? But how explosive they become off of Mazzino's utility. Haspas running forward. It seems almost unstoppable. They find Calm, though, to start it off.
With the first small mistake out from Leviathan to start, jump peeking with the recon dart, but it gives information.
Oh, that paranoia is huge.
Or towards B. Beautiful paranoia. An assist to allow Oxy to get the kill onto Aspas. Vanity playing the off angle right in that tight cubby.
They did.
Ends up being a beautiful crossfire in the end.
Let them have mid. C9 back up. They make sure they just don't come through the Omen smoke at the top of stairs in mid. And Rooney just has to call if he hears anything. Great play to hunker down on that B site to make sure Leviathan could not get the market play. Now what can they do that they don't have an ult that kind of directs where we're seeing them go? That is the question. Cloud9
enemy remaining.
Still looking at a few ultimates, but those are going to be in the play, in the protocol with Omen, with Vanity on his ult and Moose.
And you saw with those picks though, right? They didn't really take too much control of top middle here for Leviathan. No. And the game plan from them so far in these 9 rounds is, or 8 rounds rather, that we just saw, they haven't really been pushing up middle to pinch from behind. is just really default 3-2 from this B site, or just pound towards the elbow towards A. But this is slowly being read by C9 as they have 3 players here to get ready for that push.
They look angry. It looks like they want to swing this. The first bit of noise, they hold it for a moment. That Noya in Vanity's hands is almost the light on the fuse. And they're going to back off just for now. They have control of the orb, though, and they've pushed up, which is really good for A's knowledge of what's going to happen.
Especially after the Aldron saw Oxy here, that's going to tempo up the push from Leviathan towards his A side. But Moose has trap kills all across the board here. If he gets smoked out towards spawn, you can just hopefully get a tag or some kills. Nice little flash at the same time. If you're going to try to run through, you could get tripped over. As Leviathan is looking to exit or enter towards the A side. Nice little win by Tex.
Oh, wow.
Even a second one thrown out the hat, and that's
huge
the remaining
job.
3 players potentially here having no choice but to save. Yeah. Especially now that Aspas is pushing forward with the run it back, keeping them at bay. And look at Com, already lurking out towards the market, Petcher from behind.
Of course he is. The perfect lurk, too. Nobody, he's just getting the back of every player.
Hello? Just holds it out, the spray, forcing him towards Com. Unfortunately, can get a second one, but you definitely do see the rest of Leviathan hunting down C9 towards the market. Now, thankfully, Rooney's still alive, so he can put the wall up.
Yeah.
Decay onto Tex, gets the pick. We might do Iron Man at this point. King's close by, but you definitely see the last players. They don't have too much money to work with here, so the last 3 will not hunt down anymore. But at the end of the day, the round is still in favor of Leviathan.
We look at that round, and I think it becomes a round where C9 is happy to allow mid open, and they play control over a site. Here, they give up too much space and it bites them. Like, Tex walks right into the site. It's all contact play, and Leviathan just take the shots that they need. So a little too much space being given in one round. They control it good and find the middle ground, lock down Leviathan, and don't give them as much. Again, Tiles has just been home ground for Lev. Once they get mid, they listen to the map. They start to read it. See if they try to go for that once again here as we're back to a bit of the early rounds. And that's a miss. So close to the hand there of Aspas.
Yeah. And it was off of camera to bait it out, but at least able to rotate back towards the market. That's Tiles down. So you talked about this Tiles control. They found it, but somebody still made it through. It's King just waiting to see if it could catch rotates, and it's shot deep so that he could actually swing through. Perfect timing to come across head-to-head against another smoker, and that's Vanity to fall. Flash on the front of the A side, beautifully done.
They're gonna get the spike.
Just to answer right back, and that spike now in their control. Flank from behind, a 1-for-1. Com is now alone. An opportunity to win a 1v1 right here, and he'll get it against Rooney. Spike now picked up. Recon dart available.
Windows.
He's just going to use all the time in his favor to add a little bit more. Wasting out or forcing out the neural theft. The ping across, the spike plant down, the sprays attempt, the off-angle position now by Com. The double swing in the end, but it's C9 winning it.
I believe that.
Now we're making it a closer game finally for Cloud9.
Yeah, good control there. Rooney with some pivotal kills over towards that A area of Altor. And the rest of the team playing together to get it back. Being able to pick apart Leviathan in mid is definitely what C9 can focus right now. Yeah, you want to play defense. The name of the game is they're forced to walk into the site, play hard angles, but I feel like if Lev's going to give you this many fights in mid, there's a way to get that trade. There's a way to play it, so they're going to go down. And there was Oxy's operator. They don't have it again. It's going to be in Vanity's hands now as they start to switch it up. So not even the positioning, but the player. We'll see how they one way here, Vanity, and then I think he'll go towards mid as they try to shut down on this pressure Lev can create from that part of the map.
Cool. So they call the wall down, and there's
nice shot.
Little revenge there, huh, Vance? King goes down from the push last round to Vanity's hands now. They're going to be able to re-grab a gun, get that stinger out of their hands, but still have mid control. Something they prioritize.
And right now, since they lost a smoker for Leviathan and you're playing single controller, you're going to have to start using your Cypher and Phoenix together potentially to block vision as you're moving through. So you're eliminating the fact that you could lurk around. But as I say that, it's Com trying to sell a fake towards this A side with the Aldron as Rooney's waiting. The walk contact play back into market. It's traded out. Showstopper out. And it gets
nice stop
by Aspas. There's
They
that
still
blaze
have to
all the
kill
way
the
back towards
Cypher.
Tom. Big
Good
flash
flash.
putting Moose away. Zeppa running through. There's that cage, and he's burning down from the hot hand. Second flash blinding Moose once again. And as they're playing back and forth with utility for C9, they can't capitalize on a kill.
They're just trying to get out of MOBA.
Exactly. And it gives enough chance here, enough time for Khan to meet up with his two teammates to try to isolate this B site.
What?
Nice shot by Zeppa.
Spike down B.
As now the paranoid comes through.
It's
now
on
committed
us, boss.
towards this B site. It's up to Moose to wait. 18 seconds left with the first tap. Khan playing the off angle, up moving forward with a jump spot.
Oh, that's a huge game.
All around the silhouette of Zeppa.
That was crazy.
And you definitely do see once again with time, no matter what, it was going to be C9's round, and they're one round away of tying up the game, and this is definitely a different story than that first map on Icebox.
Yes, it is. C9. Even the trades we saw a few rounds ago, I think it was Rooney and Zeppa who had pushed up towards A, or awesome shot by Vanity. The swings they were doing off each other looked much more coordinated, just tethered to each other, able to anchor the shots. They were missing a lot of that in the first game here. And looks like they have ironed a bit of that.
I feel like
out.
Tex is
Operator
playing a
still
bit
here,
like
gonna be
too
in the
naive
mix for the final round of the
sometimes.
First half on Sunset. And to note as well, I mean, we're in the first half, but Leviathan's first
At least in the
play
last few
on
rounds.
Sunset as well. So we're seeing their first go with Aspas here on Phoenix, the rest of the squad, as they formulate their attack side. Still tiles control. They go back to this default, play across. Without even anybody ready, it seems like they're just kind of set up protocols to make them think twice. Rooney
with three,
Oh, yeah.
easily done.
6-6.
You saw on the other end, they were trying to control middle, and then at least try to move up towards the A side with a fault line. Instead, it's a 100 sphere to try to create space for Tex. Crossing over, gets dropped.
Spike down
As this is a
A.
great chance for C9 to get a flawless. Bring that confidence and carry it over towards that second half. Com is going to use, once again, all the time in the world to make C9 antsy and hopefully punish some mistakes. But C9, you definitely see it. A pit on that spike, and they're just going to hold it.
They're like 38 seconds. What do you got? And it's going to be the op from Vanity. They bring it up to a 6-6 first half. And it was interesting. Oxy with the op, Vanity with the op, switching around how to figure out where Lev was going and understanding that mid was a lot of that starting priority. A lot of C9's focus in the beginning was for that B main control. They expected Aspas to want to hover orb and just eat it up and ult after ult. But that wasn't the play, and it took a little bit for C9 to figure it out. But they did, and Rooney back in action is feeling it.
Yeah, all they had to do there is continue their own protocols and their own game to hold that, and they were able to make this to a 6-6. But at least until we start the second half, let's toss it down to Smix and the belated birthday man, Papa Com.
Thank you very much, Vanzilli. Papa Com, it is always such a pleasure to be able to speak with you. I know the last time I had a chance to have a chat, it was very clear you were very, very nervous. You were absorbing all of the energy of what was coming off of the stage. Now that you've done this, many times, you've seen your son on stage lift a trophy, become a world champion. Has it gotten a little bit easier?
I think so. Him winning the world champion, him being a world champion, it's kind of like, he's accomplished at the top level. So anything after this is gravy.
It's bonus,
What was that moment like for you? Because obviously for the EG fans and all the personal fans of Com, it was amazing to witness, but I have to imagine it's different as father to see your son go on this journey from start to scratch.
It was surreal. I mean, the arena was surreal, the crowd was surreal, the Cinderella story was surreal. I mean, it's been an amazing experience.
Indeed, and now obviously he's on a new team. Talk to us. Does he like to deliberate some of these decisions that he makes, or does he talk to you afterwards? What is that relationship like?
Yeah, he always comes to me for strats. No, I mean he's accomplished so much. He's bringing so much intangibles to a team. He did it in a crew. He did it in EG. Now I'm hoping he does it with Leviathan. He's both someone that brings a team together as well as inject a lot of good ideas. So he builds a team up.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Papa Com, as always, for taking the time. We'll see how this map goes as we throw it back to our casters, Vanzilli and Rivington.
Thank you so much, Smix. And indeed, I mean, I'd probably take some advice here from Papa.com. He's tearing up the Team Deathmatch servers all the time, and I see him tweet about it. And you know what? Another thing, I wish I'd looked as good for 25 years old there. Happy belated birthday there, Papa.com. That said, 6-6. C9 able to fight back now in Leviathan, as we saw that they were working a little bit towards this side and went towards a different game of mid, and C9 was able to read that quite well. It's now time for Leviathan to play the defense. They started things off with some information gathering. We saw the Skybird being thrown early by Zeppa that finds no contact towards middle. And C9's looking to get the punish into market. A little bit of love taps there onto Mazzino, forced to fall back now at the staircase, and instantly 2 players going to meet up with him.
You just see him creep into market here all slyly, ready for the protocol. They're setting up for a market play. They may get backstabbed here if anybody, or if everybody starts to run through. Cypher Util is at A, and I think that's been slowly identified here. Good lurk coming in from Moose. They may actually revert on this if he gets far enough up.
Right now, C9's just waiting for the smoke to dissipate, right? They pinged out towards the left side at the orb. They pinged out towards the map. They want to make sure that they clear all of that. But all of this time wasted to clear this area. You see the position from Leviathan already ready to set up these crossfire fault lines to even delay them.
Bye-bye.
But this is it. This is the big one right here. Moose walking in. And he's going to be able to escape at least a trap coming through. Head-to-head now against Tex.
He knows Tex is back, but he doesn't know where the trips are. Doesn't want to get himself caught. Oh, no. Moose takes it upon himself to go in. It's exactly what you want to see from a new player.
Nice flash.
Feeling confident to make it happen. The plant's going to go down, and all this power from that pawn shop side could come through from C9 on this post plant.
Hot hands, paranoia, shock darts doing a lot of damage here on to C9, but Oxy still gets a pick. Another flash out through the smoke. Oxy gets a second one. Ping shells out. Vanity holding the site as players of Leviathan are falling down. One more left to go. It becomes a
finally a good pistol, a convincing pistol for C9.
The mid play, they find out where the breach is. They actually go towards the Cypher Util in the end, but know that dealing with that Cypher, dealing what might be set up after they start to go towards market, really nicely pull Leviathan over. And then this lurk from Moose, as big as he is, can squeak into these tight spots, figure out where C9 need to go partially through the round. Huge stuff. And then Oxy, just classic Oxy, if you will. Nice nade to come out as well.
We're seeing it too from the composition and firsthand that there is a lot of util flood for Leviathan towards the A side. A lot of it missed at that point, so C9 were in great positions to avoid the radius of the damage that was implemented against them. And off this round, C9 staying as a group. Not even controlling the orb, they just want to death ball into the A site.
Yeah.
They know it's clear.
They have to stay together. I mean, you drop one, a Vandal or a Phantom, you got to pick it up right away.
It'd be crazy if they got both and call that a Vandal.
A Vandal. I mean, that's what they have. It's a Vandal buy, second round. All right. They shouldn't take or suffer too much damage. Even through the one-way, a quick shot for Moose to collect one for himself. And this is going to be a spike death for Leviathan if they can help it. It's going to be hunting.
Exactly.
We'll Oxy going forward, says with this ghost, I will push.
And then I will also fall, but at least get an orb for my troubles, right? Still becomes a round for Cloud9.
Clean. It's exactly how they got to start off the second half. They actually got pistol to start off Icebox too on second half, so that has been coming in well for them. Still have a bit of that eco prowess that we saw before with the Sheriffs. So that C9 is still in there. Well, it seems like they're starting to scratch the surface to bring a little bit of it back out here. Vanity and Rooney able to get the calls that are really working against Leviathan's early rounds. But is it going to work for the bonus? That's the question. The rotations won't come as quick, and Leviathan is going to anchor these sites a little harder. We will see Mazzino living in that market area for quite some time to be able to affect both sides of the map. And we'll see how much C9 favors or just conditions towards A in these next few rounds. No mid control right now for the team. Those pings look like it's Ascendant.
Satchel out as well. Flash on the other end, getting the timing towards the one-way. Breda Knight into the shrouded step on the top. King couldn't capitalize on the kill. Oxy's actually still quite healthy.
Yeah.
As they get the paint shells to push him back, and that will allow C9 to get the plant.
Heal comes in from Zeppa. They're back to topped off, just no armor from that chip. The 5v5 retake here to happen.
But Zeppa used a lot of that timing of the dog only to spot that one player, so he doesn't really know how many players will be flooding out towards the A lane. But you can definitely see it from Leviathan. A fault line ready to cross the map. The Owl drone towards the front. Cages and smokes to try to slow them down. Aftershock, Zeppa avoids it, stays inside the Viper Orb. As King is now going, he finally moved inside the site, gets that first headshot onto Zeppa. Beautiful flash being done. That's a second one to fall for C9 on the pulse plant. But there is utility on that spike to delay that defuse out of Leviathan. And all that time that it took for Leviathan
that's
to
a bonus
to
for C9.
It's Icebox all over again with the pulse plant utility.
Omens go down to the explosion. Good gun saves though for C9. Good damage from
Good bonus.
Leviathan. Good bonus, right. Getting a lot of that in. All right. Lev, as we watch here this replay, having the Phoenix and the Breach to come in with so many flashes, but it just didn't clear enough ground. Only that early part of the site, and C9 were still ready to defend a lot from the A main alt orb position. Doing an interesting job of not really trying to anchor too much in the site, leaving a few, but really hovering back around Rooney and back around where the flank would come from and being able to dump utility in that way. So Lev calls a timeout. Gonna get themselves situated here to see how next round may be able to play out. Alt orbs not really in their favor as they're quite a few points away still. So C9 can really start to run away with a few rounds and make this hurt.
Especially if you're able to avoid the utilities that's being thrown for the attempt of the retake towards A every single time. And also now realizing that C9 has pulse plant util lineups out from that Viper towards elbow, towards a ramp. So the control right now, will it be trying to work towards that middle? Will we want to try to get flankers now from Leviathan just to make sure here that C9 can't set up outside of the A site?
And for those rounds, last round, you know, they call upon Oxy. Blast forward by himself towards Dumpster, pushing forward through the one-way. Doesn't get hit because King doesn't expect that on that step up already. And they start to flood the site. Little ways that C9's trying to up the tempo to get through the defenses of Leviathan here. Yeah. So back to a default setup, more so that Cypher at B for Leviathan, a little bit of B main control, and now Breach over towards A.
Yeah, they went for the recon dart now from the top mid just to get information. Fault line potentially if there was more pressure coming out from C9 at the ramp. And then King to come out with the Sheriff, but instead King will get posted and will use his body to get information. This rifle that was saved though by Calm in that previous round, you saw that he still has 1,000 credits rather, and didn't want to buy an Owl drone, so they don't really have too much util to find the mid-round information. It's gonna have to come down to really try to play more passively, trying to find some sort of punishment here on the over-aggression of C9. And there's that first contact, and King's already falling back.
Gonna have a pretty easy time taking this. Over on the defensive side, you see Tex and Ospas waiting for a cam peek. They just take control of B main as the spike's going down. So a lot of time for Cloud9 to set up here once they take down King.
As they take down King, Mazzino at least was able to get one, but so far you definitely saw trying to do a hero play towards the dice.
Planted.
It wasn't enough defensive plays and defensive players to help Leviathan from the dumpster, from the A-Link. Now it'd be a similar story. Make things expensive with the Phantom, dying to the spike, trying to find a timing here as Calm swinging out. Then Zeppa punishes him. They're looking good here for C9 to close up another round. Until Tex moves forward for a 1 kill. Trying to salvage something, maybe the Phantom, maybe some more kills. Ospas just waiting patiently for the first contact, but could not get a kill in the end. And that's C9 at 10.
Cloud9 are running just this, not default towards A, but the same strat towards A. Everybody ready to push in. Rooney watches the back a bit. They feel comfortable. Why change it if it's working? And they head into sight, almost like it's unstoppable for Lev right now with the numbers they're putting there. Let's see this replay one more time, and just a simple hold. This obviously a lower buy for Lev, so it does become a very comfortable round for Cloud9 to start getting these swings in once they have the sight. But yeah, a lot of focus towards A here for C9. Not a lot of mid control, not a lot of rear control on their flank. They're just going forward, and it seems to work. This is going to be a different look, though. They go towards mid pretty hard as they just lose Vanity.
Exactly. Calm all it did was spray down towards the smoke and contacted for a kill wallbang. Owl drone coming up, and we're trying to answer back with their own wallbangs, but Oxy couldn't get it. Out drone still hasn't been broken. So that forces players to push into the market. He gets 2 pings out of the Owl drone. Tex with the off angle. Flash comes out. Cage comes up. That saves actually Zep at the same time. He counter flashes, but Aspa still holds the angle. And finally, C9 decide to fall back. Too many cages. Too many block views.
Nice shot.
As Aspas finally starts getting activated there. He had
Okay.
a very slow
Good
match
arm
so far.
for
I think
him.
I saw 6 and something. So that's maybe another plan now for C9, trying to avoid not only Aspas, but the Cypher util on that B side, which is potentially why we're seeing C9 continuously pump towards the A side hit.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to make sure you get into A. Even if you get trapped, somebody can shoot it for you. You're right. We have not seen any B play here from C9. And when we do go market, Lev has a crossfire ready for it.
Yeah.
And they're already watching from top mid to make sure it's pinched as well and nobody can get a flank. Leviathan putting a little stop to the bleeding there.
That's big. The flash was actually thrown on top of tiles from that this entrance right here. So you saw a couple of players already rotate out from the A site to top mid.
Shadows.
And C9's just trying to find a better timing to maybe push back towards the A ramp, but a second one-way smoke just thrown here by King. We'll slow things down for a bit.
Smoking mid. Just missing it. The Homos got that. Trying to hit the tripwire just so someone has to think about market. But it's the A play that's going to come through and King falls.
There you go. Contact play this time around. One crouching under, the other's around. King punish and look at the pivot. Leviathan focusing on top mid and A site. A retake play on B. Moose trying to take control of middle right now, and he's not going to hear any of this so far because it's just a walk across. TP now towards the spawn. It's a fake now just to make sure that you're trying to keep Leviathan out towards the A side. And here comes the hit.
And this is what we talked about. C9 has been going A, conditioning towards that A. And just the Trailblazer in a delayed round will cause that rotation from Lev. But losing Moose in mid makes it 4v4, Vans.
They want to fight back towards the middle. Calm just got caught. So they have to try to push a little bit more. There's that nice pick by Rooney. A tap on that spike maybe, but now here comes a showstopper out, denied by Mazzino. But instantly killed by Vanity. Aspas trying to move back out. Isolating, trying to isolate one of these last 3 players of C9.
There it is.
At some point, it felt like it was almost doable there because his transfer was clean onto the second one, but at least C9 won that duel. And it's their turn to be 2 rounds away of closing out Sunset.
It does get scary in those moments. You're like, wait a minute. And the amount of times we've seen Oxy get shot out of his ult this series, that hurts too.
That is also very true,
The showstopper comes up and it's gone down twice, I believe, almost in a row now. Yeah. Vanity starting to clap back with some of these shots, feeling good. We'll see, 11-7, 1 point off that game point. Leviathan goes for the buy. They're down in money here. If C9 can hit this, they go for the throw.
Oh, so much noise. Curveball, 2 kills.
And Nev,
3.
slowing them down.
And that's one thing you learn real quick. They've done a lot of these setups at the beginning of the round from Aspas and Tex, and this is the first time that C9 tries to just tempo really quickly towards B main, and they were greeted by a huge surprise. It's late now in round number 19 of the second map. Giving a chance here for Leviathan early. Try to bring the game back.
We finally see what that Aspas and Tex hold at B looks like. Cam sees them, they throw down a gate, they get out a flash and just start lacing through with the Phantom sprays, and specifically the Phantom sprays, so they can't be traded back as easy. Here we go towards A, dogged out, and Rooney almost got util caught, but he fires back.
That's crazy that he re-swings to pull out his weapon too, so Calm was not ready for that one. Runs up for the kill on the Tex, the timing off. The fault line. Rolling Thunder then answered back from the Seekers. It's a stalemate for now. Aftershock out as well. Does it contact? No, he's made it towards the back. Now Zeppa is tucked in.
Is he gonna clear him?
Weapon now back out.
Hello?
Holy
fuck.
Oh my god! Map point for C9.
Match point.
12-7. Rooney, that's partially what I was talking about before, that they're swinging together. C9 so much more in sync. I think that one was, thank God we swung together, but still the teamwork is there to bring them to game point.
The whole Riot Arena just erupted. They're like, what the hell are you doing here, Zeppa? But there you go. They both swung through, gets that pick.
He's like, no, I was leaving that one for you. I get this one, you get that one.
You got me.
Fine. No worries. Fast push again, straight into B main here.
And already C9 understands that, runs all the way up towards middle. Spike also there. Big paranoia by King. Counter paranoia out from Vanity.
Towards
they're trying to pin back, but here's the thing though. The setup from Cypher is actually towards the A site this time around. There's that first tag. And Oxy already falls. Dog now towards the back of Dice, he gets stunned. Trying to get these sprays, trying to stay alive behind the cages, giving time for Leviathan to rotate across as well. Now towards a dumpster. 2 kills coming out from C9 for 1 of Leviathan. You hear that running back from Aspas. There's that pick, a pitch now towards the connector. The hat comes out, it's a 2 versus 1. The running back is over. He's now pinned back towards the back of the A site. And this is a chance now for C9 to close the map on a 2 versus 1.
Moose's lurks this game have secured some pivotal rounds right now for Cloud9. They're going to get the plant. It's going to be in front side.
Should be a game for Cloud9.
Tougher here if that's going to want to be a push from Aspas and for them to spam through. But Aspas' wall is down. It's just going to be the fight for fight here. Can he get the transfer? C9 set up in a bit of a contact crossfire here.
And he has no utility, and right now you just have to run the main protocols now for C9. Smoke being thrown out, even towards the staircase. Aspas is just making noise, saying, come at me, bro. Tap it onto the spike. There's that first jiggle. And see on the other end, Moose is just waiting towards long B the whole time. So they're just letting Vanity win that 1v1, and he will. And C9 will be able to push this to a third map.
Nah, stay up there, I got this. Vanity takes it. Moose with some big rounds. Cloud9 coming to life in game 2. That was so strong from Levin. Game 1, you wondered if it was going to be enough from C9 just between games to right the wrongs and come up with what they need. But Oxy came online, facilitated some of the plays by himself. A lot of good plays throughout, and protocols coming onto that attack side as they hit Leviathan hard.
It almost feels like what the desk was talking about here on that first map of Icebox, where C9 gave so much room for Leviathan to work with, and now it's the chance for Leviathan to give C9 so much room to work with, and now they both exchange maps. And we'll see now the conclusion on the third map on Ascent, and that will be coming after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
puedo creer. Consigue aquí una doble baja.
Cloud9 showing that they have plenty of fight still left in them as Leviathan are licking their wounds as they get ready for map number 3. But they can't wait too long. It's going to be coming up real soon, and it's going to be a good one here. Golden Boy alongside Mimi, and the champ is here. We're joined by Alexis from Shopify Rebellion. Alexis, it's good to see you. Well, you're in the screen here.
She's in the wall.
She's in the wall. You're in the walls. But how's everything been? It's been a minute since I saw you. I think last time was in Berlin.
Everything's been good, yeah, won champs, but at the moment I am shaking on the verge of throwing up every 4 minutes and not well.
Okay, all right, we'll get to that in a second. Did want to ask your thoughts, though, on that matchup, because it seems like that reaction's coming from the matchup itself. How you holding out over there?
I'm okay, honestly. I was a little nervous, more nervous first map, maybe because Ospas was just farming, dropping a nuke. But the next map was really, really good for C9, so maybe I won't throw up today. We'll see.
Okay.
That's a good change. I want to ask, obviously, you're very familiar with Moose. He's finally gotten his big Tier 1 opportunity here. So for people maybe not familiar with him, not familiar with that whole journey, I'd really love to hear kind of, like, what did it take for him to get here now on this Cloud9 team?
Well, he was playing Counter-Strike for a long time, and then he swapped over to Valorant, and, you know, he got his start with SR, his main start. And then he's been taking a little break, and now he's on C9, and this is his first franchising debut. So I'm really proud of him, and he's really excited to be here.
How did all of that come about? Just, you know, from the outside in, it just seemed like, oh, Moose is on the roster. Whoa, that's random. I remember seeing that name a little while ago. So, like, was it just a long conversation that they had, or like long talks that they had about getting on the roster? What was the? Do you have any inside scoops you can give us, basically?
Well, after SR, he was playing on YFP, and he says that that's one of his favorite teams he's ever played on. And if you watch the Tier 2 scene at all, he was farming with that team.
Yeah.
He had a good game pretty much every game that he played, dropping 30s on Viper and KJ. So I think C9 probably saw that, and when Whippy was dropped, that Moose was probably the first person that they looked at.
Can you give me like the pitch? What's he like as a person? What does he add to a team besides just being sick in the server?
Well, honestly, on the outside, he's pretty cool, calm, collected, like very chill guy. But in game, he's very hype. Like he's actually, I think, probably the hype man for the team, along with Oxy. Like he's very funny, and he gets along with everybody really well.
Yeah, well, that's good to hear. I think with Cloud9 picking up this win as well, I'm sure that they're going to be quite excited going into Map 3. Also, do want to get your, I guess, thoughts on the series as a whole, because it has been an incredible start here for both teams, really. And from your professional opinion, like, what are you seeing from Leviathan that kind of has you excited? Is there anything you're seeing on the C9 side that has you excited? What's standing out to you?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably not the best person to ask for professional analysis because I am just watching Moose on the minimap. But I will say, first map, Icebox, it's hard to shut down Ospas. Like, he is just an insane player. Like, there's not much you can do when this guy's dropping 30 kills. Like, there's not even a lot of anti-shotting you can even do when this guy's farming.
Yeah.
But second map, it just felt like maybe Leviathan's A was kind of weak. It seemed like C9 was rushing A a lot and having a lot of success in that area. So yeah, that was my analysis.
No, not bad, not bad. Anything else?
I mean, it looked great in that second half there. Alexis, I wanted to give you the chance while we have you here. Do a little plug. Obviously, you're just a world champion coming in after winning, Stage 1 already for Game Changers, Stage 2 coming up. Anything you want to plug or shout out while you're here?
Well, first things first, I love Moose. I love you, Caleb. I hope you win. And also, watch me. I'm co-streaming the games right now, so if you want to come hang and watch me simp, it's at Alexis.
I respect that.
Are we going to get to see you come to LA ever?
Yeah.
For one of the games?
Oh, yes. Absolutely. 100%. I'll have my own little sign. I'll have this little plushie with me, probably.
No.
Oh, is that a Moose
plushie? Out with a plushie, too? I thought I saw one.
This was my plushie that I had at Champs Finals as well, and for GC.
That's so sweet.
Well, that is just freaking adorable. All right, Alexis, well, thank you so much for your time. It's always a pleasure to see you, whether it's in this server, here for an interview, maybe one day in the walls. Maybe one day I'll get you on the analyst desk. Can I goad you to come here and drop some Analytical
Heck
stuff.
yeah.
All right,
I'm
all right.
down.
Consider it a plan. Okay, well, we'll talk to you soon. Take care, Alexis.
Thank you, Lexi.
Looking forward to seeing you out there in GC. All right, and of course, we want to give a massive shout out to all the Game Changers players. Don't forget, you got, what is it?
The Open Qualifier, second one going on, or the first one for the second series. There's going to be 2 more, and that's just for North America. Let's focus up on the rest of the series. Because we got Ascent coming up. Leviathan losing a map already here. I think a surprise. A lot of people were expecting this one to be a 2-0. They were pretty favored in this series, and now C9 really have a chance to kind of make something incredible happen.
And let's go ahead and bring in the rest of the peanut gallery here. We got Bala, we got Ender. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and talk about what we should be expecting going into map 3. Because if you would have told me at the beginning of the series C9 got a chance, I would have been like, I don't know, Osmos just dropped 30. So this kind of mixes things up a little bit, Ender.
I'm still just in shock that Bala thought that Lev were going to be the clean number 2 team in the league. Like, that just,
am I being gaslit? I'm so confused. All right, well, let's see, though, what we're going to be getting into this one as we get ready for map 3. Now, Mimi, there is a lot of pressure here on Leviathan because this is a team, again, a lot of hype, always. The names on the lineup, you know, world champion, so on and so forth, and whatever. Let's, though, dial in on this C9 team who kind of seem poised to find an upset victory, potentially, if Lev isn't careful.
Yeah, that second half, I thought we saw a lot of their win conditions coming online. It looked a lot stronger from Oxy. I think their synergy in a lot of those retake rounds was really good. I was especially impressed on that Sunset with, on their defensive side, a lot of those floods that were coming out. It was really reminiscent of the success for Leviathan map 1. So I think kind of carrying that energy into a map like Ascent that we're probably gonna get standard stuff, but we have seen more weirdness these days. But yeah, it looks like at least for 5-9, locking in that normal comp. Oxy back on the jet. This is a great chance for him to carry that momentum.
I agree with you, but also the problems are back now because Osmos, we're going to switch over to the other side in a second. They're going to be locking in the jet, like certainly, right? We're not going to be playing the Phoenix, so the op is going to be back online,
Phoenix.
right? Like,
great!
Certainly playing the jet.
What happened, Ender? I thought we were certainly going to see the jet.
Am I watching the Pittsburgh Knights in 2021? Okay.
This is wild. Honestly, so the Raze is something I'm a big fan of on this map, especially on attack, because of the range you can get on your satchels. It's not just the smoke dash small entry agent you can have. Instead, you can double satchel all the way down catwalk into tree. So expect some very explosive, very far-reaching dive plays from Osmos.
The stage lets you do some interesting stuff with your hits. You can be splitting into sites, throwing up the wall on one side when you're going through mid into B, going through tree into A, and on your defense, you can flood retake with that wall as well.
The comp lean's so heavy stall. It's going to be tough to break in for C9.
This is going to be quite fascinating to see how the chips land here. Let's send it back over to your casters to call the final map.
I'm not a big fan of Lev's comp.
This is definitely an exciting map 3. Actually, an exciting look of Leviathan.
Like, no Sova, no Killjoy, no Viper. You have, like, just a KO knife for info on Ascent.
Sunset, but now you're coming out with Ascent with a brand new comp with a lot of question marks. You're playing Solo Initiator. There's no scan. There's no Heart Sentinel aside from the Sage. How do you really hold the sights? This is all going to be answered now in his third and final map.
And C9 kind of maybe just absorb this. They get to kind of play default play. This might actually be right up their alley for coming into this game unless Leviathan are really ready to torch the map with this one. I'm interested to see how they do use the Raze, how they actually get themselves into position. We just heard Ender talking about how much easier it is to get around the map there with timing being in your favor and how fast Raze can move. Here it does look like they'll focus mid a little bit, and they'll be met with 2 from C9 if they choose to push through.
Yeah, definitely big control on middle, and of course a Viper in their composition, but in the hands of Calm, so there is no signature Sova on this map for Leviathan. With the early control that they were trying to make, the early noise that they were making on middle, pivoting all the way back towards the A site. And look at that setup on the A side for C9,
I was just going to say that.
Exactly.
It's crazy. You expect Tex to run up and throw a wall up, and then everybody maybe to hide underneath because Sage can block off Heaven. Well, everybody underneath is going to get cooked if they try to get there. So yeah, really cool preemptive little setup. Expecting the Sage to push through and a lot of that site to be gained by Leviathan.
Now you have 2 brains to try to learn on the fly how they could play against this Leviathan lineup. Both Rooney and Vanity calling to start pivoting towards the A site as a knife gets so much information thrown by Zeppa. That pivot is out there. 33 seconds left on the clock, but middle is open for them to pivot back if they want to.
30
Leviathan
seconds
now
left.
commits inside A to start. There's a Nanoswarm's Paranoia out. There's that Flood retake, counter Paranoia. First blood from Zeppa, traded out by Leviathan, who takes the advantage now. Moose staying on the top, waiting for his teammates. More jiggles out from the attack as there's 13 seconds left until we finally start the plant down on A. Oxy and Rooney with Sheris. Rooney alone, denied by King. As once again, it continues with the pistol round for Leviathan for every single match.
Lev grabs one for themselves and absorbing that waterfall from C9 right away. You saw Moose, as soon as they heard things in the site, he activated the mollies underneath, meaning nobody could get under there. They weren't trying to kill people under there. They were trying to get the fight in the front of the site, and that's what Leviathan gave them. Literally facing each one, maybe double swing, almost triple swings, to make sure C9 could not make it off of Heaven. So, one round in, Aspas with a Vandal. Why not? Making sure he hits those shots. He's going to start clearing his own space here as they get over towards A.
And a knife was thrown all the way out from the spawn to get the contact there for C9 and information, and he still want to gamble towards B. I respect it. It's an eco round for C9, and they're hoping from that knife that Leviathan's going to pivot over there. But instead, contact play, walking up, Rooney with the wide swing, and punish right away, opening things up and giving a chance here for Leviathan to walk in for the plant.
So what's their weight? What's their feel good on going in? Another peek, maybe? Oh, they're actually just letting Mazzino head in.
And dies.
Yeah. Close to the alt orb, that's going to get him one. But yeah, going in, pretty confident on just making it into the site without too much util. And a big flank watch coming in here by Com as the rest of C9 tried to get in through tree.
We're in great positions here for Leviathan. Looks in the end here that it should be a confident round win on the post plant for the attack, converting the pistol round win. Second smoke going out towards the tree. C9 looking for an opportunity to jump together outside of the smoke. But there's a late lurk coming in on the other end. There's the bunny hop across for both. And there's a surprise on the other end. So Vanity is left alone. Will probably save at least a Paranoia and die to Spike, but you mentioned it before. Leviathan executed inside this A site. What's the play? What do we want to do? And that's the nature of the composition that they currently have. They don't have an owl drone. They don't have a knife to really try to scan out that site. So it really has to come down to like, okay, well, let's just run in, which is exactly what Mazzino just did. Interesting stat as well.
Yeah, very interesting. See if this one is the one that turns the tide of the 9-map losing streak. Already starting off good, but it doesn't mean anything right now with the way C9's been playing the mid-game of this series, I should say. Guns are there for C9 on the bonus. It's been a cat play, it's been A. So a third time towards A with this look, but Com is on a very heavy lurk to make sure C9 get no pressure towards B or mid, as King has something to say about it.
Yeah, in the bonus round, Vandal connects onto Oxy. And of course, you saw at the beginning here, Vanity was holding with the judge. And if you've seen Sadak do this with the judge at this spot, of course, you'll see Vanity do it. One of the good guys here with the shotguns with the Bucky. And there's that contact, at least on the top mid. At M3, Rooney is forced to fall back, 51 HP remaining. There's that wall for the crossover. And Moose will have to try to anchor pretty much solo at this point. 2 Nanoswarms already popped out. Recon Dart to try to get info. No spray opportunity coming out here from the spawn. So Moose playing the off angle, hit by 2 flashes, and Mazzino wall bangs him.
Tough spot to play, trying to catch him off guard for maybe 1-2 with a drop in. The util is dumped into sight though. Leviathan is not taking any chances here. There's a null command or an ultimate here for Mazzino to stop something from coming in, but it does not look like they'll need any of it.
Yeah, definitely not.
Should be saved up for now.
Last 3 saved up. That's the 3rd round coming in for Leviathan, converting a bonus here, which was still, again, pretty strong. They had the Vandal coming up from King to contact first against Oxy on middle. But you're definitely seeing right now the wall to cross over, trying to run bodies in, wall bangs, double flashes to take sight. So that's how you do it. You don't get scans, but hopefully you blind your opponents when you're moving in and you have the protocols for the trades. Vanity at least upgrades for the exit. Spike will go off. And the lurk comes in from Calm once again.
Of course.
Of course. But no upgrades for him.
No upgrade, no.
And a
Lev
bonus
with a different
converted
look
for
each
Lev.
round so far. That one encroaching on mid quite heavily. They get a nice dink onto Rooney. Free space there and take
Very
site
good.
with
And
a
now
good
they have
utility. See this
an
man.
uncommon Q ultimate to enter the site.
Everybody lane. You don't usually get that many people lane, right? The site's being held, somebody's front, they keep control of entry if somebody's gonna swing in from main, but no. That was a train on the tracks from the Vietton going through that lane side. A bit of the same look here as they start a default portion of the map. And they say, yep, so we're just gonna slow and run out of this one.
With the rifle, that Vanity save gives it to Oxy, so he gets forward position now towards main. Getting ready to double swing with the support from a Stinger. There's that first
Nice
nice little
shot.
tap onto Aspas. That's a Star Duelist for Leviathan now down early.
That's a huge frag too, because you have a Hero Phantom and the Vandal for Oxy there. Everybody else is on a very low buy, getting forced into this.
Mazzino's going to be the one running in, just basically being a Cypher camera.
Ooh,
And there's that Pittsburgh knife play that Mimi was talking about. Maybe even a little bit of a Ziff wall up to look inside the window, but they decide otherwise. Walking back towards A. The lurk from King trying to find an opening. He knows that a knife is close. Oh, the tap there onto Vanity. Miscoms coming through, but at least it's a nice bait to get that kill. And now Zeppa will have to try to anchor towards the back of the generator. The wall across now, a pop flash to slow things down, giving a chance for two players to rotate up towards the A heaven. Storming into sight now. Zeppa comes into contact, gets the trade-off as Oxy falls. Last one to go is going to be Mazzino.
He has
Shot
to
dart
plant.
lands, no chip damage. He gets a plant down with 13 seconds left. There's a big lurk coming out right now from Moose. So Rooney's just trying to hold it out. Because that wall was up here by the stage. He's just trying to leak around it.
Oh.
Just saw him, picks him off. Elisa gets information from Moose.
Oh,
And you could
very
read the
close
Alexis.
for them.
Moose wins that 1v1. And C9 will finally score.
Great job. Moose has been so steady when he's been called upon in these plays. The lurks as well from Sunset here now onto Killjoy for the Ascent play and gives Cloud9 their first round. Ultimates really on deck too as well for Cloud9. There's just a few orbs as we rewatch this round one more time.
Player standing.
And Moose had to hit that shot first. Mazzino was kind of clued in to what that play was going to be based on that dart, right? He didn't have to look heaven. Mazzino had only one place to look, and Moose still wins that come up in the 1v1. Little A main control to start off, slows, and just about the kitchen sink thrown here towards the alt orb. Still control for C9. That's tough for Lev. You can't feel good about that if you're just going to throw that much in and walk away.
It's close with the judge too, and you don't want to walk into that. C9 already trying to pull back, and yeah, we have a fast rotate from Leviathan towards B.
Right into the hands of the operator. Oxy choosing right, was a little bit towards the right side for that first hit, and now ready to tear them down as they come in right into the Killjoy utility as well. C9, they may have stacked the site wrong, but they got a good hold here. Lev's util starts to come in. Nice kill on the boss. Nice kill on what would have been some of those mollies.
Oh. Moose there gets that pick onto Tex, who got hit by his teammate's paranoia, so that's a small mistake. Aspas trying to find an entry, pushing out towards the spawn. Will connect onto Rooney.
And they know about Moose.
Moose unfortunately couldn't anchor the back of that B
Good
site.
round.
Vanity with a classic. Crossfire set up, close with the judge.
Cover going out.
You know it's pretty much over at this point, but he's at least trying to do some damage here. But despite that small mistake on the execution from Leviathan, the push out towards the spawn seems like C9 weren't ready for that one.
Yeah, getting through that, especially without being able to hit the alarm bot from Killjoy, being able to util destroy with the kind of util you don't usually destroy with.
Yeah.
That Viper or that Snakebite coming through.
Huge.
Incredible stuff. Just to set up Leviathan to have that much more of an advantage in the round, and they were not stopped on lane. Pushing through, flies in. That's what they were talking about. The distance you can clear is not just switch, it's the sight.
Yeah.
And Aspas just rolls on through.
And you saw that snake bite on that lane was also a ruse there to force the players to play back boathouse.
Yeah.
So the control is more
push 'em
towards,
off.
yes, punish on staircase, but also just fight around switch and market. Take control of that area before you could flood in as a team towards that back of the B site. Because again, you have a team that has a lot of flashes and follow up behind that here for Leviathan. So this calls a timeout for Cloud9. Again, they have to think on their toes pretty much, seeing this lineup from Leviathan for the first time.
Yeah.
And this is also an adaptation from Leviathan from when they lost against Loud at kickoff. This was a whole different composition too. They were playing that default comp, the snooze comp as they would like to say. But I like that they're pulling out something new this time around.
Aspas across 3 agents for this series. Yeah, they're all feeling pretty comfortable to be able to switch and change around and just get into different setups to make these protocols work. And this one, obviously, a new composition here coming in onto Ascent. Again, hoping to break that loss streak. 4-1 now for Leviathan. They pull back after that 4th round loss. That post plant take by Cloud9. Now on the low buy. Leviathan has not played as aggressive on this as they did with the previous maps. They're getting set up, then they're hitting. I think that's a little bit what you said before is they don't have the find with Sova. They don't have that sonar. They have to guess and then run in as the death ball that would take the site together. And that teamwork has been coming out on top of these plays. Not too much push on the extremities here for C9. They're still doing a bit of guessing, but not bad positioning here for the middle of the round.
And that's one of the things you could think about here. This type of wall that you're throwing here from Calm, it doesn't really allow for them to take an early mid control. So this is a great opportunity for later rounds if Oxy has an operator to really try to hold that mid. As again, because they don't have a recon dart or a fade eye to push them out to get scans, this would be a good way here to punish. We'll have to see in the later rounds now for C9 when they get the gun round. To start things off, there's a bit of util. It's not being cleared. The dig, second dig, it stays alive at 1 HP. Finally, Oxy comes in for it. The dash forward to get the pick off on the text finally. That's spiked down. He'll get picked up. And he knows he's trying to hunt him down. The last 3 players of Leviathan inside B, and they close the market door.
30 seconds left.
What a heady play off the spike, knowing it could go down in that tight pinch. They get the quick Omen ultimate. Now it B, and it pressures this Blade Storm to come up even bigger now.
King has second smoke. There you go. Pops it up, delays even more. Tough. Not giving a chance here for Rooney and Oxy to come out from the market. So they have to opt now to go towards the spawn. Aspas is not looking towards the right area. Because of that recon dart that got popped there by Rooney. A 2v2. Cannot win the fight against King, and it's up to Oxy alone. Another contact gives him a dash. Looks towards the right, cannot connect, and unfortunately couldn't pull out the stinger on time. But have done some good damage here on the lower by Cloud9. At the end of the day, Leviathan still takes
that
the lead
ultimate
on
to
their
retrieve the
attacking
spike
side.
instantly almost was very, very good from King.
That. And another different look, using the Omen ultimate. Sometimes we see go to, not waste, but just round after round, no option to use it, but instantly deploying that strategy here with the mess that happened on Cat, they're able to easily get away from it.
Yeah.
And just cause trouble at B. Oh, the chance here too. That moment that made you hold your breath. But Oxy missing those, and they're able to get it back. Push towards B. Leviathan again across the map to start this one off.
You heard noise now towards the B side. A knife was thrown once again from spawn towards A for Cloud9, not spotting anybody. And looks like Oxy was ready to rotate right away, but maybe a call to maybe stay there. As Leviathan has not added more pressure towards this B side. The call from the IGL saying this is a default, this is a fake. The pivot might still come back towards the A site for you.
Ready for the double res round. Mazzino goes in, dies with all, dies again, then they get text to res him. You just can't kill this team. So many options, but yeah, they can absolutely play this a little aggressive, look for the trade and get that res.
Oh, but the second knife also doesn't get information, so Zeppa is not in a position where he could spam through and ult running out towards the A side. So it really comes down to these two on the high-low in heaven. Utility now forces the off away. Slow are not allowing here Oxy to walk out, so it's up to Moose alone.
They have to clear him.
Swing out with the first headshot, trying to surprise other ones, but it's 2 players swimming against him. At the jump up is Aspas. Oxy had a 6th sense, has support. There's the wall. Ping shells now.
That's a good nade.
Res comes up on the king. Advantage back for Leviathan on the pulse plant. So much util to keep them at bay.
Free hit coming in slow. Paranoia, but they can't even play off it. They're still pushed out of sight just for the delay. And God, what a nightmare for Oxy to try to play off heaven there. Caught the slow, almost. You'd rather the slow than a smoke when the op is there. Oxy can't peek, goes to peek, gets a wall in his face and a bunch of nade. That is just one way to shut down the operator, even when it's at your site. Great stuff by Leviathan. Flawless on there, and 4 will live. Looks a little swapped if it were last season. C9 saving now.
Unfortunate there that the second knife thrown by Zeppa couldn't get that information for C9 to get ready to at least spray from tree into A main. So now Leviathan once again snowballing the economy. Maxing no matter what into the next round is calm. And C9 really scratching for something this round.
Yeah.
Bulldog for Moose, but has a lockdown. Doesn't want to play too deep inside the site so they can use their ult for the retake. And also trying to put Oxy in position to play with that turret towards B main.
They're just pushing forward right through the one-way. They are not really respecting the utility that's coming out here because they're getting the trades, they're getting the fights, the confidence just there for Leviathan. And we'll actually see how they take this, because not having at least another initiator on here to get them past, or not another initiator, but one to see what's going on like a Sova, they're taking these sites flawlessly. They're finding the angles, creating the ones that they need, and it's not even Aspas having to do a whole bunch of glorious things to get in. It's teamwork. It's been wild from Leviathan here for map 3 as they bring out this new comp. And it looks like they will just wait again before they pull the trigger on what is an A hit. All 4 detected, and that's going to mean the jig is up.
Yep, there was definitely a chess match of utility going in from both ends, which allowed Vanity to squeak inside line, trying to surprise some opponents with the knife grabbing 4, funneling this time into the op. So it's beautifully set up here for Oxy to get first blood if Leviathan continues to work towards his B site. But an orb thrown on the attack. Moose instantly with the lockdown with 30 seconds left. Still giving a chance for Oxy to set up. There's that wall bang off the text. Showstopper in. Goes out towards the logs. He gets a second kill for it before he dies. And Moose connects onto Aspas, holding down this B site. The last 2 players are detained. Moose is trying to find him.
10 seconds.
There's one. The headshot across, upgrading a weapon, and Mazzino is there. Dropped by Moose again. Big round for the rookie of Cloud9.
Moose on the loose. What a round coming in to pick up the second one on that. The preemptive lockdown as well. Leviathan met walls on that round. We were asking what happens once they start getting in the site. Well, if they can't start getting in the site, they got snuffed at A and snuffed at B. They don't get the kills. And it was Aspas having to do something glorious this round, right? Could not get in. The kill was almost there, but Moose came up big with 3 to lock it down. Operators there for Oxy. We're going to get the Odin on to Rooney now as we get a quick tech pause to come out. Still money here to work with for Leviathan. Again, I think that might have been another variation that they showed us on this. So C9 is just kind of getting their feet under them, that Lev's got something different every round. Always look for the second take, always look for the fake, and the reads are starting to come in on the side of C9.
Yeah. And so far as C9, you see it from mid-round, end round. They're not really over-rotating players either. They're setting up Oxy pretty much to watch down towards the line, and the rest are just trying to watch their angles, but nobody really trying to over-rotate in these gun round situations for C9. So for Leviathan, maybe they'll have to try to up the tempo a little bit more. They had a lot of success working towards that middle before with the Sage Wall split into B. But that was before when, you know, C9 couldn't win the pistol. The economy was really snowballing for Leviathan. But now they have an operator and an Odin to work with. And we'll see that come into effect as we're heading back into server. Had a little bit of a monitor issue, but our refs, our admins are doing a great job there on the floor to get us back in the game right away.
Absolutely. Thank you for your patience. We are ready for gameplay. Operator there for Oxy. That's going to be the cat push. just to make sure mid is covered, but definitely a dash out, got himself pinned in the corner already. And again, you called it, Vans, this mid play has been an advantage once they can wall off and get themselves through this alarm bot to crash B. And Calm is ready for just that.
And also, look at Rooney's position. He's just set up to maybe wallbang with an Odin towards B main, but also towards Market if they actually decide to do that. So the alarm bot just got broken. The wall came up. There's the execution from Leviathan. Hot flash coming through from Zeppa, though. He gets nailed by the pink shells out from Aspas. And instead of the wallbangs, they don't want to let them know that there's an Odin yet for C9. As now he ADS punished. Moose in the same position, but too many players from Leviathan there. An opportunity for surprise plays, but all caught individually.
Like,
Leviathan gets an open B side for a plant, and the last two players instantly saving.
It might be Aspas that takes a different route, but Lev have committed to lane side almost every time they've come B.
For Market, yeah.
Just a swarm down lane is impossible to stop for everybody in sight. A tried and true push by them. They get B to come up again, and again, that mid play is what opens up the map for them. They get this Cloud9 rotation separated. As we were saying, Cloud9 is anchoring their sights a bit, so you can split them up if they're still in those anchor spots. You have all that time to work with a spike going down as they rotate over. A hold to come in here for C9 if they can stay alive from Lev's pressure.
Vanity just got spotted now. Lee's trying to stay alive as the upshot unfortunately was missed by Oxy. Now he's gonna get headed down at Wine. There's that first contact. Up draft, Shorty! Wait! Oh! The dink can connect the second one, and Aspas gets 4 in the round, and that, I was gonna say, there was going to be a round where they could potentially buy another Odin here and then use
and
the
it's
op
looking
around.
more and more like
they lose the operator.
like Xbox.
And that's now 6 ult points for Aspas. Just look at that. One commits the site and everybody else is just like, where are they gonna peek from? Fish in a barrel.
34
I
HP.
love that view.
Yep.
Awesome mouse control there by
quick.
Aspas.
Flash coming out. Wall bang from Oxy. And that's Blade Storm available for that too. So you saw the buy coming out from Vanity, I think, for Oxy for him to get a Vandal here. So he pops the knives and drops here the Vandal for Vanity to work with. So back to a gun round for C9.
Calm is already deep in Wine right now. They're saying he's just pinged the turret. So Killjoy is at A. You can expect a bit of utility to be strewn about tree. And that's what they're going to look for right now.
King's the one lurking this time. Made it all the way up towards Pizza while Aspas is trying to create noise here towards Garden. He hears a jump that's going to punish Vanity, who jumps around and gives a nice chance here for the rotate to happen. A potential trade. He TPs away. Stuck in a corner, though. Rooney trying to fight him. He'll trade it out. Meanwhile, though, the plant is happening towards the A site. Nice little
gonna
first
find
and second
6.
contact once again. Beautiful play by Rooney. And with the
And
combination through, gets the paint to allow Moose to pick up the last 2 kills.
What a play there. Good adaptation by C9. That was almost an instant round change for Lev, right? They get Calm into position, he pings the turret. All right, we take down Util on tree, we take down the turret, and then they're gonna move around on defense. Moved around a little less than they thought, and C9 still able to get into position to retake A. They were not fooled. Really nicely done as Lev's trying to play this little util destroy game and get C9 out of position. It takes a lot more than that at this point. 7-3 here could easily be a 7-5 with the momentum C9 has. Oxy still with these early peaks on B main.
That's a slower fake now towards the B main, pulling Zeppo away from the A side. But again, the KJ playing towards the A site. There's still a lot of util to try to delay. He's trying to hop back up to get a position on Heaven so he could fall back. Allowing C9 to play the retake should they get swarmed here. Jumps now. Audio being heard by Vanity and on top of Catwalk, and he was pushing up the whole way.
Showstopper in sight.
Paranoia 2 to ensue, clearing it out. Snake bites. You see the util being thrown right now. Oh, it misses! And Vanity is able to move forward to get the kill onto Calm. Zep on the top of Heaven, catching Aspas with util in his hands, headshots him. As King instantly becomes the last player standing. Double swing out towards the heaven. You see the confidence right now from Cloud9, breaking the door, moving in, trying to hunt him down.
That is the exact word I was about to use. This looked like their pistol retake where they just waterfall into sight. The confidence behind each other on that swing of heaven was incredible. Absolutely taking Leviathan off guard. You saw Aspas's ulti go right through the door and just missing the shoulder of C9 Vanity, able to pick up a few in sight. So nicely controlled there on around. Leviathan had planned out with an ultimate for Aspas.
Yeah.
And they pushed back hard, so that 7-5 is much more in the mirror or in view now. And King hears this. He's just ready for the swing.
Moose once again.
Yeah, Moose is just cleaning up on these extra kills. No pressure to him when it comes up. 9-7-2 there just behind Oxy. Ultimate for Moose about to come up. If he can get 2 on this round or even focus an orb. Oxy and Moose have actually been focusing B main pretty hard, so we'll see if they try to do that this time. Moose isn't back towards A. Let's see what the setup is. It is that A setup. It's just going to be Rooney and Oxy at B. And it is going to be a B hit from Leviathan. Comms ult to possibly come in if they can get into sight, but this low buy for the last round of first half. Gonna make it tough.
Change of pace too. Underhand throw under the Viper Orb to try to push forward. Knife to try to eliminate some of that util. A TP came towards the back of the site, but it got canceled. This might get hurt, and still C9 were able to hold with the 3 players inside the site. More players falling down. Calm is alone.
And a good comeback from C9.
A 5-7 half for C9 showing some life.
Switching sides.
Great control over that round. C9 approached that round like they knew what Lev were doing, because they did. They've seen it before. How many times have we actually seen people in sight looking for that wall? They finally use it, instantly taken off of the wall. C9 prepared for this protocol. They're feeling it too. They're feeling it.
Everybody's been vibing today for sure, and Rooney's fired up for sure. A hype man with Moose, with the rest of the team. And you can definitely see here that C9 made some big moves ahead of stage 1. And Vanity told us about the game changers behind the scenes, so let's have a listen.
I think a big addition that we had in the changes was adding an assistant coach, Googly. He's an old Italian man, but I'm very happy with him. He's been great to work with. He helps balance our relationship in the team a lot. I think he's very good at getting, like, we haven't had many arguments in our team, but if there's ever tension, he's very good at helping us diffuse it and handle it in a professional manner. I think he's probably honestly the biggest addition we've had. I think Moose and Rooney are both great players, but I think that Googly's mind has been helping us a lot.
And definitely, so those changes are bring that confidence out here for Cloud9. Yes, it was a much slower start from that first map, but those players really start stepping up too in those changes, right? Rudy dropped, I think, a 20 bomb on that second map, and Moose is finding his rhythm and his groove right now in that third map. Now off this halftime, I mean, Leviathan, they came out with something new here, and they tried to surprise C9 with this composition, and now it makes it a little bit tougher this time, Riv, because we mentioned the no scan. You can't really spray when there's an execution with these smokes, so how do you play? Do you have to play passively and play retake on your end? And you don't have a Cypher or a KJ to do that delay possibility like Moose has for C9.
I feel like that's right. There's not as many layers to Lev's defense. You see those few slow orbs, you might see the raise nade, and 90% of the util you're really worried about is going to be gone there, right? The 0 point's going to come through, but that's 8 seconds of, okay, we can wait. They may be crushing through here if Oxy is the spearhead and continues to just go forward. Leviathan's defense going to be an interesting one, how they set this up. About to get into the second half here, all the way to 3 games for Leviathan and C9. Time off for these teams as Lev has worked on the current crew and C9 to make changes. Able to put up that 7-5 first half here on Ascent. Possibly take this series to start off stage 1. Little push into A. It doesn't look like Lev's going to want to stay there fully. They'll play retake here happily at this point as Tree is control for them. And this split for C9 though. They're going to look to find a peeker, find one lurker, anybody on a walkabout here.
In the beginning of this round, Tex already had to use a slow orb and his heal on himself because he got popped here by Zeppa. And then also now the wall comes up early. And we'll just knife it out, wait it out at the same time. Leviathan not budging off the noise that's being made, though, by Cloud9. Only one shot. So they don't know that there's actually two players here. Knife comes in again. We're just playing Minecraft at this point.
Oh.
Can you find your treasure now?
Three
Oxy trying to go with the dash activate. The trade across not there for C9, but they fall back now towards middle. Vanity did lurk across, though, at the switch.
Oh, this is
30 seconds
incredible.
left.
Actually, Mazzino's kill is huge to stop this rotation over. They're not going to have numbers to sight now.
Exactly. And Zeppa cannot get the contact off the flash, and that's the spike down. Mazzino did a great job here to cut these rotates, and the lurk now disabled.
That's a flawless.
Flawless for Leviathan.
Damn.
And this is what
And
the
another
first map where they win
convincing
both
pistol.
pistols. And that was an important pistol for Leviathan to maintain their lead on Ascent.
Cloud9 getting caught up in the crossfire there. Both of B area and market. Really tough to break through there. And what a read
One enemy remaining.
as well by Leviathan. Super patient, and they got everybody from C9 basically to face them in a firefight there with what they chose. Second round coming in, not going to see any of those Vandals. We do have the judge for Calm though, as he plays it close on B main. The Sheriff for Rooney already down to 21 HP as he tries to get the first shot off. And that far knife from the other side, a nice hit from Market Mid.
Done a lot of damage at the same point too. Rooney at 21 HP and trying to find a timing, and with that wall coming up, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult. And also the audio cue there, the audio cue rather, is there. Beautiful flash though. Triple swing right behind that, and that's Aspas down. Upgrading to a submachine gun to dash across the lurk. Couldn't work out for Moose though. At least C9 have made it inside the A site for a plant.
Oxy's got that gun too. If they confront one of these choke points, they can get quite a few kills. King's gonna help out by taking Zeppa though, 4v3 on the retake.
Spectre could be everything inside the site now in the hands of Oxy. Rooney also still has his Sheriff. It looks like he's playing all the way back here towards the A site. Does he have a lineup for shock darts? No, it was just for a recon dart on the top of heaven. There's that first kill on the attempt of a retake from Leviathan. A 3 versus 3. Instantly 2 kills, and Rooney with the Sheriff.
Damn.
A thrifty round for C9 to answer right back.
Again. One on Icebox, one now
And
coming
that
on
hurts
to
on
Rooney down to 21 HP
on
at the beginning of the
Nabskir.
round, actually still comes up with kills at the end, but that wall, the wall that Tex plays, I think threw Aspas off just a bit because they were able to land on the wall and peek around it, giving them a high-low to get that first weapon into Oxy's hands. Interesting choice. C9 pushing through as a team, gathering the guns and just waltzing right in for the eco. That thrifty was huge for them. 6 to 8 here. Cloud9 still known for it apparently as we enter stage 1 of 2024 to get those eco rounds.
And C9 now through a knife, clears out one and at the top of the stone boxes on the right side of the A site, allowing C9 to creep up. Ares being shot, Odin being shot by Moose to try to just wall bang a bit if he can. But that's just a ruse for the rest of C9 to just execute for Planet A.
Yeah. Easy entrance here. They can just get themselves into sight and wait for this. It's going to be pistols on the entry. I wonder if Leviathan even just hide for as long as possible to avoid any alt doors here.
Yeah, Rooney's so close to these, right? Wouldn't be surprised if he's going to start hunting down too. A great start for him in the second half. Did a lot of damage and allowing C9 to win that thrifty and build that money up. In great position is Moose. Mazzino, unfortunately, well, actually, unfortunately for Vanity, gets picked off here by Mazzino. Oxy trying to move close with the judge, being slowed down. Does get that pick onto Calm, but 3 players swing up towards tree. They're making it expensive.
Okay.
Really expensive so far. Ooh. The rest hunting forward. You're lucky at least in the end right now for C9 that they did get at thrifty on that second round, right? The eco win. So it allows for them to get a lot of money here to still get a pretty decent gun round.
Yeah. There's one person on low armor as we see once more. Good pressure here. Leviathan to get in. Odin is saved coming into the next round. That's going to go back to Moose. And Lev back onto weapons. We'll see how they really use this defensive composition, or this composition, I should say, on defense now with weapons. One way's played for stall. Knife goes out. Yeah.
The left spike and spawn, so Zeppa has to run late, pick it up.
Spike retrieved.
Or at least it's for him to pivot back towards the B site.
Default wall being thrown here. Not default, but Com using that mid to be to catwall. And this mid push, they're trying to actually see if they'll still get a peek on Cat. They found a fight here almost every round, and Lev will give it again.
Big flash too. Double stack towards that left side at Dog here on Catwalk for Leviathan. But they did some damage onto Oxy. As soon as he got the first contact there onto Aspas through the Cloudburst and tried to escape, it instantly got dinked, trying to rotate back. That's going to weaken things as C9 is also dashless to try to get inside wherever they're trying to go with 45 seconds left.
If C9 only knew, A is theirs almost every round. They have to respect the setup they've seen. It's just the Tex and Aspas and Tree, and now only Tex. All this time being bought here with how Lev has played the defense before, making Cloud9 think twice. They'll know they have a free site, though.
Big trade.
Big trade in mid as this plant goes down. A little bit of a push-up coming in from Oxy. Could be the key factor here.
So now you have a 3-on-3 on A site and a 1v1 on B. Spike now planted on the ACF for Cloud9. Owl drone to push forward, leaving Oxy in that same position, spotting at least one.
What?
No way. Gets that first kill, turns around for the second, traded up by Aspas. That 1v1 towards B was won by Moose. So it's Aspas alone, pinched.
Nice shot.
At least. And he's gonna attempt to save this.
Yeah. Oh. I thought for a moment they were actually looking right at Oxy.
I thought I was looking at Vanity at that point.
And then you're like, okay. Everybody was considering it clear. Aspas going to save here. Cloud9 coming up with another round. Look at the kills too. Spawn, mid, back of tree, spawn. Cloud9 encroaching so far into the defensive side to throw Leviathan off of timing and where the game state of the map might be.
Nice
and now
replay.
Leviathan's going to call that timeout as we watch this replay.
Exactly, especially off that. You were talking about those kills, those deep kills towards spawn, and it was like one-on-one peaks, but perfect trades in the end on both ends that favored C9 pretty much. But that allowed that late lurk battle to happen towards B as well. So Leviathan starting to get picked apart here on this comp that they're throwing out. Seems like they weren't surprising C9 too much, which forces them to call a timeout here.
There's good timing on C9 there. That rotation out of tree, just so much space for Oxy, and they pushed into sight at 30 seconds on the round. But are we going to get that all the time? Do they draw out Lev as long as they can? Because of this util. It's not a find Killjoy and run away from Killjoy. They don't really have to run away from any site unless they see 4 members of Leviathan. So it's just how C9 want to approach it when they get there. What are Vanity and Rooney saying on how to break the site, and what is Moose offering on the flank to make that happen?
And it's almost like that conversation of that Sage on split where you don't really see her as much anymore. Beginning of the round, slow orb, a wall, and then what do you really have to defend? Not too much, right? So early in these rounds, if Tex is holding the A site solo, slower for them to try to contest towards orb. Once it's calmed down, maybe they will up on catwalk, but then there's not too much util left for Leviathan to hold towards A.
Right.
So they have to activate somewhere else, but there's not too much of that battle from the rest of Leviathan, at least trying to fight towards B main or something. And what's been really good as well for C9 is that they kept the economy very low for Leviathan since that thrifty eco, which then also means you can't really get an operator out early for anybody of Leviathan.
Yeah. And Leviathan even spread amongst themselves, using the credits they can to get some hero buys in. As Vanity trying to give him a different look to start peeks it again. Oh, okay, Vanity. You're feeling the headshots right now that they can take these chances.
Group it up now. Odin being shot. Com is trying to play close with this Bucky. Orb's gonna get picked up. There's the execution. One of the rare moments of C9 moving in towards B. Com though has lurked around and gets the kill with the Bucky. Trying to answer back, gets a second somehow. And finally he gets traded out. But this is room to breathe for Leviathan because Aspas has a hero rifle here. C9 moving inside the B site for a plant at least.
The drop? Okay.
Let's slow it down for a bit. There's another slow up to him, but it's going to keep them close. That forces out the Hunter's Fury. There's that first ping, though. And
oh, he's found.
Just a kill with the Odin. Off from the lane. Almost got that kill onto Aspas.
30 seconds left.
Now there's 30 seconds left. It's C9's time to try to do some hero plays. Planning outside in the open. Oxy was trying to use his reaction time to get off it, and then to push forward if somebody was fighting back against him. 2v2. Vanity saving the round so far for C9. As it's up to Tex. Small shields, there's one. The trade out from Oxy. Incredible. And C9 take the lead.
What a close round.
Oxy planting in the open? I felt like my heart was gonna stop. What? This is incredible. In the face of danger, Cloud9 picking up the wins, playing together, and the stall on that was so good. Even after these kills from Calm, they still get themselves in against all odds. They lose a bunch of they don't a bunch of alts, but they lose the Sova ult there, and you just thought it was going to the wayside for C9, but no way. They take that home.
You finally saw a little bit of that value of that wall that Calm is placing towards his B side to just jump around left and right on lane. Also forcing double decays when you're trying to run through from B main into lane when you're finally going to get these gun rounds for Lev. But so far, it seems like C9 doesn't want to test it a second time. Back to what they're known for, working towards A, and King is doing a little bit of vanity there. And the Yellow Drone's going to clear him out. The wall bangs. Makes it out alive.
Cloud9 pushing back quite hard since that Leviathan timeout. Mid control, still watching tiles. It looks like it's going to be this A play once again, but this time Lev's in A. They aren't playing this tree rotate out retake. They're meeting it head on. Still waiting, still pushing. They are going to go back to a bit of the tree hold, but still now have this A anchor and difference.
Quicker way to break down the walls here with the Odin instead of knifing it across. Tex now walking forward as a wall.
That's the spike, though.
Instant punish with the spike down. Mazzino answering at the top of mid as well from Pizza. Moose ADSing, nice shot there onto Aspas. A little bit of an overcommitment, but also respected because Vanity TP to grab the spike and are moving into the A site.
Delay from the lockdown to come in, but it looks like Tex wants to make a play.
He made it through. He made it through now. Vanity was squeezed back down towards Hell. And as he tries to call it for his teammates, Rooney's there for the save once again from A main. Mazzino stuck, wall bang by a Moose. C9 at
Damn. That's an important round.
Just lacing people right now with that Odin from site to site. Where do they go next? A nice bit of a mid play here. Oxy to open things up.
And at first it was looking like Icebox, but
seems to just be
it's more and more looking like Sunset.
Come on, baby. We didn't get let's go, baby. And we hit the strat.
And they're hyped, fans. They are hyped.
Well, especially when you're in the lead by 2 and you're already forcing the second timeout by Leviathan. You have all the confidence right now to try to close out this series. Again, this would be a very labored victory that they would have if they're managing to upset Leviathan in this third map. And as you're pulsing now, C9 on the attack, they've won 5 rounds in a row here. Ever since losing Piston Round in the second half, it's been them all along, controlling the pace of this map. And again, it's really on that conversation of this composition from Leviathan. Is it built to be a little bit more offensive and should they have picked and gotten more rounds here on the attack?
Right. I mean, you have that, you question that, and you got to think, what are Rooney and Vanity saying? How many ways can they get by this? They know they don't have to deal with too much, so mid-round plans happening. The pre-round is already a good setup where they're actually getting quite a bit of information off of what's happening to make that second decision, to make the mid-round last. The last round, rather, it was playing towards mid, finding those few frags, and then boom, again towards A once they could hit it. Just methodical right now with how C9 is figuring out Leviathan, instantly denying a push towards B main control right off the bat here.
And that was a paranoid thrown on the attack. Now pivoting back towards mid. Leviathan also rotating out just to try to add a little bit more pressure. Maybe even pinching from everywhere, but they decide otherwise. Just stack up towards tree. They've been reading his hits towards the A site.
It's that play again. It's okay, mid, 2 and 2. Cat and A. We pinch, we squeeze them in, we take them out. Already pushed back towards Tree here. This low buy doesn't give Lev much room to work with if they're finding the util dump from Cloud9.
Yeah.
And A site is C9's once again with a big lurk coming in from Vanity.
Yeah, you're able to slow down the A entrance, but you've given up Tree, and there's 3 players walking out in that area. The other 2 players for C9, they'll take it. They're holding pulse plants outside towards the A main. In great position right now. And this time it's Vanity on the lurk. He's on a lurk with an Odin.
Shadows traveling.
Nice little molly here to try to flush him out. Lots of damage being done, and there's that lurk. There's 2.
Yeah.
King trying to answer back, trying to do whatever he can, but you definitely know this round is looking to be pretty good for Cloud9 to seal the deal in this round, especially with those 2 kills from Rooney. Again, those 2 newcomers for Cloud9 are making a huge difference here on Ascent.
And you're almost expecting there to be no lurk at this point. You're like, okay, there's Moose. Moose is in sight. We saw him a little bit on the take, so we're good, right? No, Vanity is now taking up that job, and he'll be smoking from across the map and coming in a little bit later to help clutch the site.
And a casual 20 bomb now from Oxy on the other end, 20 for King. We haven't really seen too many of these duels of a 1 versus 1 between Oxy and Aspas, right? Aspas focusing a lot on the B side at the beginning. All of C9 really fighting towards the A side, mid towards Cat. It seems there's still no answer for Leviathan on the amount of times we're heading towards A. Again, but a different tempo. Done early in the round. Spike is already down. Oxy made it across, down to 21 HP, was wallbanged there from the top of heaven. There's the head-to-head, but King steals the kill away. With Spike down out in the open, showstopper available, not anymore.
Good kill by Zeppa.
1 for 1, Rooney alone. Lurk on the top, the lineup on 2, connects there. And it's up to him and King. Al Drone available. 3 seconds on a recon dart as well. King hiding it back around the dice. So Rooney runs with no information whatsoever. King looking to move back towards the A main. Out in the open, King gets the pick, and Leviathan stay alive.
That card
was an
screaming.
incredibly necessary round for Leviathan, coming down to the last drop, the last player in King. And he gets the crown for a very necessary round. We'll see this again. The first time we've seen C9 have to worry about the spike being down. They've had control of each round. Messes them up just a little bit. Almost looked like they could repair the situation, but Lev come out on top. They have 5 ultimates coming in around 21. You have to expect they roll another one over in their favor here.
And they know it's an expensive round that Leviathan won. So Oxy's pulling out the Outlaw. Cannot have enough here for an operator, but they'll still use an Outlaw.
And he can get great value on those few low armor buys.
Exactly.
3 of them on the side of the Leviathan with his Outlaw may string true. Still a lot of pressure on Lev here, the 11-9 score line. They cannot afford to mess up around and have that money reset.
They also need to keep Zeppa alive right now for Cloud9. Having that null command would be huge against the attempt at a retake for Leviathan with these 5 ults that they currently have. All of them working up towards the middle except for Vanity, breaking the wall towards the A site. Keeping the players at bay this time. Yes, Aspas is finally playing towards the A site because they pitted early towards B.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade.
Lots of room now.
Yeah.
That's really the... Not too many weaknesses, but you're using bodies to try to get information into fight from tree and from switch to top mid.
This is such a new look from C9. Fully spread out in a default. 30 seconds left on the round as they start to work towards mid with an idea here for B.
And this time they're giving that Vandal over to Oxy because they need him to entry. Jump spotting, finding information. Null command comes out early. And that was actually done on the defensive side. 22 seconds left on the clock. Pivoting back towards A.
Cover going out.
And this time it's the attacker side using it, so there's no showstopper available now for Leviathan inside the side, but it doesn't matter. Aspas gets the first kill. King is there for the support. Finally, the Odin comes in. Tex trying to find a timing towards the back, has a res at the same time. Rooney once again alone.
Spike
Body is showing out the cape as well. Swings out and tries to get the kill, but cannot. The fuse now comes in for Leviathan. And off that second timeout, we're also seeing life out of the defensive side.
That is an incredibly big round again for Leviathan. They lose this, they get 1,900 credits in the pocket. Now they get a bit of money. Doesn't even mean they can full buy across the board, mind you, but they do get the necessary money to keep this momentum going. What a retake. We're gonna get a timeout here from C9 to stave off this pressure. Leviathan, get a little discussion going and figure out what was working from the coaching standpoint. And get that from Emmy.
And yeah, definitely it's been a bit of a change of how they're holding this defense for Leviathan. Not too much pressure at the beginning of these rounds for slower being that we were mentioning before. They're really able to save that a little bit in terms of util remaining for Tex on these actual hits from Cloud9 are using it late. And off that round, though, it was a little bit expensive, rather, for Leviathan, but they used those ults at the right moments, right? The null command that came through towards that under-minute mark, so it doesn't really allow C9 to move towards this B site. They don't have a pit now anymore in the B site. Now they're also realizing that Aspas is also focusing more on A.
Yeah.
So we'll be finally a pivot now from C9 to start pressuring to end towards B once again.
And we see that scoreboard. All things considered, imagine Lev has both pistol rounds, but they weren't able to run away with the second round. This could be such a different game. But the string of 6 rounds from C9 after that thrifty, absolutely punishing for Lev as they finally get their footing back here to come back in. Lev getting the money sorted out. They did actually have enough to drop on those buys, so they do find full armor even with the money going back down to 1,900.
Interesting, but a knife doesn't really allow for them to get more space behind the Hunter's Fury, and now is thrown here by Mazzino to get the information off the 2 at the beginning. So it allows Tex to throw a wall up.
Yeah.
But this is very early, right? He already threw that slow orb and then the wall, and look at his util. All he has left is a res. And of course, a Vandal in his hands, and he could do a lot of magic with that as well. But C9 pivoting back to play contact at M2. Spike being dropped to make an audio cue.
Right here.
Both players now creeping up towards M3. And that's Zeppa and Moose. Trying to walk around and trying to get a backstab, and they'll get it. Mazzino falls. And at the same time, Zeppa is all the way out towards the spawn at B. Yes, there's an exchange of battle here. And there's that lurk play. Beautiful here for Cloud9. Advantage comes in for them, but they're a little bit spread across the map. King has
and that's the problem with... Oh, nice shot. That's the problem with Lev's team. You don't have a Killjoy or Cypher to trap mid, or even a chamber trap
to meet up with Calm
to do your mid control.
And looking to backstab the backstabbers.
Perfect timing here. The buddy system going to be working out great for Leviathan as they can get themselves back to safety. Do they stick together? No, they decide to split.
Recon Dart outside of the smoke, allowing here for the plant to come down. 2 individual 1v1s potentially here. Snake bites being thrown from Calm. Pivoting back towards the Dice. King is moving towards Generator. Nice little first shot by Rooney. There's King to trade it back. A 1v1, half HP is Rooney. Suppresses, King has the paranoia now, hits it. TP on the top. Trying to find
nice play, King. Let's go. What a beautiful play.
Incredible stuff from King in the last moment. The Omen play everyone wishes they could nail, but some reason we miss it. What a play. King just playing that so calm, and I love
that shot was insane.
Calm made so much noise in heaven that they had to think both were there. No one was looking at the flank.
That was me internally.
And then King.
I was yelling, but holy crap, that was a play by King.
Oh my God. And that's the vibe they needed. The timeouts for Leviathan now coming in.
It came down to the wire as well, off a timeout from C9 that just happened here. And now the momentum, you mentioned it, the vibe that we needed for Leviathan. It continues on with also now the economy in their favor.
Yeah,
the ult economy
so
also
big.
in their favor. C9 having to fight back once again. Not as strong as a lead as they had before at the beginning of the second half. They'll try once again to go for an instant pop towards the A site. Tech's now waiting just to contact towards Cat. The wall up will not allow the lurk to happen. And there's the exec. Tech's trying to run through, shooting a bit, and they're doing all the damage. Perfect second floor. Though. Zeppa answers back. Mazzino comes across.
Oh my god, that timing.
In his favor either. And somehow, a slight overheat from Leviathan. Punished right away. Tap on the spike, no Calm is here. Calm trying to get the wall back shots, but does not connect. Another tap once again. Pain shells.
They're getting good util out here.
They know Aspas is at the top though. And what maybe could save him is hopefully a knife, but it's in 23 seconds only. So that showstopper may do a lot of damage. Rooney down low at 21.
There.
To jump up on the generator. Second shot guard, no contact onto Aspas. A lurk around here from the top. Zeppa breaking the window. As now the players are running down. Jump spot on the first. Trying to go for a second jump spot. It's at half. Nice little first shot. Second one coming through.
Let's go. Damn.
Zeppa has to try to win a 2v1. There's that first. Good play the time. Comes across on the left side. Aspas pushing forward.
No. Holy fuck.
To put C9 at map and series point.
It's incredible the amount of rounds that are coming down to these 1v1s right now. Calling on
Lev is so unlucky, like
in this individual moment.
the fucking Sage, like running back and shooting.
Doing what he can for the team.
The fucking
what he can for his team here.
push through the smoke on the KO and shit.
And they have to do a lot. On the other side, you have a 30 bomb from King on Leviathan, doing everything to keep them in this and bring it to OT as Cloud9 go back to the mid-strat.
Momentum back in the favor of Cloud9. Money in shambles for Leviathan. No command to push through and Tex instantly on the pivot for the flank. Has a timing here, has all the information, but only has a stinger. Still drops the no command. The trades come out for Leviathan. Up to Moose alone. Has the lockdown and is forced to pull it out right away.
Solo Moose.
He has Zeppa if you can res him, but
Oh, and the res too. It's the bait
yeah.
to push
Okay, an OT, nice.
What a series to start us off for stage 1. OT on the books. And we're gonna get it switched up now. C9 on that defensive side here as we see the round again. Lev's gonna go back to attack. And we're gonna get this reset. Money across the board. Let's see if we get any Odins in here. And how the teams decide to play this one. Van Silly, incredible to see Cloud9 able to bring this type of form
set up
out
on A.
at the start of the split. Find so many holes in what Leviathan's trying to bring to the table. And also Leviathan as well, still having the all-star fraggers, Aspas King, the rest of the team, whenever they're needed to keep this going.
Pop flash being done here to try to get some early orb control. Elise in the cubby for Leviathan. Vanity still trying to jump spot. Almost out of timing there, and King chooses to just stay out in the open to not eat the pre-fired shots from Vanity. A stalemate in this moment, a smoke now being thrown instead of a one-way. Just to keep now the enemies at bay. Leviathan trying to pivot back towards Cat though.
A lot of cat play, a lot of tree play from both teams.
Big paranoia. That slows down the push once again, allowing the wall to get broken. And here comes the chaos inside the smoke. First blood this time for Leviathan. Trying to run through again, maybe trying to look for a play. Zeppa doesn't have any more flashes. Aspas somehow gets a wall bang onto Moose as he falls as well. Plat now coming in for Leviathan.
A little chip damage, but is it enough? 5v3 here. And they still haven't got tree back.
Finally, as they break the second wall, that could allow for them to go for a 3-2-1 swing. But instead, one was caught with
and that smoke from the Viper.
Or forcing Rooney to peek alone. At least he stays alive.
You still have Calm just lurking around the map during all of this too. So many options for Lev to clean it up.
Up draft avoids a shorty once again denied.
Ace? No.
And also the ace denied by Rooney. 4 HP. Tex wins it. and Leviathan, they're the ones now at map and series point.
One of the first rounds we saw everyone try to fight there in Tree, and I think the big factor is Cloud9 could not get through Tree. We saw the push coming from Vanity on the other side, but it was slowed, it was walled, and when it's walled, it creates such a tighter choke point you don't want to get through. That bit of mistiming gives Leviathan the momentum, gives them the upper hand in the round all together. C9 called the OT timeout. And we're going to look to get into this next round, round 26 here. We will get that Odin on the board for Moose.
Good to see you right now in the Riot Games Arena, showing the support for both of these teams. Sold out day. This time for C9 versus Leviathan to kick things off.
Wait, Sentinels are not playing today.
Man,
They're playing tomorrow.
It's gotta suck for Oxy this time. It's
Today it's like energy loud after.
A potential, but couldn't get the second one in. And that was almost everything here to not allow Cloud9 to really win that pulse plant.
The Cloud9 cheers coming from the crowd. Leviathan holding strong through it. They've had quite a few throughout this comeback as well to bring it into OT, and that momentum now to game point. Odin on both sides are going to be ringing out here through the walls of Ascent and possibly our final round. A push towards A main for Lev to get a little bit of early control, maybe wall it off immediately. And they're watching towards mid, something C9 has loved in these rounds. The 3-2 split across the map, though, is the protocol for round 26 in Cloud9's book.
And he's looking to wallbang this from the top of Radiant boxes. Knife is close, Recon on the top, that pings him, and that gives a chance now for Cloud9 to move forward. Look at this push though from Catwalk. Leviathan has 2 players moved up. All of C9 now moving out towards B main. And Vanity will be the late lurk. Odin continues to spray across. Oxy just trying to answer back through the smoke as well.
Holy.
Everybody stays alive for now.
That's close.
How? Tell me how.
Everybody's just shooting blanks at this point.
Not even a chip. All right, so the mollies are gone though. It looks like Oxy wants to dash straight out. Gonna have to wait another 8 seconds as this pings if they don't shoot the knife. All right. They're ready, but this lurk from Vanity could call differently.
Yeah, and then at the minute mark, they actually put this wall up. So Vanity has to do everything to try to break down this wall. But as they do this here, the pivot is out from Leviathan to take control of A main. So a late rotate from C9 to A could potentially be a loss. And even if
no, they're gonna commit B.
They're just waiting for the smokes.
They have to be on point now on the execute. Calm rotating back, pushing out the top of the lane. There's that dash in from Oxy. King just waiting inside of that smoke. Players now moving down on the other end. Pinch from behind. Calm gets one. Moose as well.
Oh my god.
3 players to fall. 13 seconds left. The plant will come down. Tex and Aspas looking to fight back. 2 players staying behind the boathouse for Cloud9 as the other 2 are playing contact first at the staircase. Odin in the hands of Oxy. As Aspas is now starting to close the gap. You hear the Odin being shot on the other end. Alarbot now, Nanostorm. Aspas is now slowed down. Cannot get across, has 2 satchels to work with, but decides to walk forward instead. A 1-for-1, last one on the lane. And we will go once again to a second overtime.
The second overtime.
Cloud9 replicating a strat they used a few times throughout this game that was at A. Wait until 30 seconds. There's, again, not a lot defensively for Leviathan to stop an incredibly hard hit. 30 seconds, they nail B site as soon as Vanity is done messing with Cat in that wall, trying to just get a little bit of distraction down. So really nice overall map play there to keep Leviathan thinking. And also Cloud9's banking on the fact that they're going to be hitting the site with less numbers that late into the round. It's on Leviathan now to put up a strategy back onto attack as we're into round 27, OT number 2.
Odin spray on middle because of this Viper wall, was trying to get something on top mid. Op in the hands of Oxy. And he actually avoided, walked across the snake bite. Down to low HP, has the dash and trying to move forward to potentially try to get the pick into Calm. Calm knows better, just tucks in. There's that wall for the split. Now Oxy's just waiting and gets that pick. No more splits coming in from Leviathan. Lots of them being spotted out here towards the market. And Leviathan still engaged towards the entry. Nice little shot there onto Moose through the smoke, tying things up on a 4-4. Rooney now answers back as Mazzino's trying to find another surprise kill inside spawn. King doing the same.
Oh my god.
Loses the fight to Vanity with the judge somehow. Spike, meanwhile, though, has been planted. 2 players left.
Good paranoia.
Aspas is blind, forced to fall back. Tex is trying to make a play. The sprays now from the spawn. One is suppressed. No heals, no slow orbs. So Tex is just trying to move forward. And it's beautiful. Beautifully done by Cloud9. Instant trades to put them back in the lead.
They have not previously taken out that B main lurk on the mid player from Leviathan. Oxy's first kill here was so big on the round to make sure it faltered in market. See the pushes, the plays. C9 shuts it down.
I can't believe Vanity won that one. That potentially could have been everything too, because that would have been given King position into market. We do have another timeout being called out, this time by Leviathan. As again, series point here for Cloud9, and it's been a great way so far to close out this series, Riv. It was, I'd like to say a snooze fest maybe on the first one, but that second and third map, both teams have definitely woken up. We're definitely seeing the potential of these teams now fighting in the Americas, and GB mentioned it. Shanghai on the line, champions on the line.
Yeah.
So you have to be on point every single game. And to see right now that C9 comes with 2 new players and are able to do this against one of the top teams here in Americas.
Yeah.
I wonder what Ball will have to say after this.
I wonder.
Holy fuck.
I mean, you almost got Oxy dropping to 30 along with King, right? But if we think about it, we mentioned King having 30 a few rounds ago.
Yeah, exactly.
So King's been shut down on these last few rounds.
But
Aspas
started to wake up.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You can never count on Aspas.
Yep. Definitely had a slower start here in regulation. At some point was only at 13 kills while Oxy was at 20, and this time he's at 24. Duelists now making and putting work for both of these teams. Now backs against the wall, Leviathan running the same type of defense. Tex trying to hold up Catwalk. Mazzino trying to get wall bangs here from Market into the top of Cat. Knife will actually spot the Duelist.
See if they get the play here. Waiting for the pop flash bounce from Zeppa as soon as the smoke clears. And I think we get Oxy into tree.
Okay, different type of wall here too, but it gets instantly broken, so no time to react.
Nice. Good find.
Tex gets the easy kill. And that's a beautiful first blood now for Leviathan. Big flash now.
I don't know about the easy kill.
C9 closing in. Vanity using his own smoke as for cover. But then just seeing
run
through. Aspas gets a second showstopper ready. Doesn't need it so far. Not fully pops it out. But Tex steals the kill. And we're tied once again.
Okay.
Overtime.
Truly trading blow for blow.
Is so confidently swung in favor of the other team as we go back and forth. Like, oh, perfect, yeah, they're gonna get that next one. No, Leviathan snap back that hard. Round 29 now between C9 and Lev as we get into our third round of OT here. It looks like it's going to be a big stack up by C9 over towards B. They'll play the retake A, and that's what Lev has their eyes set on. They are behind Aspas on these attacks, so wherever we see him going, they'll follow just behind the wall. That's not going to be damage. Bit and chipped out.
That was so close.
Yeah, that looked like it was going to be one and done, or somebody done rather.
But that was calm on the other end there, and again, just holding it close. He knew that last time there was a late push with an operator from Oxy, but this time around, C9 are playing a full rifle round with that Odin in the hands of Moose.
Full B. I don't think we've seen Leviathan do a death ball into sight here. It looks like they're going to draw out the time of the round. See if somebody will peek, kill the peeker, and then take the hit. As King set up with Noya. They're not even going to run the time down that much. They're just going to hit.
Oh, but everything missed. There's that wall to come out towards the lane, but it's funneled into all that microwave set up by Moose. It comes up, keeps it at bay. Moose falls down at the same time, though, but Leviathan have contested and taken over this B site. Aussie almost got some wallbang kills there. Tex now pushing up on the other end at the staircase, a 1-for-1.
3v3 now.
Spike planted.
As it gets planted, the reposition by Leviathan. Calm stays towards the B main. Oxy with the dash, but cannot use it. So for C9, they're breaking the wall. Calm now finally gets spotted. Cloudburst moving out. Oxy running on the other end, gets that pick.
That's
Flames
an ace?
now available.
No.
Crouch again, gets the kill there onto King. As it's Mazzino alone, Zeppa gets the pick. And
Damn.
we continue to go back and forth in this game on the third map.
These rounds are chaos. Oxy with the peaks, almost, I don't think he wanted to get on that wall after he saw it was on the other side, but still goes for the peak. And just being on the other side of the wall, he delayed 3 members of Lev wanting to get into sight. They're all like, wait, he's gonna come over again. He's gonna come over again. Gets the peak on main with the Cloudburst to enter, and Zeppa has had some incredible personal rounds there. Brings up 2 on his own to enter the site, even though he had the backup. C9 back on game point. Lev continues to strike from the defensive side with fierceness. Can they do it again? It's going to be a push here. Aspas, A main control doesn't come right away, and they go right back to tree control. Cloud9 is going to run the same strat from Lev's book just last round.
No Odin here for Calm. And the knife comes out. They're trying to clear it out here towards the B main. Didn't get the ping there onto Mazzino, forced the fall back. Calm does get the pick onto Rooney though. Holding his spot towards the lane. Aspas flew to rescue to help out as well. 1-for-1, Moose is alone trying to get some lucky kills with the sprays. But this is looking like a done deal. Aspas hunting it down, continuing the OTs.
Well, let's go. We don't have to worry about anybody hitting the draw button on this one. We're keeping this one rolling. 31 rounds to come in after this one. The buyback comes through. Nobody's really flexed the operator except for Oxy on 1 round, and it does not feel like it wants to be the play anymore. They know the site's going to get hit, and they want retake ability, so ops seem to be out of the question right now. 15-15. They're keeping King on 30, but like you said, Aspas is heating up, and that could be very scary for the side of C9. The 4-1 across the board for Leviathan's attack here, as they're just looking for a bit of early util and to prop Aspas up with these orbs.
Yeah, it's been a change of pace this time around too for Leviathan, because they realized that the instant they popped the flash, they weren't getting too much contention outside of A main. So it allows here for Aspas to pick up the orb right away. Pivoting back now towards this B site, maybe trying to control both. King staying behind right now to get the information, waste out the utility out of Cloud9.
The drone.
Anything, even if it recharges as a signature, they want to see abilities get used before Lev hits the site.
Oxy's about to walk through towards main. There's that wall up, and the execution attempt towards B. Oxy able to fall back.
Boom, Moose is ready.
Falls behind, yeah, nice little wall bang there with...
Oh my god.
Gets another pick. 2 coming out towards the lane, and a beautiful paranoia for him to fall back. That's a rotating back towards Cat. Zeppa is waiting right there to TP across. There's that trade-off. That's the spike down once again. Hot flash underhand, just trying to escape. Meanwhile, Aspas has picked up the spike, and he's also the last player standing. 23 left on the clock. 1 kill gets him a showstopper. Zeppa just waiting out in the open. And the story continues.
The story continues. Zeppa locks down another round from that defensive side for him, and Lev will switch it up. We are indeed on to match point. Would you believe it? As we see this play again.
What a series.
Crack some Red Bulls, chat, because this feels like it's going to be a long day.
30 seconds.
The landing readjust. They're all ready for the play. They have to be having a very good time on stage right now. 230 bombs now between the side of Lev. Aspas is caught up to King.
And that's the thing. King
and you might
still
surpass
killless
him. Yeah, so
at this point
is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7 rounds. And just assists coming through for King. So they're really
Is that
able
deck balls
to
or
shut
some
him down.
shit? Looks like we're just gonna have to do a little bit of a cleanup here. There's a spill on the stage.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Players are hyped up. Players are hyped up.
Yep.
Gotta make sure you dry out that mouse pad to continue on here in this game, but definitely just to give us a chance to talk about it, right? It's been a couple of rounds now since King had that 30 bomb, and he needs, it might be the difference right now, the difference maker if he's able to actually string a couple more kills here for Leviathan to maybe push this and win this. But at this point, him stepping up will allow Leviathan to tie up the game once more. As of course, you definitely see here, we're back in the game. Or being picked up on the attack side as they're also realizing for C9 there's not too much contention out of Leviathan.
Right.
From A main.
Yeah, C9 wants to see a little bit. Looks like Lev is being stingy with their util. That's going to benefit them as their site hit takes hold. And they know they can basically just wall out Cat, keep that safe.
King working his legs, trying to spot towards A main as Zeppa is trying to do the same to get a surprise contact into Switch, but it gets insta-dinked by Aspas and force a fallback.
It's so hard to sell a fake this many OTs in. A site's the hit.
And it's traded out. Once again, King denied now, anchoring towards the A site. Zeppa still low on HP. Trying to figure out who they could get the spike to for a plant. He's gonna plant it for A main. Beautiful owl drone actually spawns a couple of players up towards the A heaven as Leviathan actually has all 4 players and no lurks. There's grenades being thrown. There's the ADS from a few. And there's the first to fall. That's Oxy on top of Generator. Shot darts coming out, misses as it's trying to get towards the door. A tap on the spike, the spray through the smoke. Continuing through, but players of C9 are still falling down. Zeppa alone, and Zeppa falls with the rest.
That looked like it was the right play from C9. Smokes are down on the side of the Viatan, playing 2 inside site, 2 outside site. Because you're not going to get smoked off, you create that other crossfire. But the shots for Lev on the retakes are hitting. Great start off too, playing tricky spots on the wall, covering each other. And even with King going down there, they still get the round and convert the 4v5 in favor of Leviathan. 16-16, round 34 on the board.
It seems like C9 wants to try to fight back towards main. There's a lot of pings to maybe to up the tempo for Leviathan, but C9's potentially looking to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Walking up the contact. There's Vanity getting ready to swing out, punish. And there's a 2-for-1 in favor of Leviathan. Will this get clear in the corner? The Boombot will not. As they run across, they try to clear it out. He can play this off angle. He gets one. The second satchel saves him, but he still gets King. Aspas inside the site, forced to reload, stuck out towards the dice. A 2 versus 2. Moose has already rotated across with Rooney though. As the owl drones out for info, knows exactly where the 2 players are. The first one planted, the second one towards main. Showstopper now out after the plant. Will force them to fall back. And they have to wait it out. Now that it's finally shot, but look at that positioning now from Calm. The wall up, he repositions now towards the tree, but the turret, he avoided it. And he heard the footsteps. Aspas will get the kill. It's up to Rooney alone. For the first time here, we might see an attacker side win. A tap on the spike first, there's that first shot! And the second one!
Holy.
The Red Bull clutch! It will give another defensive round for Cloud9 and series point one more time!
Never give up. He's not missing a beat. The crispest shots we've seen, we can give him a little bit on that last one to control the recoil. But the A heaven shots he's brought in, some of the clutches Rooney's been hitting, has not missed a beat, and it's exactly what C9 needed.
That right there from Zeppa was also everything. Yes, he did get the kill onto Aspas to still flick back to at least get one more to give a chance for Rooney. That could have been a 3 versus 1.
Nice reaction.
You said we might see our first attack around. That's how you sound. Yeah. Sounds good. All right, the 4-1. A good detect here coming from Aspas's Boombot right out of B main. They know that's the lurk,
it's quick.
And it's going to be hit on A.
Super quick right now. C9 already inside the site, and it's open. Leviathan is looking to play the retake, but they haven't crossed inside yet because everything was slowed by Texas slow orbs at that Sage. Double swing in. Oxy with the first blood. Rooney with the plant. Leviathan does not want to give a chance for C9 to set up as they're already throwing utility. 2 up towards the heaven. Oh, a nice shot by RC, all done by Rooney's util. Tex answers right back through the door. A 1-for-1, but the advantage still for C9 on this post plant. Calm trying to drop down, trying to get the wall bang, finally takes down Zeppa. King dropping inside the site right now, no smoke to cover him.
Molly off.
There's that Molly, he gets it halfway at least. King and Calm against Moose and Vanity. Vanity at low HP. Moose trying to fight long range. Smoke now dissipates. The backstab, but the trade. Calm now to 1v1. The pit comes out, and he's dying.
What is he doing? Holy fuck! Calm.
Closes the series.
That's how you start stage 1. Oh my gosh, Cloud9, 18-16 over Leviathan. Oxy and Aspas dropping
GG C9.
kills each. The series. Absolutely amazing. Cloud9 showing the squad they put together can muster up what is needed to take the win. And the questions now fall onto Leviathan. The time they had to organize these, the compositions, they were there, but they didn't come out with the W. C9 able to find the win and find the way through those strategies of Leviathan.
Definitely in Vanity. He's mentioned it at the interview with Smix when they were walking into the arena. Hopefully we could translate
just
what we did.
scrimmers.
Exactly. They're not just scrimmers today. Winning and upsetting Leviathan in a nail-biting series. And Moose, welcome to the VCTs. That's one way to start things off. But definitely Rooney coming back and finding that he's never left.
No.
That guy was on point, on fire, and his util was amazing as well on this solo roll.
We saw the life of the eco wins coming back a little bit for C9, Rooney, Sheriff, Oxy popping off, getting a little bit of that facilitation from his team to go forward, to do more, to be the one on the front line. And Moose coming up so big. A lot of lurks on Sunset were able to secure the rounds for C9 there that Moose was able to put into action.
It almost came down when you were watching this overtime too. It didn't matter what compositions were coming in and out. It was so chaotic with so many good trades and fundamentals that had to come out from both of these teams. It didn't look like there was too many mistakes going on in the heat of the moment. It just came down to who really won those battles. And in the end, you definitely see it too. Like, I mean, look at that. The Sage Walls, you're expecting those here with this comp coming through. So adapting on the fly here for Cloud9. They show a lot of promise now for this split in 2024 for the VCT Americas.
And it ends up, they did prevent King from getting a kill throughout that entire overtime. So they said, no, you're only a smoker right now. That's all you're offering. So big job by C9 to be able to shut down the shot caller in that aspect.
Definitely see it there. How hyped up we are towards the end for C9 on that victory. It looks like we're trying to do some sort of flying V at this point, and that was Moose that started things off when he walked on stage for the first time, and Vanity closing it in as the IGL for the team.
Yeah, Moose walked out on the stage today. If you didn't see the walkouts, feeling it, pointing to the crowd, getting pumped. He is excited to be here, and we see why.
Well, at least now let's start down to Smix with the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Vansili and Rivington, and congratulations, Zeppa.
Thank you.
What an amazing game to kick off stage 1, going up against a team like Leviathan. You yourself and your team had to go through some roster changes, so there were some questions in the air, like how is it going to be looking? And after map number 1, when we spoke to Coach Imi, he said that this is not how the practices have gone. In fact, the scrims have been ridiculously in your favor, and we saw that on maps 2 and 3. So now that you've had a chance to catch your breath after Ascent, tell us what's going through your head.
Obviously, I'm happy for the win. That was a long BO3. I feel bad for Energy and Furia because they had to wait so long. But, hey. Oh, my bad. Sorry. But, yeah, I mean, I'm glad my team has pulled through, and, you know, we stuck through it, and everybody was confident the whole time. We believe we're going to win, so happy we pulled through.
It was amazing to see that resilience, because let's just talk about that last map on Ascent. It went overtime, but it all started on that first half where it started out with Leviathan having a massive lead, up 6-1, but then we saw C9 really be able to pull it together, Moose having some crazy impact rounds as well. So what started to click for you guys?
Obviously, after losing round by round, we had to like slowly come to a solution and like figure out how they play, because it's not a normal comp that people play. Obviously, it's like the first time we saw the comp, so we're like, you know, we knew it was gonna be a struggle in the beginning, but we had to find the solutions. But I'm happy everybody chimed in and try to find the solution. At the end, we did.
Speaking of that comp, you know, how annoying was it to deal with the Sage Walls and just playing around this style that you yourself just said you haven't seen it really before? So what was that like?
Like it was just, we knew with that comp on defense, that was going to be really slow. We had to drag out the rounds and like find out where people are. But at the end of the day, like I said, my teammates pulled through, and we believe we're going to win. So I would say that Icebox map was a fluke, but
Coach Ami said the same, and you know what? You showed it on that last map when it mattered most on Ascent. For now, Zeppa, thank you so much for taking the time. You guys are looking damn good. We are going to head to a short commercial break, but as you heard from Zeppa himself, we're going to see Energy versus Louds very, very soon, so see you there.
Furia.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Okay, quick break for me. See you for Energy Loud in a bit.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Confronto contra a Energy vai ser rival muito difícil. Realmente tem jogadores de categoria mundial, né? Eles ganaram já Champions, tem jogadores que são muito bons nos roles, tem jogadores que não conseguem no kickoff e agora tenho certeza que vai ser muito difícil jogar contra eles.
You woke up.
Yes, he did. Oh my gosh, that's the Ethan we know.
I think Loud's biggest threat to us is probably not aggression, but just being relentless in the server. You know, they've had really big comebacks. They're never out. no matter how far down they are.
É 4 contra 2, já clicou na spike o primeiro. Cauãzinho, Cauã de novo. Vai Cauã, fez metade. Cauãzinho, é na tua, Cauã!
Sempre é para jogar com o coração. Nunca se sabe o que vai acontecer no dia do jogo. Então, sim, dá para ganhar.
Well, if you thought that last match was something else, get ready for this one because it's going to be a fantastic brawl between two stupendous teams. Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas. Golden, we're here alongside with Bula. You got Mimi, you got Beginner, and we are...
Who's Bula?
Bula? That's my new name for you.
Bula.
You're just Bula. But I said her name right, though. Nailed that one.
Good job.
You're not bullying her?
You've only known
Not
her
at all,
for
not at all. I've moved the goalpost forward. All right, folks.
I'm right here, dog.
We have our second match of the day, and it's going to be a good one. We have a continuing chapter in the saga of Loud versus NRG. Now let's go ahead, though, and talk about Loud, of course, defending champions of the Americas region. Also got themselves a couple world champs in that lineup as well. And this is a team that went into Masters Madrid. I think people were pretty high up on them, as you are for Loud all the time, because they never miss these global events. But this time around, it was definitely, even though it was good, what we were seeing from Loud. Mimi, I think you were there. It just felt as if...
You think so? You're losing your memory. You were there with me.
No, I'm referring. It's a question. Anyway, the point I'm trying to say here is that it felt like Loud had that magic essence, and then as we got closer into the playoffs, it just started to fade away a little by little.
I mean, I think it's really tough to assess Loud from that event because they went in, they beat two teams, FPX and EDG, neither of whom I think looked particularly great at that event. They go into playoffs and they lose two close matches, but I think I think they looked better in playoffs than they did in the group stages compared to the level of opponent that they were playing. Even though they lost, that's when we saw QCK getting online. That's when we saw them, I think, really starting to tone in when they're playing the weirder comps, the newer stuff, and when they're playing the more standard stuff. I don't think this is a Loud, though, that is in the highest championship form we've seen from them in the past, but I think they grew a lot throughout their run at Madrid, and that's what matters early in the season.
Yeah, I think that that assessment's pretty much correct. I think that first series at Madrid was a real kind of scary moment for me, where I was like, oh, Loud is not going to be as consistent, as firm as they are going to be, in the years prior. But I think they needed that experience at Madrid, and they still placed deep, right? They still got to playoffs. They
they were still.
And I mean, close game to Sentinels, close game to Paper X.
Yeah, exactly.
It was a very respectable run.
And this team needs to be able to figure out how deep they can actually go.
Sure.
And I think it is pretty deep. Without Aspas on this lineup, I think that's somewhere where you still have to kind of build up that confidence. Are we that championship team anymore? Are we the team that's going to be able to dominate Americas? And I think the answer is yes, but it's going to take some work.
I think the thing I find interesting about Loud is that there's not a hero on the team anymore, right? So you don't have the people who look to like an Aspas that's like, you have to perform incredibly every game, and the comps they play aren't really built around that either. I think you're going to find inconsistency in the sense of different players are going to show up map to map, day to day, or whatnot, because it's not about setting up your dive agent to go in, go nuts, and find a lot of kills. They're setting up multiple different players to take those opening fights and changing it very flexibly throughout the games, which I think is very unique in Valorant when everyone, for the most part, is playing Sentinels, playing a dive agent, and sort of playing strong side, weak side, especially on defense. I think their style of play is very different, and we also need to learn a little bit as we watch them play the game too, because I think performances are going to vary game to game.
Yeah, well, we're going to learn when we watch him, but let's go ahead and learn a little bit more from the man himself. We got Smick standing by with Sadak to get a brief look at what we should be expecting in this matchup.
Hey, Sadak, great to see you. Great to see you. I know that you've had a little bit of downtime after Madrid. What are the team's biggest learnings and takeaways from that event?
I think for us, it's that we have what it takes to win. We just need to adjust some things, but overall, we have what it takes for sure.
Amazing. We're all looking forward to seeing it. Best of luck today.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that is no question. We always know that Loud, the team, have what it takes to be able to pull off these wins here today. But it is going to be a lot more challenging, as we had mentioned, because they lost that key piece in Aspas, and now they've been building it up. But to Mimi's point, right, QCK definitely found himself there. Where else can this team lean to really find that success?
Yeah, I think just the individual level of every single player is insane. Sadak himself, I mean, throughout kickoff, I think he saved them in their run in that instance. Probably probably a big reason why they actually qualified in the first place. Then Kalazin is popping off, and then Les, of course. That guy is for sure one of the best players in the world, and he consistently is saving them in moments. So I think individual skill is that thing that just is there consistently for them always.
Yeah, but I think that really the guy who really ties that all together is always going to be Sadak. He occasionally has against your point, Christy, where we are kind of always seeing one different person take over, have their moment in a match. Sadak is consistently the guy who I think is giving the team the vision, right? He's talked that even all the way back last year, he was considering playing these Phoenix comps. He was playing these ideas. Yeah. It really seems like he's kind of unleashed this year to really make a Loud that fits what he wants the team's identity to be, which is why I really love watching this team, because their style is so unique, is so different, that he's willing to take those risks.
It's really funny to me that he's like, oh, I was trying to play this Phoenix comp, like, way back when. And then Ospas is like, oh, I want to play Phoenix.
Wait a second, you're so right.
He could have done that the entire time.
Well, what do you know? I mean, hey, a lot of question marks there for sure. But one thing that we know for sure that has been consistent ever since this player's been on the lineup, it's Les. This guy has always been an X factor ender for this team. And he's still playing like it. He's still playing like a champ.
100%. And I think, really, to me, Les is always the guy that makes these types of comps work for Loud, right? Because when you're playing without a Sentinel, all of a sudden you need to put bodies on the line. And Les is the guy, whether it's the Viper or whatnot, that is in front, that is taking forward space, getting information from the team, playing so nicely around his utility. I just feel like, of course, he's a shooter, but also the timings he's able to take, he just knows when to go for those fights.
I think for me, when I was listening to Ethan talk in the video that rolled before we came live, was he said, Loud is relentless. And that's the thing that we have to be really careful. And that embodies Les. Right, this guy is so hungry. Whenever he sees a potential kill, he will just push forward. Like he's like a shark. Whenever he smells blood, he just goes for it every single time. And that guy is scary when he does that. And he does it so often that, like, yeah, you have to be worried about Les on the server every time. Of
course.
And if you watch how Sadak is playing the Breach on Ascent, every early round, 9 rounds out of 10, it's just setting up Les. It's like, I am going to make my boy pop off. And it works so wonderfully for him.
It's crazy that they do put so much into enabling this guy in comps like that, but then you see
Viper.
But then you see a completely different style of play when you switch over. He's playing like the full lurk, full rat style, and then you'll watch him go and even without support, take these aggressive risks. He's just a guy who has so many different modes, but his mechanics and his flexibility allow him to just excel in any of those moments.
He is the all-around player for Loud.
That's so true. And I think that is such a valuable tool to have, especially, when the level of play has just exponentially increased, and then you can still have guys like Les that are still consistent, still popping off. It's going to be a lot for their opponents to deal with. Let's move on to the other side of the field. You got yourself that NA super team, and even though this is a squad that did not make it to Madrid, I think everyone still has incredibly high hopes, and how could you not when you have players like this on your team? You got the Optic Core, you have 2 world champions as well. There is just so much, Mimi, to be excited for when it comes to NRG going into stage 1.
I mean, they were flawless in kickoff until they played Sentinels in the playoffs. They lost a close 2-1 to them, and that's how they got knocked out. Like, they lost to the current best team in the world. So you can't really fault them for what happened there. But overall, I think my impression with NRG was that honestly kind of the opposite of Loud, where Loud is the team that is lent into Sadak's identity of playing these crazy comps, of playing a very unique, different style. This is the squad that is still that NRG that you look at them, you watch them play, and your biggest thing is like, damn, this team has insane fundamentals. Ethan's flashes setting up Demon 1, the synergy between Crashies and Victor. They do the simple stuff, they do the mid-rounding, and they execute on it incredibly well, even if they're not playing those same kind of new meta compositions that a team like Loud does.
100%. Look, they've been around the block a long time. They're not reinventing the wheel either. And that's sort of my biggest question for them is how much have they tried to change coming into this stage? Like, do they experiment
really old
more?
stuff? They were like, every map was like single sky for the most part back in kickoff. So there is a potential for them to maybe pull something out new here.
But the argument, especially for an event like kickoff, you're right at the top of the year, of playing that style that everyone knows like the back of their hand, that allows you to focus on the fundamentals. That allows you to have that pinpoint accuracy that NRG, I completely identify with them at this point.
I need to see what the actual ceiling for this team is, because on paper it is way up there. Like, it's limitless. You're right. And I don't think we saw even close to that at kickoff.
I mean, you're implementing 2 world champions into what was like the winningest core of the pre-partnership era.
I mean, that sounds easy to me. And the fact that we didn't see it in the first 3 games.
You say we didn't see it, but they lost to Sentinels in a close
2-0 Furia, 2-0 C9, 1-2 to Sentinels, and they lose to Tens on top of the box and market that Riot added footsteps to the top of to commemorate the moment. Like, what do you mean they didn't show us? Like, they lost the best team in the freaking world.
Dude, like, I don't know. It just wasn't. They should be the best team in the world, right? They should be the ones convincing you against Sentinels, right? Like, they shouldn't have. I mean, I guess they should have like those clutch moments maybe that they're pulling off against.
God, this just feels like deja vu from the last segment. I'm not gonna lie.
Look, here's what I'm gonna say about Energy. I feel like this team should 100% win an America split this year, and if they don't, it's a failure. And I don't think I've seen the potential for them to do that when Sentinels is playing the way that they are, when Lev has the potential to go crazy, when Loud is up here as well. We'll see it today, but I mean, all right.
I'm on board.
I'm on board. Well, they go ahead and handshake it out. Let's go ahead and hear from Ethan, who's standing by with Smix.
Ethan, I have a very quick, very serious question for you. If you have a free stream sub to give out, would you pick FNS or Sam?
I'll give it to FNS. I think Sam's got enough. Sam doesn't need any more.
I'm sure FNS is very happy to hear that. Best of luck today.
All right, everyone, we're just dropping a couple gifted in this chat right now.
I need to see Finesse's chat right now. Prime sub.
Just drop a couple gifted in Finesse's chat, and I'm sure he'll thank you. Well, of course. Yeah, what happened?
How much you paying you?
Listen, cannot disclose, but checks in the mail. All right, guys. Well,
but you're paying him? What's going on here?
I don't know. I mean, the economy's crazy. In any case, guys.
You shouldn't pay for what you're doing.
At kickoff, all right, we got to see Demon1 on this NRG lineup here. But we didn't get to see the Demon1 that dominates the way that we usually expect. He was still putting up great numbers, but I definitely felt like Demon1 needed to find himself a little bit on this team still in kickoff.
And I think we saw matches where he did step up
for
to
sure.
that level. Some of those games against Sentinels in particular, it was a slower start in those first 2 matches. They still won. He then went and had great performances in their playoff game. I think what was really the standout for me wasn't necessarily how well his stats or his numbers compared to previously, but the style that he's playing. Previously on EG, he was flexing over to the Astra, to the Brim. He was like playing the Star Duelist, but also going around to some other things. Now he's playing 100% only Jet is allowed, and also Chet's like, if you don't buy the operator every single round, you're off the team. Like, he's buying it so much more than he did before, but the setup is still really good, and it is just kind of interesting to see a team implement a player like this in a slightly different way.
Yeah, we got like the 1 pocket Omen from him on Split, but even then, that's the guy that's going to be rocking the op, right? You know, if you're playing that type of style, you can let Raze go for the rifle, look for the ult on those rounds, so it's still very much just, he is in our op slot permanently for this team.
Do we feel like that Demon1 on this lineup, you know, it makes sense, right? I mean, surely he's going to be blending into like this team and just frying eventually. I mean, I just feel like when it comes down to NRG Balla, there's so many question marks with this team, because we just saw with Leviathan what happened, them falling to C9. It does feel like, you know, there could potentially be like not overhyped teams, but hyped up teams, maybe not living up to the potential in day one.
I mean, absolutely. We're still very early in the season, of course, right? This is a development period for a lot of
In fact, we've only played 1 match.
Very true. And Demon1 is a player that's still developmental. I mean, he was the best player of the year last year, but I mean, he hasn't played that much, right? This is a guy that I think still has a lot to learn in terms of the fundamentals, in terms of a depth of playbook that like Aspas has, right? Aspas has a bag, but Demon1 doesn't really have that yet. He's flashy. He will hit the shots. His movement's great. But in terms of being able to make certain plays, like it's just he's relying on the mechanics most of the time. And I think right now he's learning from his teammates how to be really cerebral. And
but there's no better team to learn from, I think.
I was going to say the same exact thing. No better team to learn from than NRG. But let's go ahead and send it over to the coaches for map select. Find out where we're headed.
Hey guys, welcome to Map Pick Ban. After a coin flip, it was determined that Energy is going to be Team A and Loud's going to be Team B. So Energy gets the first map ban.
We'll ban Icebox.
Energy bans Icebox. Loud, your map ban?
Split.
Split. Loud ban Split. And your first map pick, Energy?
We'll pick Breeze.
Energy picks Breeze, and your side?
Attack.
Loud picks Attack. And your map pick, Loud?
Sunset.
Sunset. And your side pick, Energy?
We'll take attack.
Attack, okay. And your map pick, Energy? Oh, sorry, map ban.
Ban Lotus.
Energy bans Lotus, and your map ban Loud?
Bind?
Bind.
Yeah.
Loud bans
And
Bind, so the
Ascent.
default map is going to be Ascent, and RG gets to pick Slide.
Very similar.
And RG picks Defense. Awesome. Good luck, have fun, guys.
Pick and ban from last map, from last series.
All right, well, the stage is set.
Except
as
it's
we
Breeze
have two
instead of
teams that are gonna
Icebox.
look to put on
But
a
two
show for everyone
long
here at
maps.
VCT Americas. Our last match of the day, and it's
Two
going to
very
be
big maps.
NRG facing off against an incredible Loud lineup coming off of a 4th place finish at Madrid. Real fast, just want to ask predictions. Where are we going? Name.
NRG.
Loud.
Energy.
Ooh, I love this. All right, folks. Well, let's go ahead and see how this whole thing's going to play out and send it over to Smix, who's at the stage, to bring out our teams.
Right, Games Arena, it is my pleasure. North American powerhouse team that we all want to see more of. Make some noise for NRG!
Woohoo!
Eles chegaram para buscar mais título aqui no Américas. Façam barulho para Loud!
It's Valorant's very own El Clasico, NRG versus Loud. And even though in the past when we say El Clasico, we talk about, Finesse being on the team, it is a little bit different this time around, not seeing him on the stage going up against Sadak. But it is going to be quite interesting to see what Ethan can do in that IGL role against Sadak, who these guys obviously have encountered each other plenty of times in the past.
This is a rivalry that we have seen evolve previously, right?
Yeah.
New rosters on both of these squads. Loud, a team that for the last 2 years have had new rookies, new ideas coming in, and really have had to redefine themselves both times. But still, consistently, this match has always delivered. I think Ethan or Finesse, whoever's leading this squad, will still be able to bring it to Loud.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting for the newcomers on NRG, right? Ethan and D1D1 to feel this energy coming from the crowd.
I mean, they're familiar with Loud too. They played them so much last year.
Absolutely. But this is history, right? They're stepping into a rivalry that they didn't have. They didn't have that pressure on EG in the previous iterations.
And look, if you're one of those guys like D1D1 coming in here, you couldn't have asked for a better map pool to play this series out on, right? We've got Breeze and Ascent in the Jet Kingdom maps, even the Sunset. He was playing that agent on back in kickoff. So this is his chance from the get-go here to dominate on the off.
And for Quick on the other side, this is really a question of whether that form he hit towards the end of Madrid can stick around.
He carries it through.
Sick in those last few matches after a disappointing kickoff, a slow group stage, and I think this is really the test against one of the best duelists in the world. on 2 of the quintessential Jet maps if he can hold his own.
Yeah, and to speak on the Breeze again, too, this was a map that I think Loud looked very shaky on at Madrid, especially in that opening game against FPX. So I think NRG going straight for it right here is a great read here from Chet and a good game plan going into this.
And this is the match, or the map, excuse me, I was most impressed with from NRG here. The synergy was excellent. Demon One's up in the way Ethan set him up. It was all really well constructed. We're into agent select, and there is a change.
Okay.
Even going from the KO to the Yoru. I honestly love this. I think you can still set your teammates up with the flashes in a lot of the same ways, but you unlock so much with defensive side rotations and with different interesting double dive pathing on attack.
Exactly, and I think especially breaking the typical Cypher setups as well, right?
Yes.
When you have the double dive, all of a sudden you're overwhelming very deep into the site very, very fast. You're breaking through those choke points.
And
I think more and more teams need to be playing this Yoru.
Yeah, breaking that trip with the decoy, being able to dominate it. I also just get vibes back from EG where Ethan was playing that defensive, real utility-heavy support Yoru, and I think that was exactly what we're going to see.
This is going to be very, very fascinating, but 100% we are in store for a good one. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. They put the class in El Clásico. It's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, Shubi. A tale as old as time. And Dre, you know, we've talked so much about NRG and Loud and the history that these two teams have against each other, but we got to talk about the comps. We got to talk about the Yoru and the Jets, specifically Ethan on the Yoru. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, we've seen Ethan be comfortable on the Yoru many times before, right? Especially on maps like Pearl, which is not in the map pool anymore, but he's great on it. But the question I have is he going to be able to support Demon 1 the same way on this Yoru as he was able to do on the KO? Now, on the flip side, Ender is completely right. You're able to break those trips with that clone and everything like that, which can counter less in the long run. And that's why I actually like Yoru on this map a lot. But it's kind of tough sometimes when you're running the Jet and Yoru because the KO gets a lot of value with that dagger. And not having that info could be very impactful in rounds like this.
It'll be interesting to see how that dynamic plays out. Ethan, a world-class player in his own right, and he's made quite a name for himself now on the Yoru with an opportunity to set up his star duelist. All that said, though, NRG starting on the defensive side is it's Loud, who's going to be looking to set the pace for this map. They've already crept up halls a little bit here. Trip not far off.
Ooh, it's getting dangerous for Crashies right now. Loud is still pressing the matter on him.
Keep an eye on that. The dash has been procced, but again, it's that pesky little trip. It's going to keep him at bay. The door goes up, the dash is used, and Mark turns on QCK with a classic, no less, getting the kill. Opener has been found, but Sonic is there on the trade. Favor of NRG.
That was a nutty shot from Marv on the QCK there. I don't know how he did that with a classic, though.
Yeah, a little two-tap from a distance.
Jeez. And they've been waiting, what, 30-something days to play any type of match, you know. The Iceman wants it bad.
Yeah, what happens when you give NRG this much time? When you give Chet this much time in the lab? We'll see if they can convert this pistol as less. Taking a ton of damage. NRG wins this in almost flawless fashion.
And in this round, it's just classic Loud on Breeze. QCK just goes halls every round, it feels like. You know?
Sure.
And NRG clearly watching Madrid this entire time. So they actually had a good setup for it. And honestly, that kill from Marv, that is crazy. And just a crossfire on the site to clear it all. And I mean, he was sitting on 30 HP, he even peeked in the A main earlier there.
Yeah.
So he's already playing with confidence that I don't think we really saw him play with in the kickoff. He didn't do bad necessarily, but he didn't play to the Marv that we know he is.
Right.
And even he knew that. I had conversations with him about that, and he was telling me, he's like, no, like I'm not satisfied.
Reasons for hope for the NRG faithful as they're up early on Loud, and you're right, seeing some of the confidence coming out from their players, such as Marv, who's just been so historic in his own right. Now donning the NRG banner. No buy on the side of Loud. Meanwhile, Guardians and Spectres aplenty for the defense. And speaking of which, as soon as we call his name, he delivers with another kill.
He's crispy today, Doug.
I think that leans into confidence a lot too, right? I mean, it's early in the game. Yeah, these are the eco frags, you know, whatever, but these are confidence kills.
Yeah, 100%. It builds up, and that's why you see them already running away from that site, because they're like, you know what? Let's not let a player like Marv get hot. But the problem is, it's the 1-2 punch combo. You gotta run into Demon 1.
Yeah, sure would hate. Sure would hate to not get Marv.
I can't use that.
All worked up with Demon 1 on the other side. And you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. There it goes. Starting to see some of those eco-frags again come through.
Okay.
And some damage has been dealt. Both Ethan and Demon 1 down.
Can he do it, Doug?
No. No. 35 HP, and he's been good, but this is a different level of good. Have a couple of targets to deal with now. 3 bullets left. Options far from plentiful as Energy get their second, and I do think it's important here too to note they are going to keep 3 Guardians going into the next, so they can buy around this, and
yeah,
they've got a couple of options here.
Yeah, Energy invested heavy money into this round, and I mean, it ended up paying out. They only lost what, like 2 guns, maybe, or maybe not even. They probably only lost.
The Guardian and the Spectre.
Yeah, there you go. So already investing heavily into this, not trying to get cheesed at all. That's a crazy stat. 7 out of the 10 players in this match have won a global event. That's crazy. This is truly a Titan v Titan matchup that we have on our hands.
That's a treat, and I don't feel like it's something you can say very often.
Yeah. I mean, we might have 10 eventually, right? QCK has been spectacular on this roster.
There's that early flash. Demon 1 with the dash procced.
Great damage.
The dart over the top 2. You can tell what the idea was there. The setup is pretty. Shot's not landing on a Coenzine yet. A little bit of damage done, but no kill found.
And I was curious, you know, how will Ethan start setting up Demon 1? But there it was, the Yoru flash, I believe, in that mid-pillar area.
Yeah, I think
so still trying to set him up, similarly to when they played the KO.
Yeah, that and the dart. The intentions were clear. Coenzine finally, it was a bit labored, but he ultimately does meet his demise. NRG with the numbers advantage. And Loud, they've played this a bit more methodically so far. They've been very cautious on their approach. See that Viper wall go up towards A. You do have some defense here, courtesy of Ethan and Marv. That knife only tagging 1. Surely you expect this tight.
Yeah, Marv's ready for this mid-door peek. Oh, it's just easy for him.
I mean, QCK falls, and that's a tip of the spear. However, Ethan is surrounded. Now position given away as he has to swing out and take the fight. Falls to the hands of Sadak. And now Loud with some breathing room.
Left.
Just a ghost in the hands of Crashies.
I know exactly where you are.
And that early neural theft is certainly going to help.
Don't know exactly where Retake is coming from here, but
can he get a gun here?
He should be able to get one. And Sadak is low after that altercation he had with Ethan. Oh, the shock dart's gonna be huge.
No doubt. 2 Vandals and a Guardian. The flash out of Sadak takes matters into his own hands, flashing for himself through the wall, leading from the front. A 2v2 now as the spike ticks away. Demon and Crashies with so much to do.
But that lurk from less.
There's a reflank from mid.
Is he gonna get the timing? Less on the prowl. The first one falls. Crashies will
good shit.
Louder on the board.
A very, very slow
that was a
round
bonus
there. Taking their 1v1s and winning them. Honestly, that kill that Sadak got onto Ethan was in the back of NRG. If he had not gotten that kill, the round was surely over. And then on top of that, dodging the shock dart, being aware of the audio cue, and then just going for the YOLO Hail Mary flash play through the wall. I mean, he's 1 HP. What more can he do in that spot? He knows if he just sits there and does nothing, he's just going to die.
He's going to die, right. So he gambles a little bit, makes a play for himself.
Beautiful.
And it pays off. You got an op in the hands of Demon 1. We talked about this a lot during the kickoff, right? Like, they were trying to get an op into this man's hands as soon as possible.
As they should. And he looked great with the op and kickoff, honestly.
Yeah. It is Glass Cannon, though, and Victor's left. Also, it's just the Sheriff in light armor.
I want to point out how aggressive QCK has been playing this attack so far. Yeah, he's sitting at 0 and 3. He's been getting punished quite a bit. But he's been, like, taking all this mid space.
Yeah.
Or if it was Halls as well, like, very aggressively.
Wow. Dude, that was off of
Good kill.
Getting a timing and taking some space. But Sadak, again, aware of where his weakness might be, takes care of him.
That's a hard read from the IGL because he actually tagged Demon 1 with the dagger earlier in the round. So to actually just re-aggro there, understanding that, like, the Jet's not going to sit there the entire round. It's not likely for that to happen. He could be. Check it and then clear all that space out.
Oh, this is a fake.
Now he's selling the fake on top of it.
The thing is,
look, they have Cypher free.
Yeah, well, but some of the Cypher util is still up. And yeah, Vic shouldn't be getting hit by this, but they've managed to circumvent all of it. So they've gotten out onto site. They're starting to push into spawn. NRG with a lot to do here.
And I wonder why they're pushing so far ahead when they have this trip, but maybe their plan is to just have a crossfire from B main and spawn area. And they hear the audio.
Will the scrap go their way? Ethan just has a Sheriff. The rifle's been handed over to Victor. You see the ult instantly used, and it's put right into the steady hands of the Sentinels. He gets a second. Now Ethan pushing forward, purely a reconnaissance mission. He's getting all the info he could possibly want. The only thing that's been left unanswered here is where is Les? A flash over the wall as Ethan goes up top. Victor's there to trade. Now Les left alone, a 1v3. Spike has been ticking for a little while. He's a lot of targets to deal with. That's not been halved. Time is of the essence. He's gotten it down to 1v1.
Let's go, Les.
Delivers for Loud again. The Red Bull clutches. We're tied.
Oh my gosh, and he almost dies to the bomb playing with fire there. What an animal. I mean, we saw this in Madrid, and he brought it back with him.
Dude, you asked me earlier. Les was in a 1v3. You're like, can he do it? Nah. I mean, it was a little delayed, but yeah, he hit it.
And the IGLing already from the side of Loud and Sadak, so beautiful. Like I said, tagging Demon1 early with that dagger, and then on top of that, re-clearing the space, getting the kill on the Marv so there's no smokes online, committing the KO ult to sell the fake even further. Look, that's why he's cheesing so hard right now.
I mean, if I was IGL and Les was on my team, I'd be smiling too.
Beautiful.
Unbelievable. Right back into the action here. The buy for NRG, not great. No blades to speak of either. It's just Sheriffs, and because of the lack of weaponry, they decide to play this in bunches.
QCK and Halls. Can we just name him, crown him the king of Halls?
I mean, if he
might have to after this year.
Yeah. If he makes a play, it might be worth donning the title.
It's just like, even if he doesn't kill you, right? Just the fact that you have to like keep somebody there the entire round.
Yeah.
It's so annoying to play, like to deal with.
Nice shot.
Well, that's one done. Still plenty of work to do. How much work can they find? Again, a reminder, the weaponry here is not great. Don't really have the resources to make this a fair fight. And you're starting to see the effects of that on full display here. NRG continue to fall apart. Only one kill found, maybe a little bit more.
Oh, that was
damage has been dealt, but the round
super
in favor
close.
of Loud.
That was clean. Just clean anti-eco from Loud. I mean, Demon1 hit a nasty shot on Sadak, but after that, you know, just mellowing out the round, slowing it down, not rushing the plant is really important in rounds like this, and then fighting together once that wall is about to go down.
Oh, we missed it. We've been teased by this replay.
It was a very nice shot, though. That one, too.
Oh, there it is. Thank you, guys.
Wow.
Your fault.
I mean, just a pixel.
That's all it takes. You know, there's been a lot of conversation about Demon1 of last year compared to Demon1 of Kickoff, and how it really just felt like Demon1 during Kickoff was a shadow of the man that everyone had grown to know him to be. Given what you've seen so far, what is your read on Demon1?
I think that even last year, he had a slow start to the year. I mean, he just got put into the roster straight up, and it took him a little bit of time. And I mean, I'm a player that's exactly like that. I usually tend to heat up like towards the middle of the season.
Sure.
So in a format like this, I think you can get away with it. But in a tournament like Kickoff, where you got to win every single match, and keep in mind they only lost one match to not qualify for Madrid, and it was close.
Yeah.
They almost beat Sentinels on that first map. It was 16-14. So I think he's actually looked pretty good overall. I don't think that we're missing out on too much, and I think that it just takes time to be comfortable with the players on your team, and I think this is a good opportunity for him to show, like, hey, now that we have time under the belt, I'm still here, baby, you know? But Les is still here. He's never left.
Yeah, Les has never left. He's got the op in his hands again. Demon1 does. A little bit of a peek mid, and that's where there is some Loud presence.
Oh.
Dark getting some early info. Inserting Ethan. Looked like it was just a peek, and then a dash away. That's a lot of pressure. And
barely missed.
Yeah, that's a miss that we don't see super often.
He had everything for that, too. He had the audio cue. He knew exactly where they were. Maybe still needs a little bit of time to heat up on that operator. Since they got the drone out early, QCK putting all that pressure in mid with Sadak, that opens up halls for Kawazin. Demon1 getting aggressive here in mid. I like this gameplay right now from NRG.
Me too. Not
being too stagnant and actually re-clearing space.
And honestly, I think on the other side, Demon1 gets an opener onto QCK. Man doesn't miss twice. I really like the way Sadak has approached calling this round and the last couple of rounds, to be honest.
He's picking the right side every time.
Oh!
Nice shot.
I mean, 30 seconds left. He's hitting the shots as well as Marv falls. Now they're going to continue to push their way over towards A. You see them taking a bit of a step back. Loud are. Crashy tries to get some damage done with the ult, and he does. Sadak down. Numbers in favor of the defense.
How do they approach this retake?
I mean, they're so separated. Tui's is taking a step back, presumably for a lineup with a spit.
I don't know if he actually has any mollies online.
Nice shot.
That's a huge kill from Les. This opens up the post plant. Look how confident he is.
Oh, 1 for 1. Kawazin with 2 shots. It's all under Tui's now. Ethan on the other side. Wow. And another big moment in favor of Loud.
Loud are winning all the clutches right now, Doug.
It's early, but they've all gone their way. You're right.
And that's scary because I feel like Loud is a team that takes a little bit to heat up in the actual series that they play. I feel like most of the time when they do lose a series, it's because they give the first map for free. Yeah. But now they're already clapping. It's 4-2. This is a good half so far, and they've controlled the pace.
I think it's also worth noting that's on the other side of a timeout, an early timeout from Chet. Already gone through one of those. Loud hanging on to a 2-round lead. They've got Tui's pit to play with. Blades online for Demon1.
That dart is to set him up, but doesn't get a scan on anybody.
They know. They know.
Oh my gosh.
There was a triple peek intended for Halls there, which is just crazy. I mean, they had Demon1, they had Vic, and then Ethan over the top. It was a cool setup. It just didn't amount to anything.
Yeah, Demon1 just whiffed that last snipe that he had, but Victor's been so crispy with the headshots right now.
What? Gonna drop the ult too. He's spamming through the cage. Dropping 2. Now the Viper wall goes up. The side is theirs. 8 bullets left, and that's all Les needs. Loud look good, man.
Yeah. And something I want to point out is how slow they approach the anti-eco rounds. They don't want...
It feels like every round.
Yeah. Well, kind of. In some of the gun rounds, QCK has been taking a lot of space in mid or a lot of space in halls. Sure. Where, yeah, on the extremities, they are playing very passive. You're right. But on these anti-eco rounds, they're waiting for any type of aggression at all. Because they know at some point, right, NRG wants to make something happen. Especially when you have Demon1 with knives. You know he's going to try to go for some type of play.
Yeah, he's got to
make something. You don't want to Gam sit there on site AFK, even though it might be the right play.
Hit used from Marv right off the bat. The trip is there too, catching on to the first. The spam connects QCK down. But with that goes the pit as Les responds. Can invest the K ult as well. I feel like he just had that.
So much value out of this. And they're still taking their time. They're walking in, Doug.
Patient with it. Crash. He's just around the corner, spotting the first, but Les delivers once more.
This guy's trading like an animal.
It's only been 8 rounds, and I'm tired of saying his name. He's just been so consistent. Where is the response?
Welcome to my
Currently, Demon1 finding some value at the opposite. It's not going to matter as much with a pit in his face. Less than 2 weeks left alone. A 1 for 1.
No mollies on
2 weeks still up. Looking for any target that dare challenge, that dare creep forward into the goo. The spam just barely missing. It's a game of chicken. He's going to hold it the whole way. In the face of the pit, NRG get their 3rd.
I like the idea from Loud. I like the change of pace. They read into that Viper ult from Marv, and they went for a set play to try to counter him, and they actually took him out.
Yeah, right off the bat.
It was nice. And even on the post plan, I like the idea of using this Viper's pit to just kind of spam the bomb.
Yeah.
Doesn't go their way, and Demon1 hit a really nice shot on the Sadhak, who honestly, that flash would have hit had it been like a millisecond later. But that was a nice flick from Demon1 onto him on the default box.
Blades online for QCK, and Kawazin is his ult to boot. Spike not even in tow right now. As much like we've seen for Loud, it's
that slow default.
Crashies is taking a ton of space halls. Wow.
Oh, wow. Ethan still didn't see him on that last jump spot. That's who he thought he saw him.
You gotta be careful here. Demon 1 is playing contain mid with the op.
Wow. What a heads-up play from QCK there. He understands that a lot of these rounds he's just been dry peeking, taking that fight aggressive early on, right? So now he knows, okay, they're probably going to try to punish me. I have to jump spot this in case there's an op. Or a rifler, right? And the info's gathered. And Demon 1 has not moved from this spot. No rotation being made. Maybe second-guessing himself from the last time he got spotted in A main, deciding to stay. Maybe they re-walk in again. But it looks like it's just going to be a B hit here.
They've cleared all of the trips. Knife has been dropped. The walls are up. QCK pushing forward. Concealed by the pillar for now. But pushed to post.
Oh, great dart.
Continues to hunt. Continues to hold W. The kid's just not missing.
30 seconds left.
I mean, at this point, the money's not great. It feels like you call for a save, right?
He's on something right now, man. He's trying to prove a point right now.
What's the message that he's trying to send?
He's the best player in the world is what he's trying to say. And he's showing it right now.
It's hard to make an argument against that, given the performance he's had so far. At least certainly worth the conversation. I mean, you said it best. He's on one.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, even in that previous round where that Viper's pit went out, and he got the trade on the Viper, then he instantly trades Crashy's back sight. It was like so fast.
Yep.
And he's winning clutches. This guy's on something. Loud looks super confident on this map so far on their attack. And they didn't even have to use Soval into that round, so they still have it and knives going into this next round.
Well, I think this matchup too gives us a really interesting opportunity.
I'm so sorry.
No,
he's 18-5.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I mean, how many 30 bombs are we gonna see today?
Hey, we're certainly pushing a limit here.
That goes there.
That's an outrageous performance.
Yeah.
And it's just round 10.
And kind of a light investment into this round, light armor across the board. So trying to build some type of economy is NRG.
They've got to build something. And that's the first brick that's been laid. Sadak falls, the Stinger's not going to find any value there, and Kalanzin finally on the board, getting his first 2 kills of the map, and doing so in a big way.
And they just didn't expect the trades. They don't expect the mid door either. They're just getting caught off guard in every angle.
And remember, this was a bit of a labored force here, right? There was a Stinger, there was light armor, trying to build up around the op in the hands of Demon 1.
Spike planted.
I mean, jeez. It's kind of disrespectful in a way. Like, for Kalanzin to just walk straight back into the op line after his teammate gets taken out.
Yeah.
And then he gets 2 on top of it. Like, you're not ready for those peaks sometimes. But in a match like this, you have to be dialed in. You have to be aware of every possibility, especially if you want to be the best.
I think this situation gives us a unique opportunity to have a conversation around value in playing in internationals versus being at home and prepping and watching film, right? And obviously, if you've been keeping up with the Valorant season so far, Loud just recently returned from a trip to Madrid where they came in 4th.
Yeah.
And you can have the conversation around whether or not that was good enough or bad enough, whatever, but the truth is NRG was home, right? While Loud was getting live reps against the best teams in the world. It really seems like they've benefited greatly from having that experience.
Yeah, I mean, when you're making these international events, you're scrimming the best teams, right?
Yeah.
Because you have to scrim somebody, and they only have each other. So, yeah, NRG had a lot of time to maybe scrim against the other teams that didn't qualify, and et cetera, but the level of play isn't as high as that big moment, because you're trying to win a trophy when you're over there at an international. And also, match rust is very real.
Wise Wisdom says feed the hot hand, and Les, who's at 18 kills, has an op. Attack side op is Cypher. And well, if it ain't broke, why not, right? No, they try to swing ahead of the drone, and there it is. The fight continues to ensue.
Nice shots! Holy!
Lights up the kill feed as he finally gets away.
He's gonna get spammed.
Not able to convert on much else. Crashies has managed to upgrade a weapon. Another not going to connect, and Marv gets another. Les once again in a position to make a play, but this time the antics are stuffed as NRG gets around.
Last round before
We gotta see a replay of what D1 just did. That third shot was so disgusting.
Yeah.
I have to see this over.
We had a chance to look at it again. There's the first on the QCK. The second, Scounty walks into his crosshair, and Sadak just teed up for the last.
Oh my gosh.
Marv also hit a big shot in there.
Yeah, he did. That's the D1 we know. The Loud fans going crazy right now.
For good reason. They've looked very good. This rivalry that goes.
Oh, he saw someone.
He sees his arm. So far back, Sadak falls.
And it's the bomb.
Punishing the IGL. And Victor joining in on the fun.
Get out of my way.
That was great support from Victor there. Understanding that last time they were in this scenario, somebody, I think it was 2Es, peeked from window and killed them both for free. So just to be dialed in on that angle and just let D1 just reign supreme on that line is beautiful.
This one's been a bit methodical, but they're finding the value in the kills they want. Really anywhere across the map. Now it's on QCK to see if he can do a bit of the same. This would be something. If he can pull it off, he's got deep behind enemy lines. They've got to know where he is.
Yeah, he's making footsteps everywhere right now. Easy for Marv.
And it all falls on
He saw him.
In a 1v4 to close out the half.
And he got spotted. Oh, what a...
Oh, he's flashed.
But
turns it. And still lands the shots onto Ethan.
It ended up flashing Ethan actually as well. But it was a very cool lineup flash. I mean, I'm sure we're going to see that in our ranked games in the future.
Whoa. He tanked the molly, trying to find a timing, but the window was shut at the hands of Marv. He gets 3 on the round. Energy gets a 5, and honestly,
And not a bad defense from Energy.
What I expected, given what
Out of a lot of individual plays, but
dominated the entire first
7-5 on Breeze is
But
decent.
I'm glad that Energy started clapping back and actually fighting back and hitting their shots, because it felt like for a second they were just getting out-aimed.
I mean, 18 kills for the youngster for Loud in the first half. 18, 7, and 4, and that was on attack as Cypher. There's see that flat.
That was so unfortunate.
It truly was. Loud look incredible, and NRG still have a little bit to do. Let's take a listen and hear from Ethan and get his thoughts on what it's been like to join the NRG roster up until this point.
So in my career, like every team you join is basically just starting from scratch, no matter how good everyone is. So it is just all about time. And we definitely didn't have a lot of time. So that's kind of just how it went. And, you know, now we have had a lot of time to improve. And so, you know, over all of Madrid, we've been practicing. I think we started literally the day after we lost in kickoff. So we've been practicing the whole time. We know there's a lot to do, and you know we've been putting the work in. So hopefully it pays off.
Again, Dre, the age-old conversation around getting those experience, getting that rep on the international stage, or being at home and working and grinding and being in the lab, things like that. And I think, again, I'm surprised that the score is as close as it is, because it felt like for the majority of that first half, Loud were pulling away.
Yeah, and it makes you think, you know, had that 3v1 not happened, or had that other 1v1 not happened, this could be an even game, or even NRG being in the lead. So they're playing good right now. But you know what I didn't see that we saw a lot of from Ethan was setting up Demon 1 with those flashes. You can't really set up pop flashes the same way on Yoru as you can with the KO. It's just not possible, you know, because like with the KO flash, it can pop in the air, it can do anything. But with the Yoru flash, you have to bounce it. So it's not as strong here, but maybe on this attack, we're gonna see the Yoru actually reign supreme because of the fact that he can TP past the Cypher chips, because he can use the clone to bait him out, and etc. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more out of NRG on this attack.
Well, and I think we will too, as we think about, again, this dynamic of the Yoru flashes and Demon 1 and how they kind of set him up. It's like tried and true Jet dashing into the Cloudburst, the Yoru flash popping just on the other side, and then the sling. I think we saw hints of that on defense. Again, I think about the second round on mid with the dart that was over the top two. They're trying some of those things, and I imagine it'll be much more prevalent here in the second half. NRG on the attack now, facing a 2-round deficit. There's questions abound on how Ethan will be able to support his star.
I really like this orb, Doug.
Why?
This orb is so sick because it not only lets you lurk up mid and not get shot from any AWP or mid door or any rifler that's holding it, but you can walk all the way in. You have two options. You can pop flash through to the left. You can go to mid door, split A. It basically just denies a lot of info from the defensive side.
It also still leaves the wall as an option. You know, sometimes you'll see Vipers use that wall to cover that exact same area.
Yeah,
that
on the mid to A splits, you're 100% correct.
So they still have that tool at their disposal, and you imagine it'll be going up any moment here. The setup is there for an A hit. I think also worth noting, Cypher utility that's normally set up on B is currently posted up on A.
And it's very far back.
Yeah.
Like, usually you see chips maybe a little bit more in front of the default box trying to kill the bomb planners and whatnot, but this one is for anybody that's trying to push a little too far and maybe go through this Viper wall.
Especially on a pistol. Oh, wow. The shocks. He was decayed. Ethan had no shot.
Oh, but he didn't get to play the game.
No.
What are you doing? This trip is still up. I don't even think they're aware of it.
They managed to get the spike down, and Demon 1 has managed to get behind enemy lines. Wow. Assassination style on the first. Kalazine was there to try to fight back, but falls in the same way. And now you've got Marv, who's going to be hitting a late flank. They're starting to swarm around Loud. The defenses, or what's left of them, outnumbered and outgunned. 3 now for NRG, as Sadak and Tui's the only 2 that remain. Crashies with 2 with the darts, leaving Tui's by himself. He falls as NRG get the pistol.
There's a lot of layers into that pistol round that we just witnessed. You saw already the mid orb being conditioned to set up the mid splits later in the half, or maybe even trying to catch out aggression from Loud top mid. But you saw Demon 1 flanking halls, Marv reflanking mid door. All these different layers make it nearly impossible for this retake to come through from Loud.
Hey, take a look at that first shock dart kill from Crashies, and then the second. Never mind, we got teased. Back into the action, NRG with the gun advantage once more. Very reminiscent of what we saw in the first half.
And not opting to use that mid orb this time. Just going for the straight up mid door orb. They don't want these guns to have close range angles. There's no point of putting that orb up and around like this.
Yeah. You can tell perhaps paranoia or concern of a death ball that could be waiting on the other side. They're sending 3 up mid with the drone to pave the way. The dart invested as well.
And they're going to get all this info. No one's been peeking them. If I'm Marv right here, I'm telling him, yo, D1, keep going. Keep going. I got your back, bro.
He's going to see that knife soar across the sky.
That's good info.
Land beyond the sight. Yeah, they're really, I mean, this has been a war of information, really in both halves. But so far, this bout is going in favor of NRG, as it should.
Now, will Sadhak pick somebody off here? Oh, he actually goes down the tube.
There was the pick off onto Ethan.
He jumped down. You rarely see that, I feel like.
This is the 3v3 here. Yeah, they still have pistols, but they're making this costly.
Demon 1 is so pushed up in the spawn.
Once again, the late flank, this time courtesy of Victor, as QCK is waiting on the other side, unawares of the damage beneath them.
Nice.
Victor gets 2. The Bulldog cleans him up. Now Les is left alone. Nothing but a classic in hand. The spike's been ticking for a little while. It's an inevitability. We're tied at 7.
Good damage from Loud.
Massive damage, yeah.
And they went into that like 3v3 retake with the notion of just trying to get guns out. They weren't actually trying to go for that whatsoever. They wanted to do as much damage as they possibly could. And I think they did a pretty good job of doing that.
Headshot.
Yeah, I would say
that was the player. He just pushes all the way hall and just jumps down. What an animal.
Yeah, I would say all things considered, mission accomplished. If damage was the intent, they did it again.
And there's an AWP online right now from QCK.
No armor to protect it. Knife tagging, what, 3, 4 potentially early on? Sadak getting early info.
It's very interesting that NRG decided to not fully invest into this round and just go for kind of like a light buy. Like, they're really focused on setting up their economy and trying to get as many gun rounds as possible. And I kind of like that, because when you have a gun in the hands of Demon 1, like, anything is possible, right?
Right. I mean, they've managed to get past a lot of Les's utility here, and they still have the sight.
This is really good.
The thing is, how do they dance around this? There's the op in the hands of QCK. You mentioned at the beginning of the round. The dash at the ready, not used.
Les got tagged up to 18 HP.
The only thing here is Kawanzine still has invested. It lights up backside, and Sadak and QCK pounce on it. The information revealing.
Look at the minimap, Doug. The Viper mollies are coming out from Marv. This is going to be impossible.
QCK and 2E's left alone, trying to figure out how things have gone so sideways. 2E's there to deal with things on his own, but time is just too short.
It's gonna be a bonus.
And they made it work.
For the
Energy
Demon
makes
One.
it work
For
for them.
Energy.
I mean, not so light of a buy, but I mean, Marv had a ghost the entire time.
Yeah.
And he was just playing the mollies, and they get the kill on 2E's. And everyone on the side of NRG so close in terms of their scoreline.
Well, and I think as we take a look at that round again, there were a couple of things key here. Yes, they managed to get out onto B. They did so without having to deal with any of the annoying Cypher utility. There's the molly that you were referring to.
Yep.
But they did so with Guardians that they invested in the previous round. So it was a hefty investment on the front end, but it pays off in dividends.
Yeah. And I like this from D1D1. The Outlaw and the Anti-Eco. I'm a huge fan of this.
And you just set up your money so well. Yeah,
It doesn't
gonna
kill,
hurt.
but that's enough. All it takes is for you to just spit on him if you need to, and he's gonna go down.
A warning shot.
Look at the ults too, building up from NRG. You already have Yoru ult, you already have Sova ult. If you want to invest that Cypher ult after you get a pick, you can as well. And this drone's gonna fish out QCK for sure. But wait,
oh no! He doesn't know. Finally drops out of the drone. I was worried here that Crashies was going to get caught. Marv was supposed to be the line of defense there. But a big kill from the Jet.
Wow.
Les, again.
That's such a hard 1v1 to win if you're less with a deagle.
It's just a pixel.
Sheriff.
That's all it takes. NRG left in tatters.
Oh, no.
It's just Sheriffs. There was no investment around this. And it's a thrifty
Holy.
round to tie us again.
Oh no! Energy tried their best
Pretty
for that
cool.
not to happen. You saw.
I mean,
it.
Energy had
QCK
a similar eco
found his timing, swinging
on
before
their
the drone could see
defense.
him,
So.
catching them off guard, and then still being so confident, he just sat there in the open. Oh, that's a crazy shot on Marv.
It's filthy. And again, it was Marv who was supposed to be the protection for Crashies. What a shot. Unreal.
This.
Yes, let's look at this. We looked at it, now we're back into the action. Because of how they handled their money, NRG have enough to buy with Demon One with Blades.
Free sight.
And this time with the Yoru ult, a bunch of info gathered, a bunch of space taken.
Ooh!
And Kawanzine decapitated. A little bit of high ground found, but no target to speak of.
Here we go again. Nice post plant. Victor's gonna get such a good timing here.
And he lands the shots.
And the ult.
Where do they go from here? You start to see some of the flashes come through. Crashies.
Right here.
Trying to see if he can gain a tag, dissuade, and keep the defuse at bay. It's done. Yeah, it's over. They're calling it quits. Cutting their losses, tuck and tail, and getting out.
And that's a smart call from Loud because
I think so too.
I mean, so many ults were invested into that round from NRG, and you were down 4v5. It just makes it nearly impossible, especially with Victor getting that kill.
Ideally, they're keeping weapons here. It's actually Victor who falls.
Saving the op in this round is huge.
Yeah. They managed to do so.
And QCK really is not a Jet, like, he really struggles on the agent.
From both teams right now, so it should be another full buy.
His
from both
Phoenix
sides.
okay, his Raze okay, but the Jet is really...
And the success we've seen so far from NRG on
Like
this
if you
attacking
look
half
at
has been
like
get the bomb down and
Demon
make
One
those
or
plays.
Aspas
It's a
earlier,
simple concept, but it's so hard to pull off sometimes. And if you do it right,
even
it can be
Oxy,
the most
like,
impressive thing to play against.
he really doesn't have a good Jet.
They're doing a really good job of identifying where Loud is playing retake in this half. So I was praising the IGLing from Sadak, but actually Ethan having a really good read on how Loud is playing right now.
Well, I think that's another thing. We talked a little bit about this during kickoff, and now an opportunity to revisit it. Ethan in the primary IGL role. And there were conversations around, would he be able to learn in time? Would he be able to adapt in time? How do those dynamics play out? Given that, yes, he was on a World Championship winning roster, but it was Busio who was at the helm. Now the calling responsibilities and duties resting on the shoulder of Ethan. And yes, you've got Crashies and Victor who are so vocal when it comes to mid-rounding and contributing to the calling situation. There's plenty of help for Ethan, but I love that you're highlighting the calling of him because you're right, it's been very good.
And it's not easy to call on a character like Yoru. I mean, I just gotta say it. It's so tough because you want to be taking a lot of engagements first. You want to be doing pop flash plays, and you want to do TP plays too. But like at the same time, you're trying to mid round for your team and like tell them where to go. It could be very, very hard.
Oh, that was an early fight. Right into elbow. And QCK wins it out with the op. And now NRG left with a couple of decisions to make. Still have plenty of money. But they turn their attention towards
They saw the Viper,
Victor has
right?
gotten deep into halls already. A tap of the door, and you imagine the fight will ensue here in just a moment. There it is. Tui's falls with the help of the dart from Crashies. Sadak again doing it on his own. There, Marv was there to trade. I mean, KO just provides you so many individual playmaking opportunities. But a 3v3 now. Blades online for QCK as he goes up high, tries to find anything.
He only finds one?
Demon1. I thought it was going to be Marv who falls
Two?
as QCK continues to push forward. 3 on the round with the Blades, and Victor left alone.
He's already L,
Not
yeah.
gonna find anything as Loud tie us up again.
And it might seem like, why is Sadhak doing that? Why not wait for the retake and have a 4v4? But just evening it out there, he has so much confidence that his team will win the 3v3. That's why he goes for plays like that. And he does it like quite often, not only on maps like this. He does it on Vine, he does it on Ascent, where he's making plays like this. He's an animal. And then QCK, beautiful updraft.
I think also the tracking through the wall onto Demon1 because Marv was the one who was exposed when that kill went down. It's very impressive. Those little things that often kind of get lost in conversations of Jets.
Yeah, and he's starting to wake up now. On that attacking half, you know, he started off like 0-4 or something. So bringing it back. It's the op found out. And he's been repositioning a lot with this op. I like when oppers are mobile like this. It can be so hard to tell where he is. Did he go B? Is he in mid now?
He's at A.
Did he see him?
Ethan might find out. Suspicions confirmed.
And he moves again. Now he's going to take the mid angle.
Meanwhile, Demon1 is trying to get the best of Sadak and does.
This would be huge.
You're right,
Good
he's
tie.
everywhere.
No trip online now. That opens up a flank opportunity if this bomb goes down on A.
That might be what they're trying to do.
I think that drone saw both.
No, Demon1 hears them.
Hey, perched
This
up.
is a dangerous game.
And Marv knows. Look at him crouching.
What a
the
flash!
and the swing! Oh, they read that like a book.
That was so sick. I had questions of if they had the pop flashes. Ethan has them.
Yep.
Especially on the A site.
A beautiful setup. Work still to be done. Slough trying to figure out
Oh.
how to go. Demon1 caught, knife out. Marv snapping onto 2. 3 on the round. The 4th will fall as NRG gets to 10.
Oh my
Good shit,
gosh.
man.
I mean, you can tell he's been putting in the hours.
Yeah, he looks so good.
He's looking crispy. Headshot after headshot right there. Look at this flash.
How does that angle even? I mean,
the fact that he knows that it's gonna hit that exact angle where QCK is that's beautiful.
that's the mark of someone who has played a lot of Yoru.
That's a chef's kiss.
Yeah.
For real.
That's someone who's put in the time. NRG hanging on to a 1-round lead here. Op still in the hands of the defense. QCK, you mentioned he's been heating up. He's been very effective. Currently posted up in an aggressive line A.
Yeah.
And NRG are certainly...
They're waiting for him to peek into this, though.
Well, they're not being quiet about how they're doing this, suggesting that there are multiple people going down halls. I love what they've just done between the clone and Ethan going. It sounds like they're Clydesdales running down halls. It was all just a fake. So you manipulate the rotations towards A. Now you have a little bit of room to work B.
And that's what you can do with this Yoru, the mind games. And they need to go now, Doug.
Yeah.
Or they're going to miss their timing because...
You're right.
This is taking too long.
This window will shut.
Les is already back.
And the benefit is the Cypher utility should give you a little bit of room to work with.
What a molly.
Yeah, still traded 1 for 1 though. Les with so much to do, tagging onto the first. He's swinging out from behind the wall. Crash is lit up. Crash is dead. Les continues to fight.
Save,
continues to find
revive.
value.
Oh,
Window shut
and he can revive
when the moment
Sadak.
was right.
30 seconds left.
That's one of the things about Yoru that is so tough. It's that when you go for a fake play like that, you almost have to commit right away.
Yeah.
Or you just need to play the rest of the round slow, because if you wait, if you have any type of hesitation on when you're running to the
Second
other side of the
timeout
map,
for Energy.
you see what happens, right? Les is able to come back into sight, and you don't want a player like Les who, honestly, he's been kind of quiet since he had those 18 kills, but you don't want him to start getting heated up again.
Wow. You saw him backside, holding everything down. Sadak's ult also, you know, we didn't talk about that, but massive.
Yeah, it was
It
good.
was massive.
Sadak looking surprised. I love watching him play because he just looks so happy all the time.
He's emotive. Yeah, he's very emotive.
He's just truly has a love for the
Expressive?
game that I don't think a lot of players have.
A stark contrast to the other side as Chet calls a timeout, often known for the stoic expression that currently sits on his face. In
Honestly.
highs and in lows, consistent.
Yeah, honestly, all of NRG, from what I've seen so far, even when they've lost like that 1v3 or whatever, they've been so calm, like no reactions.
Yep.
I mean, you saw Marv get that nice 4K, and those are nice shots. Like that feels good when you're in a game like that. You get a nice 4K like that, and he's just cold. This is another day.
As Iceman. Tied at 10 apiece. We'll see what things look like on the other side of this timeout for NRG.
Another light buy here.
I mean, they don't really have a choice, do they?
Give Demon, give him a
Yeah.
gun. Yeah, please. I was like, surely we're not gonna let him just sit around with a deagle, which, by the way, he's amazing with. But
They've managed to buy around it a little bit. A stinger.
and if you're loud, you're like, you know, how many rounds have NRG had?
Very quickly, it's not QCK with the op this time. It's Kalazine. QCK falls. I believe you heard a shot rattle off too, and if there wasn't one before, there is one now, so they understand what's waiting for him on the other side. And off of that, NRG feeling of the pressure, feeling of the damage, make a quick
Trees?
turn over to B.
Instant reaction.
Oh,
Can they find the timing, or will Tui's keep him at bay on his own? Not able to land the
Ah,
shots,
it's
not
a-
able to settle the crosshair.
he's gaining time
And it
though.
falls to
And
threes.
Sadak is here.
Loud, quick to rotate, now arriving at the scene. Now they're gonna have to deal with the pit.
What?
Cypher all does come out though.
Got a couple of options here on how they decide to play this, but there's no late flank. There's nothing like that. Crash, he's quietly creeping his way forward.
Nice cover.
And he's gone.
It's not gonna be expected, yeah.
Les on the other side. He's been so good. Crash, he's with an opportunity to play spoiler.
What?
And he does. NRG take the lead back.
Wow. And I was gonna say in that retake, they knew where Crashies was that whole time. I was gonna say he needed to do some crazy heroics to win that round, but the fact that he just sat there, stayed alive, understanding that Marv has his back, it was honestly really well played from him. And I'm pretty sure Victor saw like a pixel of QCK on his cam there. I mean, that collat. This was almost the end.
Last player standing.
Had Crash, he's shown up a second earlier.
Yeah.
Perhaps doesn't go his way, but
And an instant
another timeout.
Timeout
called, the last
for
one
Loud.
Either side. This time courtesy of Loud as NRG hang on to a 1-round lead. And this has been an incredible match so far. This is just about 1-2, man.
Yeah, I mean, Marv is back in full effect. Demon 1's doing Demon 1 things. Ethan with the flashes, you know, I mean, Energy looked good and Loud looked great as well.
I think we're getting what's expected out of Les, right?
Yeah.
He's going to continue to pop off. He's going to continue to do things that you wouldn't necessarily expect, somehow surpassing expectations. And I think QCK also continues to grow into this role that's been kind of put before him. And yeah, you know, there are conversations around you don't replace Aspas. And to a large degree, that's true. But you do need some firepower out of QCK. And so far, he's delivered.
Yeah, he's been playing pretty exceptional in this map so far. Another A-side default from NRG. But they are going to dart top mid here. Get any info.
Scanning ahead.
If there's a walk down or anything like that, and that dart not being broken gives them so much info. But what do they do with it? Just going to farm the Sova ult. I think that's wise. Maybe you're going to see Crashies plant the bomb as well and just play a post-plant scenario once more.
Assuming he can get out. It's always such a barrage of bullets as soon as there's any tap.
And they're so confident that this was a retake setup. They just committed on that TP. And he gets punished for it. But the trades!
He should have the ult online now. Crashies committing to the plant. That Molly just a little wide. Spike has been playing it. Sonic and Les left alone.
Still so hard to win.
Oh.
Rare miss.
That's
again,
the opening, though.
Buzzing his ear. The dash across.
What a great reposition.
Marv still has a spit, and he's on a late reflank through mid. As the wall goes up. Uh-oh. The setup was there.
Let's go, Sadak.
Oh my gosh.
It's all under Marv now. A 1v1.
Oh my god, Les!
The Red Bull clutch for NRG.
He just does 2 clutches.
And I think worth mentioning, how many times did we have conversations at the beginning of the map? Everything was going in favor of Loud. Those big moments turning in favor of NRG in the closing moments of this map. And boy, it was still off of heroics from Loud. Sadak with 2 enormous kills.
This was the pistol round strat, by the way. I want to point that out. The Halls lurk, the reflank around in mid to secure the dub.
No time to think things over, no timeouts to use. Back into the action. NRG on map point. And Outlaw and now Blades for Demon 1.
And if Demon 1 finds QCK, Sadhak, or less, it's an insta one-shot in the body. Abusing the power of the Outlaw. And yeah, they got ecoed last time. He ran it, but I don't think that's going to happen again here, Doug. This is going to be very hard for Loud.
This map potentially ends on B.
Les has a deagle. It's like, again, it's like, why not give him the rifle? He's been popping off the whole game.
He's got Sadak close by. 1 point away from his ult. And we know how devastating of an ult that can be. That knife tags a couple. It didn't tag everyone, though. And now his ult. Demon 1 going up top.
Gosh.
The Hunter's Fury down low and Les finding value once more. But he can't find anything else. The benefit for Loud here is that it's a 3v3, and the 3 that remain are rifles. Cow and Zine, they might not know he's here.
Spike planted.
And he's creeping up on this pillar area.
UCK not far behind. Marv playing behind the wall as Victor's left. Knife out. Now Al spotted. A 2v2 now, 2 easy.
Oh
He's
my
gonna have to do it
god.
on his own. A 1v2. Do they know where he is? The drone's gonna tag him. He has no idea that Marv's waiting on the other side too.
It's gonna tag him again.
What a miserable feeling. No good options. Time is of the essence. And there's really nothing he can do. 2 is just kind of forced to play this out. This feels like torture. This feels cruel. He's gotten it down to 1. Crashies with the dart. Crashies with the swing. And it's all a game now. He's going to get the kill, but the map goes in favor of NRG.
3 clutches.
What an attacking half. Just breaking down Loud's defense piece by piece. It was really nice to watch. And we were questioning it, you know, like, how would this roster be with a little bit more time? They look great on this map.
Well, I think worth mentioning, too, we had so many conversations around Ethan and his pop flash abilities and how he's going to be able to set up his team. And we had plenty of theories, right? We speculated plenty on how that would play out. I've got to point out, they did that in ways that neither of us expected, right? They did it in their own unique way, and that's been the NRG mantra from day one.
It was really pleasurable to watch this match. Even from just the pistol round, Marv had such a great map. And big props to NRG for like not letting this game slip away from their grasp, because at one point of this map, it looked like Les was just gonna absolutely roll them. Like at a point, he was just running into site solo, taking out 2-3 players.
I believe he had 18 kills at half.
Yeah.
18, if I'm not mistaken, ends with 25. The first map goes in favor of NRG. We've got plenty more to go. We'll see you guys on the other side.
posto e o Derek faz a troca. Agora o QCK vai buscar o Nature. Tem mais um. Olha ele!
Why not? Surely you don't expect him there. Vanity decapitated. Kate follows suit.
Hey guys, it's Mick standing here with Coach Chet after Energy take map number 1. Earlier on, we heard Ethan talk about the practice period that y'all went through after kickoff. He talked about how before kickoffs, you didn't have as much time to prepare, but you've been busy practicing ever since you were eliminated from kickoffs as Madrid was going on. So from your POV as the coach of this team, especially with everyone knowing how much talent there is in this roster, how close do you think you are to seeing the team's full potential?
I still think we're kind of working on it, but we've been working on expanding agents for certain people, so we're just going to slowly show it throughout these series, throughout the regular season, and hope we can keep improving on that, because I think that's what's going to like make us better. Also, shout out Sam.
Shout outs to you, Sam. Thank you very much, Chet, and best of luck on map number 2.
Welcome back, everyone. And NRG manages to pick up a massive win. I tell you, I looked away for a second. Loud were doing pretty good. Looked back, and then we were like basically at a tied game. What a matchup to start things off, Ender.
It was such a fun game, right? Because it starts off, the first half looks like it's going fantastically for Loud, right?
Yeah.
They've got a couple of 1v3 clutches, like coming out of nowhere. It's like, okay, wrap it up. You know, Les is out there with 18 kills in 9 rounds. Like, surely no one can come back from that.
Yeah,
right?
but once you get in the second half, I think you start to see some of those issues crop up. NRG, I think, had a lot better ideas on their attack of how they wanted to use this Jet and Yoru combination. Their dives together between Ethan and Demon1 were super successful in that half. You see that in the difference of First Blood, First Death. And on top of that, I think we still got to see some of like the classic Ethan setups, right? Even though we played Yoru instead of the KO.
Exactly, the supportive Yoru comes in absolutely clutch. Mark having a just ridiculous round right here, and it's followed up just 2 rounds later with yet another insane clutch, right? Kaunzi gets the collat, but then Crashy's had the walk up. It's a 1v2 for NRG. The round after that is another 1v2.
I will say as well, Ethan in that round where Crashes is lurking up in that was because he TP'd out. That's why he has that space to go there. They all think, oh, there's nothing left on site. And it's in those moments that you find, again, that value from the composition that they're picking.
And in that second half, I think you do have to point out kind of the Jet diff here, right? Like, there were so many questions about QCK, how well he can do in the straight-up primary duelist Jet role. And in the second half, Demon1, I think, really put a lot more on display on his attack in getting his team early advantages. On that attacking side for NRG, they were constantly playing from man-up situations, courtesy of Demon1. Loud never had those opportunities. The majority of their rounds, the reason this game was so close was late-round clutches and less dominating.
Less dominating, right? Especially like the first half, lights out, 18 kills, right? But you get a lot more freedom on the Cypher, on that attacking side, right? When you can go on your lurk missions.
I mean,
on
defense, you're in prison.
Defense, you're literally jailed. You're like, if you click E and go out of your camera, you're off the team. So at the end, you're playing against a comp that is built to dominate the Cypher setups, right? So, like, he's in a very, unenviable position. And I think that, of course, you're not going to be able to shine to the same level on defense.
We need a crowd fund. Let him out of Cypher.
Get him out. Help your boy. Help your boy.
7-map Viper player.
Let's go ahead and hear from the coach of Loud to hear what they have to say going into map 2.
Smick standing here with Coach STK after that map number 1. Coach, I heard that you and the players are putting up not only a valiant effort, but doing so despite the fact that you're obviously very jet-lagged. You just came in from Northern Ireland last night and still putting up a wonderful fight. I think it's not surprising because Ethan mentions that he thinks that that's actually Loud's strength in your mental resilience. But tell us, as the coach, how are you keeping the boys focused, especially when you just traveled from so far away?
We entered this game with the mentality that, like, just have fun. I think that will be a tough game. Of course, we wanted to win so much, but we need to understand that it's a process. Maybe we are not playing like in the ideal conditions, but I think that our team is capable to do anything. But this game was really close. We lost like 2 1-on-2s on the end of the game, so probably on Sunday we are going to be better, and I hope that we win both maps.
Absolutely. Best of luck on map number 2.
Obviously a difficult situation for the Loud guys, but it doesn't, I don't think, take away from what NRG did on Breeze. I mean, it looked like, you know, they were starting to find that rhythm, which is quite scary here. And I'm excited, Ender, to see really what both teams bring to the table as we get ready for map 2.
For sure, right? The Breeze was so many scrappy rounds that went both ways in the late moments, right? Clutch from individuals. I think Sunset, much smaller map, right? A little bit more about the set pieces that you can actually work into things. This is also a map that are playing their unique, you know, flashes and smoke style.
Yeah, I would kind of caution brushing it off, though, to like a couple lucky rounds in a sense, right? Because I think Loud was in the game in the first place because of a couple really nice clutch rounds from Les and Cal and Zine in the first place. So it's those types of rounds that define games. It's the game plan overall that keeps you away from those being the difference maker.
Especially on Breeze, right? A map where it's oftentimes going to come down to those. The 1% is the difference, but it always comes back to the game plan of how you're going to be able to close things out. But yeah, I think this is going to be a very different game here compared to Breeze. Loud have shown this a lot. It was pretty much their most played map throughout their run in Madrid, even back here in Americas, and they looked really kind of improved, I think, in Madrid compared to the first 2 times they were showing it. Especially their defensive protocols, the way they're fighting for space. QCK somehow looks way better on Phoenix normally than he does on Jet as well.
They looked much improved. That's also a lot more tape to be able to work at and come in here. And I actually want to talk. Chet said something interesting there where they've been working on expanding, you know, the agent pools, right? And this is a map that, to many people's shock, Demon1 is playing Jet. Who's playing Jet on Sunset?
Playing solo Sky last time. Who's doing that? Like,
so my question is, I don't think we're seeing the Jet
screen, so I'm pretty excited. I already got some spoilers.
Too busy talking.
No, wait, but is it like fraudulent the way that Ender set it up earlier?
I mean, it's not going to be the craziest thing of all time, but it is definitely going to be. I mean, speaking about Chet expanding some players, like who comes to mind in my mind? Obviously, Demon1. You're talking about the Jet here. Other teams are playing. You've seen Neon from Heretics. You've seen some Yoru from Cloud9. You've seen a lot of Raze, and that's exactly
what and the Gecko.
It's the Sentinels comp right here, and I mean, you see Ethan playing the KO as well. Like, you're completely going away from.
I mean, Sentinels won the tournament with this composition for a reason. It is incredible. Your retakes with the KO Gecko flash combinations on attack. You have so much util to cycle around. I also love to get to see that Raze coming out from Victor.
I think the KO2 is so great at shutting down, whether it's the default control comp or even, you know, what Loud are going to be running here as well. There's a lot of stall that they can break through.
I really think, though, that Loud is very experienced playing against this comp. They played against Sentinels, and you already seen it before.
All right, well, there you have it, folks. We'll see what ends up happening in this one. I'm going to go ahead and assume this one's heading to map 3. So let's go ahead and send it to your casters. Hopefully you guys got a tent ready. We got Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, GB. I'm not going to lie to you, Dre. I hope so, too. I certainly hope it goes 3 maps. We've got Demon1 on Raze for the very first time ever. And, you know, you and I were chatting about it prior to the series starting. You were like, Doug, I've got a feeling. You were right. Demon1 on Raze.
I mean, I think he's been grinding it for quite a bit of time. And I'm happy that they're finally implementing this because I had questions when we saw them in the kickoff. I was like, sure, this is a map that is just really good for Raze historically, right? Like, it hasn't been out for long, but Raze is clearly one of the most prominent picks on it. And when I saw the Jet, I was a little worried about it. I was like, this is not the meta, right? It can be countered a lot easier, I think. And I think just Raze in general on this map is just more versatile.
We'll see if he's any good at it. You imagine Demon1, he can work his way through most agents, but again, a treat, as we've never seen him play this agent before.
I have a good idea that he's going to be pretty nice. I think you could put Demon1 on anything from what we've seen, and he'll be adequate. And maybe a little bit more than that. Astro, Omen, whatever, you know.
Energy on the attack. You see Wingman already going.
Oh, that shock dart damage is big.
That paranoia is certainly going to help him. Demon1 already getting the first.
But he still has nade.
That was a free one, too. His Tui's couldn't see a dang thing.
They're going to try to fight backside with nade? They are.
Trashy swinging out. Kawantin there with 2 big kills, flirting with the third. Ultimately doesn't find it, but Victor's left with 10 HP. They're still playing inside the smoke. Sadak trying to creep his way out, trying to find a kill with the frenzy and cannot. Les now in a 1v2. Cam cleared. Yeah, and he hasn't gotten that far. Victor's just playing with him. Playing with his food. There's the swing out. Les falls, NRG get the pistol. I believe that's a third of the series. They've won every pistol so far, if I'm not mistaken.
And something that's so different that we're seeing now in this, like, this new and improved NRG is their trading is so much better. Like Victor just getting this trade on Kawazin, huge. And then just jiggling this. They're playing these scenarios in the post plant so well. And I think that's just a time thing. Like I think it's just the synergy is a little bit more there. And I still don't think it's fully there either.
I would agree.
And that's scary for other teams. Here we go, just a nice slow mid default. Not trying to get cheesed by any deagles like they did on Breeze. QCK, were you walking in? And this is so much info gathered from him.
Yeah, they've cleared so much space. QCK, you mentioned him coming in, not far off. Marv caught. Like a thief in the night, he gets the kill, he gets out.
Oh, and he just gets sat down. We got to see it through the wall.
You remember here for Loud, they didn't invest very much at all. A little bit here, a little bit there. You've got a share for Kawazin and for less. It goes for 2Es, but in the face of the artillery that Energy has, this will be a difficult one to pull off. Although we did see signs and hints of this on Breeze, so we'll see how it plays out.
Oh my gosh.
All right, never mind. I think we're clear.
Yeah. Nice. Victor just patient on those shots. Yep. That's scary. When a player is dialed in like that and they're actually just taking their time and just making sure they hit every single shot. I mean, he's already at 6-0. This is his first appearance on Raze. Isn't that insane?
That's just wild.
And I gotta point out, Crashies is already like 2 orbs away from his ult, and that's the power of running the Gecko on this map. You can literally farm this Gecko ult. Maybe I've already seen like Saucy do it.
Yeah.
We've seen PRX use the Gecko on this map. It's quite good because you can pick up the utility after you clear space. And also, you don't have to plant the bomb yourself. You can just use that little Gecko to plant for you while you just hold.
Right there.
And you need that against a retake comp like this.
You see the ping on the minimap. Just on the other side of the wall, they realize there's a pocket there. From Les as well, and it's actually Demon1 who fills that space for now. And the thing is, if they're really patient about it, you know that wall's going to get toggled again. He can catch something special, assuming the rotates come G, turning their sights towards A.
Oh my gosh, he found the timing.
Wow! Oh my gosh! Yeah.
That was so clean.
I literally had nothing to do with Raze, but yeah, he can play Raze.
You saw the satchel exactly. At the end. Come on. Cypher all invested just to secure the W.
Oh no. Oh! I thought it was going to happen.
Me too.
2Es managing to stabilize, and Kawazin there to help. Remember on Breeze, there was a massive bonus that Energy was able to cash in on. This time, the possibility to do it again. With 3 rifles still to play with, Crashies has his ult. And you've got the Molly at the beginning to keep things back. This feels borderline impossible if you're Loud. Taps through, and Dizzy's not going to find anything because of the smoke, but you're right. There's the ult. Demon1 with 3 on the round. Time for a rebrand, though. As 2Es is left alone. He's got to tuck tail. He's got to get out and save that Vandal. Dre, talk to me as we see this round expire and the spike go off. Talk to me about the financial implications of being up this big early on. You've got 3 rifles that you're carrying into the next, and you've got Ethan, for example, who's currently sitting at over 4,000 credits. What does that do for your
and
attack?
another
it is
bonus round
you get more
converted
confidence
by
because you're not
Energy.
scared to lose your weapons, right? So if you're not scared at all, sorry, these are beautiful shots.
That's terrifying.
He timed it perfectly, by the way. If you're not scared to lose guns, you're gonna take more risks.
Yep.
And if you're confident in those risks, I mean, you just saw Demon1 just walk straight into market right there and just get a free 2K.
It's fearless.
This is a nice spot.
6-0 for Victor, 5-1 for Demon1. And the buy for Loud, not great. 2Es has a rifle.
And
you've got Les, who's taking a little bit of space, too.
Yeah, he's so pushed up, but he only has a deagle.
Well, the thing is, that camp can't see him.
Oh, he's gonna walk right in.
Oh. Finding a beautiful timing around Victor's cam.
What's the response from NRG? They're gonna try to re-clear it. Not letting Les have this gun, I think, is really important. pushing him off the line, throwing the off
There
the
it
map.
goes.
And that's
Yeah.
an upgrade too. I think Crashy's had a Guardian right there.
So they managed to keep their prize possession, keep it out of the hands of Loud. And we saw how good Les is with it. It's a wise play here.
Oh, this flash is gonna be everything.
Kawanzin has his fault line too. If there's enough of a Q, he can turn onto this very quickly. But they bait out both flashes. They don't really show anything. That paranoia,
He saw
there
the
could have been
omen.
a footstep, but it felt like a timing thing. There's the fault line. Tui's getting his kill and then getting out.
That was so odd.
Les is really far up here. Yes, he still just has a Sheriff. Lands a little bit, deals some damage. Stoddard was there to put him away. Yeah. May not have been the kill, but
Could deny
did
the
get some
plant.
damage done. Now Stoddard trying to jump out.
That
and
was
clean up.
a little optimistic.
Little bro, and he can't. Demon 1 there to greet him. Crashy swinging backside, and that was a little labored. But the job was done.
He's online.
63 HP as the spike ticks away. 8 bullets. That's all it is. QCK on the flank. Tui's was there on the first. Crashy's left alone. They're patient with this. Oh, I can't believe he didn't land that shot. Tui's with 3 on the round. Loud on
And
the board.
another like eco and 1 by down.
That was all
after
Les did, taking
a
all
bonus
that aggro
conversion
space in
by
that
energy.
main area, understanding that energy hasn't really been pressuring that area too much in the previous rounds, and understanding that they like to take mid. So he found the perfect timing to finesse this cam.
Never
And that
saw
opened
him.
up, yeah, it opened up the entire round for them.
And then not only that, and then you remember the damage that was dealt mid, right? Delayed the rotation
Yeah.
just a little bit, set up Sadak to get the shock dart kill.
You know, Sadak gets so much value from the shock darts, even if it's just chip damage.
Yeah.
He just has those timings down. And this might be the first Raze rocket we see out of Demon 1.
If he chooses to invest in this round.
And I know Demon 1 fans everywhere are praying that it's not going to be a Rosa.
Waiting with bated breath. He's got the satchels. What's the cue to go? There it is.
Here we go!
Well, that was underwhelming. He got out though.
He found Stewie.
And he gets the second kill. In the face of the flash, so QCK popped his ult. He's gonna swing out and try to take the fight. But Victor pushing forward, cleans him up. That's a round for NRG.
We thought that he wasn't going to get any value. Just take the site.
100% success rate. That's not bad.
I could never, personally.
Loud calling a timeout here as they face the 3-round deficit early.
And Doug.
That's unfortunate.
That's so sad. But back to what I was trying to get at. We're 5 rounds in. This is round 5 or 6. This is round 6, I believe. And Crashies has another ult. This is
Yeah,
what I'm talking
you're
about
right.
with the Gecko. You can just farm this ult on repeat. It's so good.
And I mean, it's not like he's been quiet, right? He's 5-2 right now. He's getting his kills, you know, he's doing his thing. But you're right, farming the orbs has been so valuable for them so far.
That's the scary thing, because let's say he just decides to just snap and just turn it on. Now all of a sudden you're talking about like infinite ult glitch.
Yeah, like an ult every round, every other round.
It can literally be possible every other round. And Loud struggling against this comp that, you know, PRX basically invented, Sentinels taking over the reins of that. And now NRG playing it, but, you know, it might be the same comp that they're playing against, but not every team plays it the same way.
Right.
And that's what's so unique about the game of Valorant. So many ways you can play and approach certain things.
2 rifles for the defense, 1 for 2Es and 1 for QCK. We've seen this defensive Viper wall, I believe, every round, if memory serves me right.
Oh, that's a mid smoke to feint that they're trying to walk down mid, but I don't think NRG is going to bite on this. They're just going to commit to the B site here. Oh my
Nice shot.
gosh.
That's the thing about
Good
there's
time.
some of the value that you see in Phoenix. Like, yes, there was help over the top, and that was the cue for him to take the flash and,
And
then
another
swing.
freaking crash.
He's gonna get more. He's gonna get more.
He's gonna
QCK
get
with
that
3
thing.
finally.
And the trade won't come.
Cleans it up. Victor's there with the counter punch. 2 kills found for the Sentinel, and the spike planted.
And he's going for the reflank, and this is huge because he understands how Loud likes to play this retake. They did double one-way here, and there's going to be a breach seize that can come through. Omen flash, but he's dodging all of it. Crashy just needs to live for as long as he can.
At 46 HP, though.
Oh, he misses. And he's out. They only have to deal with the Gecko.
They're not budging.
Oh my god, Crashes.
Full commits with the crouch peek. That was beautiful.
5 rounds for NRG, and you're right. It may not have been a kill found from Victor on that late flank, but it was enough to apply some pressure. It was enough to buy some time. Big QCK just had a ridiculous round. But yes, ultimately doesn't go the way of Loud, but
that Gecko ult saves the day. Yeah. Maybe he would have gotten all 5 members.
He showed no signs of slowing down.
D1D1 has been a menace in this series with the First Bloods. I think last map alone he had 7, and I'm already counting just myself right now. I think he's had at least 3 out of the 6 rounds that have been played in Marv. I haven't seen Marv do plays like this where he takes an instant timing in a long time. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful.
Vintage Marv. 3 on the round. No idea.
Huge flank.
That was rolling back the clock.
Literally.
Spike planted.
And that's why you play with a fucking Cypher
if I'm other VCT
on
teams watching
Sunset.
this right now.
So you can have a trip mid.
I'm scared of what I'm seeing out of this team.
I mean, I thought we'd have a massive fight on our hands. But Loud, I know it's early on Sunset, but it feels like they left a lot of what they had cooked up on Breeze. And it's tough, man, when you've got D1D1, Crashy's in, Vic at the top of the scoreboard, and then Marv just starting to get online and making big plays like that.
I mean,
NRG can run away with this thing, man.
D1D1 is one-tapping people right now. Insta. As soon as they're on his screen, it's a headshot.
There.
The round's coming in triplets for NRG.
Look at this. That was a nice shot.
It was. That was such a good setup, but this right here, it really is, that's vintage Marv. That's the Marv that we learned to know on Omen, aggressively TPing, aggressively taking space, getting behind enemy lines, finding timing windows.
And so early on, too. To be able to get that read with only, like, what, 6 rounds in play?
Yeah.
And it's not like he's been, like, lurking around in mid for, like, most of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been hitting B, they've been doing some pressure on A, and they've had D1D1 walk into mid. And I think maybe it was somebody that was just saying, you know, like, hey, like somebody from the roster, like, hey,
take it,
Jimmy, I think you could take this timing top mid. Okay, bet.
He found it.
Bet fam.
You sounded just like him. NRG have leaned towards A for the majority of this round. Loud don't really have much to fight back with. They can take some space, and you see what the trap setups are already. Kawanzin is rotated back A in case someone hits, with 2Es taking contact. There's the contact. Les can take contact. UCK is there with the flash. You see the layers, right? They've got traps. Yeah. Everything is a little bit considered here. If this, then this.
This should be obvious. If I'm NRG, they should hard clear this, and they do. And Marv!
Again, that was off the TP. That wasn't off the timing. He committed the ult. Kawanzin and 2Es left alone. A Stinger and a Ghost.
I got you.
I gotta say it. These rounds honestly have not been very close at all.
No.
This is very convincing so far. I don't want to rule Loud out because you could never rule them out. They're resilient. That's one of the traits that everyone from NRG is aware of.
One enemy remaining.
You know what else
Given
they are
the
right now, though? Sleepy and jet lagged.
That is very true.
And you kind of wonder, like, how much of that is having an impact on the situation. Running out of gas a little early, perhaps. But you're right. We've seen Loud in positions like this. We've seen them be resilient. We've seen them mount comebacks.
Honestly, thrive in these positions.
That's true.
All it takes is a couple rounds to string together. But NRG's not making it easy for them. Not getting thrifty. understanding that if a Thrifty comes through, this might be another close game. Like that first map.
Player standing.
Another timeout.
That's their second.
They have a lot of ults to work with, so maybe trying to set up some type of Viper pit on one side of the map and then a trap play on the other side. 2E's has an op up into play. Maybe we'll see a little pocket strat with the breach stun and the Omen TB like we saw from EG. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, and I do think, like, for Loud, we've seen them try things like that. We've seen them try things like that a lot. I think, again, everything has a consideration to it. Everything has contact and then a swing, or contact and then a trap, things like that. And they just haven't really come to fruition for Loud. And then I also think worth noting, for that side of the stage to go hands off the wheel the rest of the map, both timeouts called in what, round 9?
Yeah.
It's early.
But they understand they need to salvage this half if they want any chance of winning.
Yeah. Yep.
Because by the looks of it, NRG is just taking this game and running away with it. And I want to point out again, guess what?
Yeah, point it out.
Crashies has another ult.
That's third of the half, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, it's just so insane. And he only has 3 more kills than the last time, but it's just, that's how easy it is to farm this ult, especially when you have someone like Demon1 just getting the first blood every single round and just giving you the 4v5, giving you the site for free.
12-4 for the Duelist, who faced so many questions in between kickoff and now about, you know, was it a meta problem? What happened to the Demon1 that played on EG? I know it's just one map, it hasn't even been a full half, but he's certainly answering a lot of the questions and silencing a lot of the doubters. Oh! Debut on Raze. He falls here, but Ethan's there to pick up the pieces. Victor not able to turn on Kawantine.
Good trades.
All the info gathered here, though.
They know where they are going. As long as they have the Kyo ultimate, they can track them.
It's just playground right now. They can do anything. They're aware of where Loud is. And I want to point out as well, I feel like NRG has been trying to avoid less, and it's been working very well.
I don't blame him.
Like the only time we've seen Les get like a first blood so far has been when he pushed up all the way into that B main area.
Marved again with the timing.
Yeah.
Picked his ultimate up.
Behind enemy lines.
And we have a double flank.
The surprise that has been planted.
Oh, this is a free kill. And he's
patient with it. This is a scary sight because I've seen it go wrong, but this time it goes well.
But less.
As soon as Les gets 2, as soon as the start heats up, the counter punch is there, but now 1v1 left.
He knows.
Marved has been good. The tap is there. The snap is to the right.
Oh my god,
and
Marv.
the kill goes in favor of Marved again.
Can do no wrong.
Just completely dialed in. Nothing going the way of Loud right now. And they still have 4 ults online on top of that. I spoke about it. The trading has been just crazy from NRG. Ethan getting the insta trade off of Demon1 there, and then even flicking the guy.
Just as Les gets 2, Marv responds with 2 of his own.
No emotion.
Oh, I think that was him smiling. 7 rounds for the attack side. An ult in the hands of Demon1. We'll see if he's able to keep up that streak. That was almost dangerous. Little pre-fire almost connecting. QCK close by. There's nothing to take contact there. There's no Q to flash.
Yep.
A second rocket.
The only saturated left has been used, and it connects.
2 for 2.
Sonic's there on the trade. The spam through. He's so weak. Ultimately falls. NRG once again in firm control of the round. A Guardian up and a Stinger to boot.
I just can't with this Gecko, Doug. I just can't. He's already more than halfway with it all.
You're right.
I mean, it's just...
And he might get more.
Yeah, I mean, if he cleans up these kills, he's one off.
See if we can get how many... Do you think we can find how many ults, how many Gecko ults have ever been used in a half, like the most amount? That'd be a crazy
I would
stat.
love to have that stat, because this might be a world record.
He's certainly pushing it.
He got a kill.
He's now 2 points away from having it online again.
And a lot of success from NRG has been walking into space and not allowing these traps to be set off by utility being used. And then you see it, right? QCK is walking up to set up the flash, and he just gets picked off because he's not aware that Victor's already walked up.
Yeah, there's no safety valve, right? There's nothing to allow him to get into that position and be the cue for him to flash.
This is good prep work from NRG. They definitely did their homework against how Loud likes to play and how their trap setups are built. So walking into a lot of this space on the timings they're doing, it's not just by coincidence. They know what they're doing.
That certainly seems like they know what they're doing. Up 8 rounds. Loud have found very little to, I mean, debatably no success.
It's desperation at this point, just pushing all the way up B main here with a one-way.
They're just starting to
They don't know.
into this.
They don't know about
no
Vic.
idea. But QCK falls. He's going to carry that ult into the next round. He had it.
Now they can just slow the round down, grab this B main orb if they wish. Cam was broken though, so maybe second guessing themselves. Nope, we're gonna. It's already taken. Okay, that's fair. But get Marved again in that mid area of the map.
Valentine with 2 big kills, but Ethan once again on the trade. Crashy swinging out, deciding he didn't want the fight. Throws it into reverse and gets out. That's because Marved is so far up. This kill is everything. It lands onto Les. And just like that, the map is wide open.
Oh my gosh, he's just a freak.
He's a menace. He's an absolute menace. You see the pings on the minimap, understanding there's a real good chance he's taking that timing. And they're right about it. Kawanzin, no fault line.
Hey, we have Gecko ult again.
That's actually insane. The reposition from the controller.
Oh, he just turns though.
But they're both playing an elbow here.
Oh, this timing is everything for Sadak.
The fall line should be enough of a cue. Marved on the turn. The ult was used. Crashies has to push forward, feeling the walls closing in around him. A 1v1 now. The Molly to buy some time. QCK tanks it. He has no idea. Oh, he heard him. Footsteps betraying his position, and now the bullet's confirming. Oh
Damn.
my God. The Red Bull clutch for Crashies, and the 10th for NRG.
They just win every clutch.
Oh my gosh.
This is ugly now.
This is a roster right here. I mean, Loud got 4th in Madrid, and we touched on it, right? NRG, even with only like a couple weeks practice, maybe not even, they almost made it to that event. They were so close.
1 map away.
Taking Sentinels 16-14 on the first map. They lost it. With time under the belt. I mean, they look clean.
I'm pretty sure I've only seen QCK use 1 ult.
And the trades again.
Ethan's been so, I mean, really, NRG from top to bottom have played this map so confidently. But Ethan really stands out in memory of how aggressively he's played, how confidently he's swung. And I think it goes back to what you were talking about earlier, the trades.
Yeah.
The reliance that they have on each other and the confidence to take these fights and know that there's a good chance they're going to win them.
They're so dialed in on the basic things that it just opens up the hero plays like this.
Yeah.
From Demon 1, another first blood.
QCK took
And
that
they
hold
bait the
in
breach
halftime,
ultimate
saving
even.
it for the second half, I guess. I don't know. He held on
Like
to that
Loud
for a
is
long time.
completely
Les
lost.
has found a pocket. They knew about the pocket mid. They don't know about this one. 1, 2. Oh no! The Dizzy almost keeps it back.
Holy shit.
I don't know. We can call this salvaging disaster. They get their second round, but
well, Les definitely salvaged that round from being a loss because that was looking the way of NRG. 10-2. This is insane.
And almost 11-1.
Yeah.
That was crazy because the Dizzy Flash was thrown forward and it gooped backward.
Look at Sadak, he's vibing. Hey, we got one, boys. We got 2.
There's a lot to be said about a leader that maintains his composure in positions like this. We're actually going to throw it down to Smix, who's standing by in the co-streaming booth.
Thank you very much, Doug. Sitting here with the lovely Piplup Tiny or Anita, as well as Kelly. Kelly, I'm going to start with you because I know you have a certain husband that is currently playing on the server right now. And I have to think that the score is making you quite relaxed.
After watching Ethan play for all these years, I can never be like relaxed. So I'm not going to say anything. I'm just hoping for a good game.
Okay. I like that. Let's not jinx it. We don't want to jinx anything going on over here. And Anita, I know earlier on you were talking about how you were watching C9 and how it felt really nerve-wracking. How much of that do you think is because A, Ascent was mind-boggling, and also B, you're here in the Riot Games arena?
I think it's both. The crowd is super loud and really energetic, so it's like adding to everything, and it was really hard to tell. Like, yeah, it's really hard to tell who's like gonna win the next round, but it's really exciting and fun.
I love that you guys are emotionally supporting each other for the different matches, because had it been C9 versus NRG, I don't know what would have happened on this co-stream. Before I let you guys go, obviously we would love to see them be able to close it out, but we do see some interesting things happening with NRG this time around, some new agents coming out from different players. What are your thoughts on that?
Honestly, they've been doing a lot of shuffling and practicing in scrims, and I'm glad they're finally like solidifying like the agents that they're trying out, and they have more reps, and I feel like along the season it'll just get better.
Love to hear it, love to hear it. And Anita, I know we saw earlier C9 be able to close it out, which bodes really, really well, especially with the roster changes that came in. What are you most looking forward to in the rest of the season?
I'm really looking forward to seeing how they skill and like experiment a little bit more. I know they said they were destroying during practice, so I really want to see that come out a little bit more during the games.
Maybe make it a little bit less stressful for you and the other C9 fans. For now, thank you both so much for taking the time for this quick interview. Let's head back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Smix. Yeah, shout out to everyone in the house. We've got co-streamers. We have Tupperware who's here as well. It's a party, and I wish I could say it feels like a family-friendly show, but given what NRG are doing to Loud, I don't know that that's the case. Maybe the potential for a comeback, but it really doesn't feel like that'll be what plays out.
It's going to be a
Loud
storm.
on the attack side now. They've got the Viper wall to conceal the way, but they're going to be pushing into elbow. They're going to be pushing into this crashy demon wall.
Oh my god.
And as soon as I call their name, they get to...
Oh no, Doug.
They managed to get out too. Kawanzine took some damage there.
It's just not the two players you want to be stepping into at this moment of time.
No, and I think if this goes the way we think it's going to go, the way it seems like it's going to go, this will be 4 pistols for NRG. Something pretty ridiculous. And so far, this might have the makings of it. Kawanzine and Tui's left. The spike is still a bit further away, as now it's
oh my god. I mean, he's back.
Yeah.
I mean, he never really left. But like, it's working again.
Yeah.
And it's on Raze. 18 and 8. I mean, he's trying to shut up everybody who thinks that he's just a jet and controller 2-trick. Now he can play the Raze too.
Spike down A.
I mean, the man can do it all. Wait, he's smiling for real?
He actually
Oh
was
my
smiling.
gosh.
And again, truthfully, NRG have a lot of reasons to smile. They've properly dismantled Loud from top to bottom on Sunset. It was a close affair on Breeze, but this has been anything but.
There's my buddy.
This is the tough thing about like playing at the internationals. I know we spoke about, a lot about how like that could be an advantage, right? But also, these teams that are sitting back are watching you play, and they're able to see in real time what you like to do, what your tendencies are, because they have nothing better to do. Every single player is going to dial in on that. I mean, let's be honest. They're going to scrim, they're going to watch you play.
What the fuck is happening, Elbow?
We've had a scroll wheel issue there. Crashy saves the day. He gets 3 on the round. NRG gets a 12. That's flawless, and
it's a wash.
Yeah, I think this is...
It's an absolute wash.
Yeah.
And if you're an NRG fan, you're happy. You're very happy right now because
I don't know.
On paper, we knew. Everyone knows on paper this roster is supposed to be one of the best teams in the game. But to actually see it happen live in front of you, to see the work that they've put in,
Loud needs to learn
I mean, this might be
play
the start
fucking
of
safer sometimes.
Well, and I think, yeah, for as much as we've talked about this
like
team
when
on
you
paper
look at
and how
like
good they
Less's
might be, the truth is we haven't
performance
seen it.
last
I
map
still
on the
think
Cypher,
swinging at this point. Legend has it, he's still swinging all
and
the way
you
around.
don't
Once
have
this
them
week,
play
Tuesday
Cypher
Southeast.
on fucking Sunset when it's like one of the best map for the
Left alone,
agent.
in a position to put the series away. Spam not going to connect.
One enemy
Oh
remaining.
man.
All onto Tui's now.
Yeah, he has full utility though. There is a chance.
Cover going out.
To keep this going, but I honestly don't think that Loud can bring this one back completely.
They're waiting. They're taking their time. Victor's managed to get not like this.
Oh, he got him though.
Yeah, but he's flashed. The counter paranoia is there. It's going to buy a little bit of time. It's been half, but now Marv with a whole lot to do. And not a lot of time to do it. It doesn't
And he
matter.
can do no
The
harm.
defuse come through. It's been an obliteration.
What a map by
On
freaking
Sunset
Marv.
as NRG take him down 2-0.
A convincing map win. I ran into Chet backstage when I had to use the bathroom on accident. We almost bumped into each other.
Oh, I thought you were saying you had to use the bathroom.
No. When I had to.
Sure.
And he told me, he was like, it was pretty sloppy. That's what he said. He said, it's not what I liked. Yeah, we won, but it was sloppy.
We got to ask
And
if
look
you
at
like
this.
that.
This was clean.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's ecstatic and happy for the boys. 5 first bloods for Demon
Okay,
1 on that
again.
map. 12 total in the series.
Yeah, his Rays debut.
I don't
turned
know
out
how they do
11
it in
plants for
America,
crashes.
but we'll see.
And I'm pretty sure all
See
11
if
were
they do
from
an interview or if they do like
Wingman
a post
himself.
match fucking
That was
talk
honestly a
shit.
sight to see. And to do that to a team of Loud's caliber, I mean, that says a lot. But, you know, it's very early on in the season. It's not over for Loud. That's why you saw smiles across the board. They understand that they're a top 4 team in this league right now.
Well, and yeah, I do think I want to very quickly go back to what we were talking about earlier, because on paper, this has the chance to be one of the greatest rosters to potentially ever play the game, right, from top to bottom. But I think questions abound for everyone. Can they translate it? How many times across esports, across traditional sports, have you seen a super team built that just doesn't click? And the truth is, that's a possibility here as well.
It is.
But this was a big moment for them.
It was. And NRG, the organization in itself, is no slouch into creating teams like this. They've done it in multiple different games.
Yep.
They have the infrastructure to do so, and they know how to support their players to the fullest. And really just allow them to just thrive and just focus on the game.
So steady.
Yeah.
From Marv, steady from Crashies. It was beautiful. Really, from top to bottom. You know, we talked about it, a dismantling, an obliteration, whatever you want to call it. It was just, 13-2 really should tell you everything you need to know.
Absolutely.
On Sunset, too, a map they're familiar with, a map that they're comfortable on.
Even one Rays debut.
Yeah.
2 for 2. Rays ults, no roses.
No roses. No roses, a bunch of first bloods. Crashies really popped off from top to bottom. I think there's a lot to be excited about for NRG, for the NRG faithful. You can walk away from this knowing, yes, it's just a step, but it was a big step forward. A complete map like that matters a lot.
Yeah. And they didn't really have to show much. I mean, when you win 13-2, there's not a lot they had to show, especially on that defensive side. So this is a map that if I'm a team that they're playing next, it's scary. You might not want to have this go through again because you haven't seen their full strategy yet.
A lot to be excited for NRG. Unfortunately, we're going to throw it down to Smix at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview to tell us just a little bit more.
Thank you very much, Doug, and congratulations, Ethan. NRG walking away with the win today, 2-0 over Loud. I know after kickoffs, all of you guys were talking on social media how you have a lot of work to do. There's a lot of practice coming your way because you didn't get that much time. After those games, I mean, from our perspective, honestly, NRG looked great. It was just that loss to Sentinels, who eventually went on to become the Madrid champions, that knocked you out. So what were those initial learnings from kickoffs that you took to heart when you went into practice?
Yeah, I think, you know, we have obviously a lot of good players, but we got to figure out how to use them. And like you said, we didn't have a lot of time, so chemistry is a huge thing in this game, and we just needed time to build it. So we're getting there.
I asked Chet the same question, but I'm curious as the in-game leader what your perspective is as well. I asked Chet, you know, like you just said, this roster has so much talent. The sky is really the limit with all of you. How close do you think you are in reaching your full potential and showing everything you have to show?
Yeah, I think we're always improving. So, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
The sky's the limit with these guys. So I think, you know, as long as we're improving, that's all you can really ask for. And we're getting better for sure. So it's good.
Absolutely. Chet had mentioned that one of the things y'all were working on were trying out new agents, and we certainly map with Gecko as well as Rays. So tell us, like, where do these ideas come from? Does it come from the players themselves? Are they suggestions from you or Chet?
Yeah. I mean, since we didn't go to Madrid, we had a lot of time to test stuff. So there's a lot of testing behind the scenes, and you know, everyone's able to play a lot of stuff on this team. So it makes it easy for the coach and me too. So Yeah, there's a lot of experimenting, and it's looking good right now.
Yeah.
Love the versatility that we always get to see. I think my last question is, based on what you just said, I'm sure you also saw the games that were being played over in Madrid. We saw Sentinels obviously go on to become champions. Now that some time has passed, what is your reassessment of sort of the competition on the field?
It's looking good. I think NA is definitely on top right now, and I like seeing APAC play. I think they're really good too. So I'm always a fan of the APAC teams. But yeah, NA's looking nice.
Indeed, NA is definitely looking very nice. Just about 5 minutes ago, it feels like, I was actually speaking with your wife, Kelly, who's in the Riot Games arena today. And, you know, she was absolutely amazing and adorable. She was saying how she's watched you compete now for so many years. And despite the fact that y'all were up 10-2, she said, you know, I'm not going to say anything. I don't want to jinx anything. I've seen Ethan in many circumstances before. What does it mean to you to have her show up and support you like this and watch you compete?
Yeah, I think it's awesome. A lot of people, you know, their dream is to play in front of their family, friends, and especially their wife. I think that's a huge thing, and so it's awesome. That's all I can ask for.
All right, Ethan, one last question for you. Obviously, in-game leading was something new for you, especially at the beginning of kickoffs. Now that you've not only had time to be an in-game leader on the stage, but of course, most importantly in practice for as many weeks as it's been, how do you feel like you yourself have evolved in the time that you've had to do so?
Yeah, it's just a lot of learning. You know, it's a big challenge for me coming into something this new, but this is definitely the best team to do it with the first time. So it's definitely challenging. It's hard, but I like it. It's fun.
Well, you're definitely making it look easy. Congratulations once again, Ethan, as Energy take down Loud 2-0. We are going to head to the desk with Golden Boy to wrap up day number 1 here at the VCT America Stage 1.
Thank you so much, Smix. And now we're joined by Victor and Crash. He's a dynamic duo. We've talked to them a million times, and this will be the 1,000,001st here. Fellas, firstly, good to see you. You guys had a little bit of time to cook up some stuff. Seems like the ideas were working there, huh?
Yeah. After kickoff, we were just really hard on ourselves, especially on a game like we felt we should have came out on top. And we just practiced a bunch, see what worked best for us, see what doesn't work for us, and like. We're just trying to perfect as much as possible, like trying like inch closer and closer to perfection as much as possible.
You guys are cooking. D1 stole your raise, bro. What's going on here?
He's got it. D1's D1. He's got it.
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to ask you about this rivalry now. NRG Loud again to start off here. You guys were 4-4 before this. They tied up with that grand finals last year, and now you guys overtake them again. This didn't feel like the same old game right here in regular season. Maybe that's because you stopped them, but. How much are you guys like introducing the new guys to this rivalry?
Yeah, so I mean, I just want to say like I kind of feel bad for the Loud guys just because they kind of like, as everyone knows, they were like stranded in Ireland or whatever. They just got back. But I definitely talked to them before the game. Like they were dealing with jet lag and stuff. So like, you know, I mean, I definitely feel bad for them, but we've been working really hard on ourselves, kind of like Vic was saying. Just really striving for perfection, trying to get the chemistry down, and just really drilling ourselves. So feels good.
You'll take those.
I mean, well, you guys did talk about, you know, the work that you guys put into this. But from both of y'all's experience, right, being in those situations, you're close to qualifying. I mean, you guys have been in that situation so many times in the past, and then you fall short. And I know you guys said you beat yourself up over it. But what was it like for you guys as veterans of NRG, along with Chet, to really, like, make everyone, I guess, feel a bit more comfortable? Because, you know, you got Ethan, world champion, you know, doesn't qualify for an event. D1, world champion, doesn't qualify for an event. So how do you guys, as the veterans of NRG, keep them, you know, focused here?
It definitely was a process. It wasn't easy, for sure. I'll say that. Everyone's coming from, like...
Personality clash, or was it just...
Not really, but everyone's coming from, like, high accomplishments. Like, for example, they came from EG. They just won champs. Fair. Like, they definitely have their own idea how they want to play. And then... It's just it's just like the problem is just figuring out how we can just put everyone together.
Gels, right?
How we can put everyone together, how we can compromise on how we want to play out situations. How we want to play clutches, just stuff like that. Like just come to a compromise on how we want to play every single situation. So everyone's just on the same page naturally, and just because like that. And there's no like confusion in the middle around like, do we do this or do we do this? So just a lot of drilling and making sure everyone's on the same page and making sure everyone's doing the same thing.
How does Marv fit back in with all that?
Yeah, I mean, it just feels so natural.
Yeah.
Like, we always clicked on Optic back in the day,
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I think the only thing with him, it was just like catching him back up to speed with how we wanted to play. Obviously, he came from a different team culture in Sentinels at the time, but I mean, it was so easy with him. He just, like I said, he just clicks. He understands how we want to play the game, and he's just like a very easy teammate to get along with, so it was easy.
I also want to add that, like, Jimmy is coming from Sentinels where he had like a short little IGL stint, and like I can tell he's learned a lot from that experience.
Okay.
Just from like the difference of how he is on this team versus how he was on Optic, and like I can just tell like he's learned a lot. And I think he's improved significantly since that time.
Oh, yeah. Something that I was curious about was, because when I saw Marv down the lineup, I'm like, oh, that makes sense, you know, you guys getting back to familiar territory. But there was that period, as you had mentioned. So does it feel like when you guys were putting the team together, did you know that coming into it with Marv, that he had grown a little bit from his stint on Sentinels? Or was it just like, we know what he could do, so let's just get him on this team?
I think it's both. We definitely knew he can do it. But also, like, I remember Chet saying, like, he had this little IGL thing in Sentinels. He definitely learned from it.
I like the way you guys are phrasing his little IGL thing. It was
only for a short time, so
it's like 4 games.
No, it's just funny hearing it said so many times now. That little IGL.
Yeah, I think
just a little guy IGL.
I think him IGLing in Sentinels was a huge plus for us in terms of like picking out who we want to play with.
Yeah.
But I think he was pretty set in coming to this team, or like from on our side and on his side.
Yeah. It was a perfect match for y'all, because you guys have already been there before.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we did get a great question from the Twitch chat, by the way. Shout out to Bri Vallo, who says to us, how easy has it been trying to build chemistry with Demon1 and Ethan and Marv coming back into the team? We talked about Marv, but let's talk about Demon1 and Ethan, because as we were talking about, chemistry is a big part of this. So how's it been, you know, incorporating Demon1 into the lineup? I know he's quite the character, but then also, you know, Ethan in the IGL role, and you guys aren't taking those calls from Finesse anymore, so it's definitely a change of pace for y'all, right?
You can go.
Yeah, it was definitely a process. I mean, we knew Ethan like from Counter-Strike back in the day. Even outside the game, we were like really good friends. So I say transitioning into him was obviously easy. He's in a new role, which is like IGL is not an easy role. So we definitely try to support him and help him as much as we can.
Yeah.
We know how hard it is because I mean we play with FNS, who like was the GOAT. So we've been trying to like just get Ethan just as much help as he can get. And then Demon1, he was pretty easy as well. Like he's just that guy that's like stone cold and he just wants to like be the best. So he just oozes it into everyone.
Yeah.
Something I really respect about Max is that, like, he came back, or he's last year he was like champs MVP, and it's really easy to let that get to your head. But like,
I feel like he's humbler this
year. He is very humble, like surprising. Like
it's very different from his outside persona, like outside the team. He's very humble. Like he's a good teammate. That's the only way I can put it. He's a great teammate.
That sounds so weird to me. Given last year, bro was catching fines left and right.
To be fair, though, that was the outward personality. Inside, seems like everything's always fine.
Yeah, he's like really willing to learn. Like he accepts anything we say, and not just that, like he's not afraid to say what he wants to do. So I think that's really good.
Yeah, that helps out a bunch. I can only imagine here. Of course, folks, let's go ahead and take a look at where we are with the schedule and what we're going to be checking out tomorrow, mañana. We got ourselves some pretty solid ones. You got G2 versus EG, and then it's going to be the Sentinels taking on 100 Thieves, because we really, really like followers on our Twitch account, clearly. So, guys, thoughts on this match? Thoughts on Sentinels, man? I mean, you guys, you know, had to see them win a championship over in Madrid. How you guys feeling about that? Ready?
They look very good. I definitely think that game is like a juice box. Like the viewers will definitely be getting like, you know, everything they want in that game. I kind of feel like it's becoming like a classic in itself. They always play now, like Sentinels and 100 Thieves, like the clout match. But yeah, Sentinels, they look amazing. We scrimmed them a few times, and yeah, like they're still looking good. So
looking good.
Definitely the team to beat.
Yeah, still looking. Not a shock there, but of course
they're gonna be juicing that.
Yeah, you already know.
It's gonna be nutty. All right, guys. Well, before we go, earlier we asked Ethan who he would give a free sub to, and he said FNS. But turns out Sam was watching, and we want to show you guys his reaction because he stole that free sub. Let's take a look.
Quick, very serious question for you. If you have a free stream sub to give out, would you pick FNS or Sam?
I'll give it to FNS. I think Sam's got enough.
NRG! I'm sure FNS is very happy to hear that. Best of luck today.
Well,
All right,
Sam's
everyone,
left the
just
team. Okay, so hate to see it.
We've lost him. I agree. Sam's got enough. Sam's got enough.
Sam's got enough. I love that.
Sam's got enough.
Oh, man. Well, guys, I want to thank you all so much for joining us here today. Always a pleasure to talk to the both of you. Congratulations on a massive win. Look forward to seeing what the rest of you guys could do throughout stage one. It's going to be awesome. All right, folks. Well, that is going to do it for us here today. But don't worry, there's so much more coming right here tomorrow. Same time, same place. We look forward to seeing you then. Take care.
Thanks, boys.
Yeah, tomorrow we have a very hype match too. It's Sentinel 100 Thieves. And before that, we have
G2 and fire on all cylinders
against G2 against ESG, Evil Geniuses. That's it. And then so Monday? Yeah, Monday we have Crew Furia.
Seems like they're just kind of protocol.
We'll see, because like Furia got 2-0. Like they were very disappointing in the kickoff. So I guess I would say probably G2 tomorrow, and then Sentinel is expected, and then Monday probably Crew. Okay, we are gonna swap to PoE now, basically.
New rookies, new ideas coming in. Gonna swap to PoE. One second. I'm just gonna change my wait. Let's modify. Is it? Yeah, should be okay. Kick is good, Twitch is good, YouTube is good. Okay. There we go. I crafted some gloves. I need to recraft my armor. I can skip like the 40 fire rays and then the lightning rays, so I need some cold rays on it. I'm gonna craft a big flat life. Defense wise I'm okay.
I haven't ascended yet. So I'm gonna get like 600 armor and evasion flat. I haven't progressed a lot. Yeah, I only had like... I didn't do a lot of map yesterday. I didn't play a lot yesterday. I have a lot of tier 8 though. What? -1-0 monster? Jax DX seems to be a really good option, honestly. Because I tried to craft a better axe, but... I have multi-strike. Yeah.
My spirit is spent.
The only problem I have with Bleed is my cruelty is very bad right now. And my fucking fortified is super unreliable. I really need to find a way to optimize fucking Harbinger, like... It's always so fucking cancer, like... Every time you have a Harbinger on the fucking screen, like... The fucking PC just melts down.
Another one for you. I hope you know what you're doing. My spirit is spent.
Hello? Why can't I do shit?
Hello.
Oh, fucking effigy, yeah. Fucking effigy and just fucking shit ton of mob with shields. So if you don't have fucking area from all sides, you can't fucking kill them.
My spirit is spent.
We're almost full up, Excellent. Might want to make use of our stored corpses. They're starting to smell.
Wait!
My spirit is spent.
What? Wait, I almost have 5k life. Like... And I'm like... really skipping on life. Taking life regen.
My spirit is spent.
Why is that fucking... I could swap that to coal. Fire to coal, 500. Swap it to coal. 4 flat fees is okay. The life is okay. It's not great, but I can craft 10% or 8%. 5% obviously.
Godslayer. Stay vigilant.
Yes. For freedom.
That's the trail. Stay vigilant.
Cool winds.
Do I have a sunken city? No.
Salah.
Nice. Siege Courtyard Garden.
Exile? Salah.
spirit is spent. I can't do this just yet.
The fucking wisp and power mobs. I do not miss them.
My spirit is spent.
Morg's almost full, exile. Might want to take care of that.
Oh my fucking god.
My spirits are spent. Seal your flesh. Sear your flesh.
Oh! New skit unlock.
Blessings.
Oh, you have to unlock more shit. Okay. So what's my inventory that I have? Oh no, I should do the other one. I should do blue. Blue. Because it's the syndicate. Shit. Syndicate breach and stuff.
spirit is spent. My spirit is spent. spirit is spent. Didn't he? My spirit is spent.
Morg's almost full. Might want to take care of that.
I believe in traveling light.
Blessings.
My spirit is spent.
Dead man's locker is overflowing. Time to make some tough choices.
Oh, they go directly towards your fucking inventory. That's nice.
Hello.
spirit is spent. Long day.
Wait, it's already 6? Fuck.
My spirit is spent.
flesh is ours! Dinner is served, children!
My spirits are spent.
Blessings. Cool wind.
Godslayer?
Job never ends.
Long day.
A ghastly influence lingers in this map, germinating unknown dangers. Stay on high alert.
My spirit is spent. My spirit is spent. My spirit is spent. spirit is spent. I believe in traveling light.
Exile.
How's the trail? Stay vigilant.
spirit is spent.
Morg's full. What do you want me to do? We can dump some.
My spirit is spent. You die rather well. My spirit is spent.
Cool wins.
Okay, so that's all my tier 7. I complete this one.
You again.
Maybe I should look into selling some corpses.
My spirit is spent.
Morg's Fall. What do you want me to do? We can dump some.
My spirit is spent. My spirit is spent.
Is it bugged? I think it's bug. Okay, it was bugged.
My spirit is spent. I believe in traveling light.
Blessings. Salah. Hello. Salah.
So I have all my 7 now. Oh my fucking god.
How's the trade?
I have a reef map. Do I need a reef map for that? It's the fucking restart. Crystal Hole. Oh no, it's stagnation. Right? Yeah. Let's go, Can. It's this one, it's Arid Lake. Yeah, Reef. Reef is probably a chance to avoid being frozen. An atoll. Atoll. Wait, didn't I have a atoll map? Yeah.
Stay vigilant.
But I don't have a fucking vessel. I'm gonna keep Rift as my last. If I drop a vessel, I have to remember to use it.
My spirit is spent.
Enemy.
The wind.
Take.
Oh yeah, it's true. Tier 8 is when you start those fucking questline too. Oh nice.
Dead man's locker is overflowing. Time to make some tough choices. Dead man's locker is overflowing. Time to make some tough choices.
Oh my fucking god! Fucking ghosted shit.
My spirit is...
Entropy. Pain. Flesh. Brain. Brain.
Dead man's locker is overflowing. Time to make some tough choices.
My spirit is spent.
Is he summoning more or what? Finally.
Salah.
So the job never ends. That's the trail. That's the trail.
Wait. Aren't you supposed to find, like, fucking tiles and shit in your maps? Isn't there like an automatic tile of ascendancy or some shit? More pack sign.
My spirits are spent.
Exile, put down the spawn.
My spirit is spent. I can't do this just yet. My spirit is spent. A worthy opponent! I believe in traveling light.
Hello. Salah.
Fuck me.
Warm nights. Hello.
Oh my fucking god, he gives me 4 life. Oh, saved.
My spirit is spent.
Salah. Hello. Cool winds. Salah. Celerim. Hello. Greetings.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
My spirit is spent. I believe in traveling light. My spirit is spent. I believe in traveling light.
Blessings.
Oi! Over here. That should make things interesting. Shall we?
My spirit is spent.
Not on my watch.
spirit is spent. I believe in traveling light.
Oh wow. That's an upgrade.
Hello. Salah. Hello.
Do I need the int? I probably do. Oh wow. Okay, should be good. Yep. Still need to fix my chaos res. I use that better. I could go for Lion's Roar. More melee phase. I guess it's not for ailment, but it's better than a vanilla flask. Is it? I don't know. Probably. I'm gonna take a quick break. Just 2 seconds. Okay.
My spirit is spent.
Consider this a gift.
escape!
Rain!
Your eyes deceive you!
Chase!
No escape! Ghost Flame!
Quinn!
My spirit is spent. My spirit is spent. Didn't even break a sweat.
Wait, what?
There is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom.
I believe in traveling light. My spirit is spent. My spirit is spent. I believe in traveling light.
Hello.
Hello.
Drain!
Game. Exile?
My spirit is spent.
Protect. Absorb. Strangle. Strangle. God. Toughen. Grasp. Vibrant. Gift for survival. Again. Now. Salah. Salah. Exile?
Hail, God.
Long day. Stay vigilant.
Oh, it's you. What? May the tides of Soagoth wash away your anguish and aid this soldier, so that you may house their valiant soul! What?
The goddess is watching.
My spirit is spent.
Oh my god, no, not that shit, please. Please.
For those who ascend too quickly, the fall is inevitable.
What the fuck happened? Holy.
My spirit is spent. My spirit is spent.
I shall strike you down.
My spirit is spent.
May a new dawn arise.
You die rather well.
Emperor must know precisely.
My spirit is spent.
Salah. Salah. Salarim.
My spirit is spent. My spirit. Spirit is spent. spirit is spent.
Salah.
What?
Yes? For freedom. Hail, Goldslayer.
Long day. The job never ends.
Yes. For freedom.
Long day. Got my eye on you.
Cool winds. Salah. Cool winds.
Greetings. Remember, we do this for freedom.
My spirit is spent. My spirit is spent.
almost full up, exile. Might want to make use of our stored corpses. They're starting to smell.
Godslayer. The job never ends.
My spirit is spent.
Exile. Blessings. Salah. Blessings.
My spirit is spent. I can't do this just yet.
They are using me. Everyone is simply using you.
Spirit is I do love the stink of victory.
Running out of room at the necropolis.
My spirit is spent. My spirit is spent.
Blessings. Cool winds.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna go at some okay progress for today. I just need to check. I think I've checked already. I just missed Orchard, whatever the fuck. That's what it is. I have all my tier 9 to do. I have to fix my Chaos Rest too. But yeah, finish my tier 9. Keep going. I have to do my ascension and shit. And yeah, but that's for tomorrow. Or maybe later today, I guess. We'll see. Anyways, it was fun. It was 11 hours. So, yeah, pretty long. Was fun though. See you tomorrow. See you technically later today for me. In almost 12 hours for the NA games, the Americas. Fucking G2 Ever Geniuses, and then after that San Andreas. But yeah, bye bye.
Take a little time to think things over. I better read between the lines in case I need it when I'm older. Mountain I must climb feels like the world upon my shoulder. Through the clouds I see love shine. It keeps me warm as life grows colder. In my life there's been heartache and pain. I don't know if I can like love has finally found me. In my life there's been heartache and pain. I don't know, face it again. I can't stop now. I've traveled so far to change this lonely life. I wanna know what love is. I want you to show me. I wanna feel what love is. I know